Table of Contents. Preface. Introduction, Internationalism in Practice. Publication Notes. Editor's Note. Contributing Editor's Note. Notes on Translation. Guide to Text and Annotations. Original Vietnamese Publisher's Note. Original Vietnamese Preface. Chapter 1, The Role of Material Production. Material production and its roles. 1. Material production and the mode of production. 2. The role of material production and the role of mode of production in the origin and development of human society. 2. The law of suitability between the relations of production and the development of the productive forces. 1. Definitions of productive forces and relations of production. 2. Dialectical relationship between productive forces and relations of production. Chapter 2, Dialectics of the Base and Superstructure. Definitions of the base and superstructure. 1. Definition of the base. 2. Definition of superstructure. 2. Dialectical relationship between the base and the superstructure. 1. The base determines the superstructure. 2. The superstructure's impact on the base. Chapter 3, Social being determines social consciousness, and the relative independence of social consciousness. Social being determines social consciousness. 1. Definitions of social being and social consciousness. 2. The decisive role of social being in determining social consciousness. 2. The relative independence of social consciousness. Chapter 4, Social Economic Formation Theory. Category of social economic formation. 2. The natural historical process of the development of social economic formations. 3. Scientific value of the theory of social economic formations. Chapter 5, The Role of Class Struggle and Social Revolution. Class and the role of class struggle in the development of class society. 1. Definition of class. 2. Origin of class. 3. The role of class struggle in the motion and development of class society. 2. Social revolutions and their role in the development of class society. 1. Definition of social revolution and its causes. 2. The role of social revolution in the development of class society. Chapter 6, Historical Materialist Viewpoints about Humans and the History-Creating Role of the Masses. Humans and Human Nature. 1. Definition of humans. 2. Human nature. 2. Definition of the masses and the history-creating role of the masses. 1. Definition of the masses. 2. The history-creating role of the masses and the role of the individuals in history. Afterward. Appendix A, Dialectical Materialism Fundamentals. Appendix B, Laws of Historical Materialism. Appendix C, Principles of Social Formation Theory and Rules of Historical Materialist Methodology. Appendix D, Structure of Human Society. Appendix E, Subjectivity and Objectivity. Appendix F, Historical Development of Vietnam. Appendix G, Resolving the problem of the relationship between productive forces and relations of production in Vietnam. Appendix H, Bypassing the capitalist mode of production. Appendix I, Transitional period towards socialism in Vietnam. Appendix J, What are socialist values and socialist manners? Appendix K, History of class society. Glossary and index. Cover. Curriculum of The Basic Principles of Marxism-Leninism. Part 2. Historical Materialism. For university and college students. Not specializing in Marxism-Leninism and Ho Chi Minh thought. License. This work is licensed under a Creative Commons Attribution Non-Commercial Share-alike 4.0 International License. You are free to share, copy and redistribute the material in any medium or format. Adapt, remix, transform, and build upon the material. The licensor cannot revoke these freedoms as long as you follow the license terms. Under the following terms: attribution, you must give appropriate credit, provide a link to the license, and indicate if changes were made. You may do so in any reasonable manner, but not in any way that suggests the licensor endorses you or your use. Non-commercial, you may not use the material for commercial purposes. Sharia, like if you remix, transform, or build upon the material, you must distribute your contributions under the same license as the original. No additional restrictions, you may not apply legal terms or technological measures that legally restrict others from doing anything the license permits. The full text of this license is available at https://creativecommons.org/licenses/by-nc-sa/4.0. Communism is the riddle of history solved. And it knows itself to be the solution. Karl Marx. Dedication. This book is dedicated to all of the backers of the crowdfunding campaign that raised the funds to allow me to translate this text. As with the first part of the series, we once again vastly underestimated how long it would take to complete this work, and once again our donors were incredibly patient and supportive throughout the process. Your enthusiasm is so deeply appreciated, and we simply could not have taken the time to finish this project without you all. Thank you, again, to my partner and comrade Emmer Eichen Johnson, who constantly elevated the work's clarity and philosophical sturdiness with the constant demand to prove it, letting no claim go unsourced. His ability to write clear and easy to follow annotations to go along with the text make the series what it is, and his illustrations make the book much more accessible to readers who might be unfamiliar with the subject matter. I offer my sincerest gratitude to Anthony Ballas and Dr. Gerald Horn for taking the time to read our very messy rough draft and, in addition to providing their feedback and eminent perspectives, wrote a profoundly important introduction which stands on its own as a great contribution to the historiography of socialist revolution. I know that both of you have many responsibilities in the important work that you do, both professionally and as activists, and so I am humbled that you have taken the time to help us with this project. I would also like to thank contributing editor David Peat for once again offering a meticulous and learned helping hand. We could not have produced such a professional product without your attention to detail and all the wonderful little touches you've added to the final draft. Finally, I want to thank again the Vietnamese intellectuals and experts who undertook the rigorous and imposing task of producing the original work from which the series is being translated. The breadth and depth of their understanding of Marx, Engels, and Lenin is simply astounding. Thanks to their efforts, millions of Vietnamese students have been able to learn the principles of historical materialism, and we hope that now, with this first English edition, workers and students around the world can benefit from their contribution. My hope remains that my translation might do their work justice. Lun Nguyen. July, 2025. Preface. The text of this book constitutes part 2 of a 4-part curriculum on Marxism-Leninism developed and published by the Ministry of Education and Training of Vietnam. This curriculum is intended to give every Vietnamese student a firm grounding in the political philosophy of Marxism-Leninism. The entire curriculum consists of Part 1, the worldview and philosophical methodology of Marxism-Leninism. Part 2, historical materialism. Part 3, political economy. Part 4, scientific socialism. In Vietnam, each part of the curriculum encompasses 1 full semester of mandatory study for all college students. Each part builds upon the previous, meaning that readers of this book are expected to be familiar with the principles of dialectical materialism and materialist dialectics which were covered in Part 1. It should be noted that this curriculum is not the first encounter which Vietnamese students will have had with these ideas, because Vietnamese students also study dialectical materialism, historical materialism, political economy, and scientific socialism from primary school all the way through high school. As such, the text of this book in and of itself would probably seem overwhelmingly condensed to most foreign readers who are new to studying historical materialism. Therefore, we have decided to extensively annotate and illustrate this text with the information which would have been previously obtained in a basic Vietnamese high school education and/or provided by college lecturers in the classroom. It is our desire that these annotations will be helpful for students who hope to learn these principles for application in political activity, but we should also make it clear to academic researchers and the like that our annotations and illustrations are not present in the original Vietnamese work. We hope that this book will be useful in at least 3 ways. As a comprehensive introductory textbook on historical materialism and for self-study, group study, classroom use, cadre training, etc. As a quick and easy-to-reference handbook for reviewing the basic concepts of historical materialism for students of theory who are already familiar with the concepts. As a companion book for further reading of theory and political texts rooted in historical materialist philosophy. Also, please note, because this book is intended to be used as a quick reference and handbook for further study, there are many instances where we duplicate references, quotations, and other such information. We hope that this repetition may be double as an aid for study by reinforcing important concepts and quotations. This book, part 2 of the curriculum, which focuses on the application of dialectical materialist philosophy and methodology to the study of human history and human society, serves as the foundation of historical materialist theory and practice in the Vietnamese educational system. The contents of this book are derived primarily from the written works of 3 important historical figures: Karl Marx and Friedrich Engels, who initially developed the framework of historical materialism through the application of their dialectical materialist philosophy to the study of humanity, and Vladimir Ilyich Lenin, who further developed and defended the principles of historical materialism, expanded the analysis of imperialism, demonstrated how to apply historical materialist analysis to local material conditions specific to Russia at the turn of the 20th century, and made many other important contributions to what would come to be called historical materialism. Obviously, there are countless other writers, revolutionaries, philosophers, and scientists who have contributed to historical materialist philosophy and analysis. This book focuses primarily on Marx, Engels, and Lenin, because these figures laid the foundations and formulated the basic principles of the philosophy and methodology of historical materialism in their immortal writings. At the end of the book we have provided 3 resources for your continued theoretical development. An afterword, in which we offer advice for the application of historical materialism and further study. A glossary of terms which doubles as an index. Appendices with summaries of important concepts and principles, as well as texts which show how historical materialism is utilized by experts to analyze human society. At the time of publication we are already in the process of translating and annotating part 3 of this curriculum, which focuses on political economy, with the hopes of eventually releasing the full curriculum. Once part 3 is complete, it will also be made available at banyanhouse.org, where we also invite questions, constructive feedback, and suggestions. Internationalism in Practice. Ho Chi Minh and Black Liberation. An introduction to the text by Gerald Horne and Anthony Ballas. It is well known that the black race is the most oppressed and most exploited of the human family. It is well known that the spread of capitalism and the discovery of the New World had as an immediate result the rebirth of slavery, which was, for centuries, a scourge for the Negroes and a bitter disgrace for mankind. What everyone does not perhaps know is that after 65 years of so-called emancipation, American Negroes still endure atrocious moral and material sufferings, of which the most cruel and horrible is the custom of lynching. 1. Ho Chi Minh, lynching. Ho Chi Minh and the Black World. Although often unacknowledged, Ho Chi Minh's numerous written contributions on the history of global black subjugation under the boot of European colonial and imperial expansion compose an impressive, early 20th century record of internationalism in practice. Before founding the Indochinese Communist Party in 1930, many of these early writings, such as The Revolt of Dahomey, 2 Uprising at Dahomey, 3 Lynching, and Ku Klux Klan 4 were penned just prior to his arrival in Moscow, where it's widely believed he began studies at the University of the Toilers of the East in 1923.5. Although the historical record is imperfect, Ho's attendance at KUTV would make rational sense given the school's reputation for training some of the 20th century's most celebrated internationalists, as various as Harry Haywood, who attended in 1925, Maud Whitekatz in 1927, and anti-colonial leaders such as Jomo Kenyatta in 1933, among others. 6 In Moscow, Ho was considered the specialist on colonial affairs, and worked for 5 years as the Comintern's European representative. 7 As an agent of the Comintern, Ho also delivered a report on the national and colonial questions at the Fifth World Congress in 1924, following on the heels of the Fourth World Congress, where Jamaican poet and novelist Claude McKay delivered his report on the Negro question. 8 And drafted resolutions alongside Surinamese-born Otto Huiswoud. 9 In 1922, Ho passionately asserted in July 1924 that it was the task of the communist newspapers to introduce the colonial question to our militants, to awaken the working masses in the colonies, win them over to the cause of communism. Not without a bit of rhetorical flair to punctuate his trenchant remarks, Ho follows his ardent plea with the question, "But what have our newspapers done?" To which he replies, "Nothing at all." 10 In retrospect, we might consider Ho's report as a sort of vanishing mediator, bridging McKay and Huiswoud's 1922 resolutions and the Comintern's adoption of the Black Belt thesis at the revolutionary Sixth World Congress in 1928. While Ho's remarks not only indicate a serious blind spot in the reportage on the colonial question, they also exemplify a certain confidence and self-criticism in equal measure on his own part. If we compare the number of columns devoted to the colonial question in the bourgeois newspapers such as The Times, Figaro, Evra, he explains, or in those of different opinions such as Le Populaire, or Liberty, with those devoted to the same question in El Humanite, the central organ of our party, we are bound to Nguyen Ai Quoc, who would later become known as Ho Chi Minh, attending the French Communist Congress as the Indochinese delegate in 1921. Say that this comparison will not be favorable to us. 11 It is clear from these words that although Ho must have been aware that he was more prolific than most in his reporting on the colonial question in the pages of El Humanite, for instance, he also demonstrates an acute reflexivity in his awareness that still more was to be done to encourage the proliferation of this question ever more to international audiences. Even prior to his studies in Moscow, Ho began to develop his analysis of French colonialism. As early as 1919, Ho penned a letter to the U.S. Secretary of State Robert Lansing appealing for support against French colonialism in Vietnam in the hope that it might grace the desk of President Woodrow Wilson. 12 Undaunted by the lack of reciprocation, Ho continued pressing his materialist analysis of the colonial question through such writings as Jim Crow and About Siki, the latter an account of the racist double standards of the news coverage of Senegalese boxer Louis Mbarek Fall, who defeated the white boxer, George Carpentier, in a 1922 upset to become light heavyweight world champion. 13 In a moment which not only exemplifies Ho's rhetorical acumen, but as well sheds light on his politics in the early 1920s, Ho describes how Carpentier, after being knocked out by a black, calmly went to visit Russia, the land of Reds. We congratulate Siki on his victory. We also congratulate Carpentier on his open-mindedness. 14. Ho's Harlem sojourn and Atlantic travels. As one of Ho's biographers, William Diker, puts it, although his visit to America remains one of the most mysterious and puzzling periods in his entire life, it is through his own account and in recollections to acquaintances that we know with confidence that Ho spent a period of time in New York City, particularly in the fertile political soils of Harlem. We also know, for instance, that, despite earning the princely salary of $40 a month as a laborer and as a domestic servant to a wealthy family, found time to attend meetings of black activists with the Universal Negro Improvement Association. 15. Ho lived and worked in Boston and Harlem, and may even have traveled on the same train route that would eventually shuttle Malcolm X there between decades later while he worked as a sandwich man on the Yankee Clipper, a railroad connecting Boston and New York. Ho also may have worked as a baker at Parker House Hotel, where a young Malcolm was later employed as a busboy while living in Boston. 16 While some parallels remain vague or coincidental, others remain, at best, superficial. For instance, we ought not let the contingent fact of history that Ho and Malcolm X share the same birthday cloud the fact that, although they never met in person, both Malcolm and Ho were exposed to Garveyism at a young age. Malcolm's parents, he tells us in his autobiography, were dedicated Garveyites. His mother, Louise Little, as Eric S. McDuffie explains, insisted that her children read newspapers such as the Negro World, the official periodical of the UNIA. 17 While his father, Earl Little, who Malcolm describes as a dedicated organizer and disciple of Garvey, would often bring young Malcolm with him to UNIA gatherings. 18. Robert F. Williams, who swapped Harlem stories with Ho in the mid-1960s, describes how a saintly, and very jolly Ho recounted his visits to Harlem in the 1920s as a merchant seaman where he heard Marcus Garvey speak as a young man. 19 Williams, who was part of a peace delegation that visited Hanoi, later reiterated Ho's account of how he had been strongly moved by the plight of black peoples around the world and had contributed generously to the movement. Indeed, Ho was so inspired, as Timothy Tyson writes, that he emptied his pockets into the collection plate 20 when Williams asked him if he had been a communist during these early years. Ho is reported to have answered in the affirmative. 21. It is likely that lynching, Ku Klux Klan, and various of his writings on the plight of black people in the United States during this period were inspired by Ho's sojourn in Harlem, as active participant in an emergent and militant internationalism, and as a skilled and meticulous researcher. Ho carefully documented the brutal violence executed upon black women and men at the hands of white supremacist terror U.S. style. 22 Through historically and statistically backed research, Ho also chronicled the tragic fates of black soldiers who were victims of racist attacks, and even lynched after returning from the First Imperialist War, a subject taken up by James Weldon Johnson and W.E.B. Du Bois in the same era, and which Toni Morrison would dramatize in her novel Jazz some decades later. 23 It is worthy of mention that Ho offered such a pointed critique of the mysticism of the KKK, providing a well-nigh psychological analysis of their strange garb, bizarre rituals, and the way its mysteries attracted the curiosity of whites in the southern states and became very popular. 24. As a merchant sailor and ship cook on the Amiral de la Touche Treville under the alias Van B.A., Ho traveled widely, including to former slave port cities in the Atlantic such as Rio de Janeiro and Dakar. About the latter, Ho would later recount the story of his time as a worker on the French vessel when he witnessed the cruelty of white, French sailors jeering and laughing at 4 black sailors who tragically fell victim to drowning, a formative experience that made it into the pages of Ho's early autobiography, and also would have surely influenced his early writings on the plight of colonized Africans. 25 Similar to the great seafarers of the 19th and 20th centuries, Ho's travels on the high seas were formative of his political development. In this way, one may find certain parallels in Ho's biography to that of Denmark VC, John S. Jacobs, or, a bit later on, Benito Sylvain, Garvey, and Ferdinand Smith, co-founder of the National Maritime Union. 26 Like many of the great Caribbean internationalists and revolutionaries, Ho traveled, worked, conversed, and bore witness to the mistreatment of the non-white world at the hands of Euro-American supremacy while sailing in open waters and docking on ports across the globe, leaving behind a written record of the development of his political consciousness inspired by these early experiences. 27. Like all great internationalists, Ho was quite adept at foreign languages, and even mastered several, becoming a proficient speaker and writer of English, French, Chinese, and Russian in addition to Vietnamese, his native tongue. 28 We can turn to the written record in the 1920s alone to detail the fact that, as Diker points out, his voluminous writings were written in a variety of languages. 29 Even a cursory glance at some of his early writings in La Paria, El Humanite, in Precour, as well as his La Race Noire, which was also translated into Russian, attests to this fact. 30 It is no wonder that the great internationalist Paul Robeson, himself a polyglot fluent in dozens of languages, extolled Ho Chi Minh, granting him the honorable title as the Toussaint L'Ouverture of Indochina in 1954.31. In a reciprocal display of internationalist recognition, Ho wrote eloquently in La Race Noire in 1925 on the uprising on the island of Saint-Domingue, concluding that examples such as Toussaint Louverture, the black slaves to victory over armies unleashed by Napoleon and the British, as well as the countless uprisings by slaves in the South of the United States, are enough to refute the argument put forth by our adversary that freedom is not important to blacks, that they regard slavery as a better life for themselves. To the contrary, he continues, no one loves liberty as much as the oppressed do in the colonies. 32 It should not go unmentioned that Ho's words on the Haitian Revolution came over a decade prior to the publication of C.L.R. James's landmark text, The Black Jacobins, at a time when the import of the events of 1791 to 1804 remained little publicized, and even less acknowledged, in the Anglophone world beyond the black diaspora. It is no wonder as well that Ho regarded Henry Gregoire, the ardent 18th-century abolitionist and leading member of the Société des Amistes Noirs, as the apostle of the liberty of peoples. 33. Ho's anti-colonial theory. Ho's critical account of German colonialism ought to be read not only as a scathing rebuke of the German intelligentsia extant in his own time, but as well all succeeding generations who have failed and, indeed, continue to fail, with regard to acknowledging Germany's genocide of the Herero and the Nama, the first genocide of the 20th century. Long neglected by Western thinkers, including by some of the most vaunted critics of German fascism such as Theodor Adorno, Max Horkheimer, and Jürgen Habermas. 34 Among others, Ho addresses how the Herero and Nama tribes in the former German colonies in Africa were completely exterminated, linking the latter as part of the same system of pillage, extermination, and destruction prevails in the African regions under Italian, Spanish, British or Portuguese rule, as well as in the Belgian Congo, where the population in 1891 was 25 million, but had fallen to 8.5 million by 1911. 35 It is notable that Ho writes about the genocide as early as 1925, which would subsequently take the German government over a century to acknowledge even nominally. 36 To further emphasize this point, Ho's analysis was penned only a few years before Sigmund Freud would write his much celebrated Civilization and Its Discontents, wherein he diagnoses aggressivity as a fundamental drive in human nature, exploding as the unconscious result of the repressive features of civilization. Although Freud was living in Leipzig during the Herero and Nama genocide, it was only after the First Imperial War that he even endeavored an attempt at understanding what drove humanity to mass atrocity, a fact which reveals the blind spot of German colonial thinking more generally, and perhaps more particularly Freud's own drive to effectively gainsay German barbarism on the African continent by providing a theoretical cover concealing the history of European colonialism altogether behind a purported theory of universal aggression. 37 While Freud was busy lambasting a strawman version of communism in Civilization and Its Discontents, abstracting aggressivity while also diluting intoxication as a mere form of fantasy and escapism, Ho was applying materialist analysis to history in order to diagnose the way slavery had become sublimated through the colonial process in the form of corvées, porterage, forced labor, alcohol, and syphilis, which, as he put it pithily in 1924, complete the work of Civilization. 38 or, as stated in his poignant The Final Line of Lynching, among the collection of the crimes of American Seorization, lynching has a place of honor. 39 In works such as The Monstrosity of Civilization and Civilization That Kills, Ho provides razor-sharp historical analyses of the colonial situation faced by the people of the darker nations on par with Dubois' own from the same era, an analysis which continues to evade an inordinate amount of Euro-American intellectuals. Against the plaudits and popular sentiments of bourgeois apologists and paternalists too numerous to mention, Ho described in 1925 how the cruel horrors have worsened 1,000-fold in the transition to colonialism in the late 19th and early 20th centuries. 40. In 1925, Ho wrote in The Slaughterhouse, a section of La Race Noire, in which he offers an analysis of black soldiers fighting in colonial armies. Often recruited at the barrel of a gun, and subsequently dying on foreign battlefields and in Jim Crow hospitals, Ho argues that despite their ultimate sacrifices, these efforts did not improve the laws of the blacks in the United States. For instance, 41 in the 1940s, Ho, then leader of the Viet Minh, confronted black soldiers on the battlefields of the Indochina War with whom he would otherwise have been in an objective alliance with against the European powers. Though record-keeping often conflated dead, missing, and deserted tirailleurs Senegalese soldiers, of the 5,000 plus accounted for during the Indochina years, a good number were likely deserters, as Sarah Zimmerman explains, exploiting the French military's inability to account for missing troops. Some tirailleurs Senegalese crossed enemy lines to join up with the Viet Minh. Zimmerman recounts one celebrated tale, of a Guinean soldier, General Zaoro, who deserted the tirailleurs Senegalese and was so dedicated that it led to his rapid promotion, general among the ranks of the Viet Minh. Another account even claims that some deserters took advantage of the chaos of evacuation following the fall of Dien Bien Phu 42. Presaging events that would occur during the Vietnam War, the Viet Minh segregated colonial soldiers from metropolitan French soldiers in POW camps, much like the French. However, instead of using this tactic to respect racial hierarchy like the French, the Viet Minh bifurcated troops to better serve the dissemination of their anti-colonial propaganda, tailoring their propaganda for the tirailleurs Senegalese by focusing on their shared colonial identity as mistreated subjects of the French and fan the flames of military disobedience among POWs and active tirailleurs Senegalese. 43. In this way, the Indochina War was the first large-scale anti-colonial war where evidence suggests that tirailleurs Senegalese questioned their role in French colonialism, deserting and abandoned the French army for political reasons. 44. Thus, while Ho was actively fighting against French colonialism, a budding internationalist and anti-colonial consciousness 45 was brewing underfoot, cultivated and even spurred on by the Viet Minh's deft propaganda efforts, not only calling back to Ho's time as a journalist endeavoring to spread the colonial question to the masses, but also presaging similar phenomena during the Vietnam War when African American soldiers deserted the front, with many absconding to the famed Soul Alley in Saigon in order to escape the flagrant racism experienced in their own regiments. As Roger Goodwin observes, a 1970 Army counterintelligence investigation revealed that a large group of African Americans, most of whom had gone AWOL or deserted, were living in Saigon with Cambodians in the area surrounding Truong Minh Ky Street, and, allegedly, even had a mutual understanding of one another as oppressed minorities. 46. Reflecting in 1925, and with typically rhetorical flair, Ho asks, did we not witness Hindu soldiers who refused to attack China, suggesting that this ought to serve as a grave warning for all imperialists who are thinking of sending native soldiers against the Soviet Republic, against the only loyal and resolute defender of all oppressed and exploited countries. 47. It is clear that the United States did not heed Ho's sage observation, given the way it would go on to, inter alia, stoke the flames for war between the Soviet Union and religious zealots in Afghanistan in the 1980s, the recoil of which was felt on September 11, 2001. Black America and Ho Chi Minh. When Robert F. Williams met with Ho in the mid-1960s, he is said to have participated in producing some anti-war propaganda directed at black soldiers. Williams's experiences in Vietnam, his meeting with Ho Chi Minh not least, left him with a passionate new depth of commitment to stopping the Vietnam War, a political priority that he shared with the increasingly radical young insurgents of the freedom movement in the United States. This new anti-war passion culminated in Williams sending a batch of telegrams to freedom movement leaders including James Forman of SNCC and James Farmer of CORE on April 27, 1965, in which he states, "Racial terrorists exterminating colored humanity of Vietnam." Decency and conscience requires all freedom fighters to join the battle for peace. On the very same day, Martin Luther King Jr. also received another of Williams's patented political taunts, which read as follows: as nonviolent advocate and winner of the Nobel Peace Prize, he told the minister, "Decent people of the world await your resolute condemnation of racist America's savage slaughter of the colored humanity of Vietnam 48. As president of the Monroe, North Carolina chapter of the NAACP, Williams's anti-war efforts cut against the grain in the years following the Compromise of 1954, when the NAACP turned its back on internationalism, particularly under Executive Secretary Roy Wilkins. Wilkins viciously attacked Martin Luther King Jr. for his pro-peace stance on Vietnam. When an American Negro soldier kills a Viet Cong, he is not killing a colored brother. Why should we consider the Viet Cong our colored brothers, he asked querulously, since purportedly they don't feel the Negro is his brother. 49. In 1968, the Black Panther Party sent a delegation to Montreal, including Bobby Seale and David Hilliard, to attend the Hemispheric Conference to End the War in Vietnam. 50 The BPP recognized the NLF as the government of South Vietnam, while the NLF recognized in turn the BPP as the vanguard of liberation in the United States. Though we have different colors of skin, Ho writes in 1964, the yellow Vietnamese and black Americans are battling a common enemy, the cruelty of American imperialism. 51 Likewise, when representatives of the Black Panther Party met 52 the representatives of the National Liberation Front of Vietnam in Montreal, Canada, the Vietnamese said, "He Black Panther, we Yellow Panther," 53 and the Panthers replied, "Yeah, you're Yellow Panthers, we're Black Panthers. All power to the people." 54 It would not be a stretch to suggest that Ho and the NLF were as much symbols for the BPP during the 1960s as the BPP were symbols for Ho and the NLF in the same era. 55 When, for instance, Ho describes the Vietnamese as yellow American slaves, he is surely linking their common cause for liberation, which is why he also described the Vietnamese and black Americans as fighting the first and second fronts against U.S. imperialism. The Vietnamese people strongly support our black brothers in America, for we believe their struggle is just and they shall overcome. 56. A year after Ho's death in September 1969, Eldridge Cleaver penned an address in the Black Panther entitled "To My Black Brothers in Vietnam," encouraging black soldiers to either go AWOL or sabotage supplies and equipment and turn them over to the Vietnamese. 57 A call which, again, harks back to the deserting tirailleurs Senegalais during the Indochina years. 58 It should come as no surprise that Ho's death was also commemorated in the 13 September 1969 issue of the Black Panther, in which his early essay Lynching was reprinted. 59 The Black Panther would also print Ho's New Year's message on the cover of the March 3, 1969 issue 60, while Korean leader Kim Il-sung graced the front page alongside Ho Chi Minh in the Black Panther on 3 October 1970. 61 Ho and Malcolm. In 1964, Ho commented in the pages of Nan Dan how the ink barely had been dry on the Civil Rights Act when racial terror by American fascists was unleashed from Mississippi to Harlem. 62 Ho then links this crusade of racial terror to the violence that the U.S. Empire was executing contemporaneously upon the yellow American slaves of South Vietnam. In his commentary, Ho also makes an allusion to one black leader who warned, quite a page from the Black Panther newspaper addressing American soldiers serving in Vietnam, accurately, that this was only a deceptive swindle that was propagated by America's ruling class. 63 Given that Malcolm X traveled the globe railing against the Civil Rights Act in highly publicized speaking engagements in Ghana, Nigeria, Egypt, Saudi Arabia, and England, it is possible, even probable, that Ho had Malcolm in mind when he wrote these lines. 64 Malcolm also would go on to give his landmark speech, Not Just an American Problem, but a World Problem, in Rochester, New York on February 16, 1965, where, amid thunderous applause, he would make bold reference to American planes, American bombs, escorted by American paratroopers, armed with machine guns arriving in South Vietnam. Exposing certain hackneyed euphemisms often employed by agents of U.S. empire, Malcolm spoke of 20,000 soldiers, who we are made to believe were not soldiers, but rather escorts and just advisors, a rhetoric all too familiar to anyone with even a passing knowledge of the way the U.S. war machine operates. They're able to do all of this mass murder and get away with it, he continues, by labeling it humanitarian, an act of humanitarianism, or in the name of freedom, in the name of liberty, and all kinds of high-sounding slogans, but it's cold-blooded murder, mass murder. It was likely no coincidence that FBI memos dated 18 and February 21, 1965, just days after Malcolm's rip-roaring speech in Rochester, make reference to how he spoke at numerous meetings and functions, appeared on various radio and television shows, and spoke at meetings sponsored by militant and subversive groups including the Socialist Workers' Party, as well as participated in debates, and held press conferences, in which he urged Negroes to obtain guns for self-protection and to register to vote, criticized the government, President Lyndon B. Johnson, and Negroes fighting in Vietnam. 65. Though they never met in person or exchanged correspondence, Ho Chi Minh and Malcolm X shared more than a birthday in common. Forged in the furnaces of European colonialism and U.S. empire, from their youthful experiences as workers bouncing between Boston and Harlem, as well as the inspiration they drew from Garveyism and the UNIA, to their dedicated and principled commitments to internationalism, Ho and Malcolm were as much contemporaries to one another as they remain our contemporaries today. ****. Reflecting on Ho Chi Minh's time in Harlem, his meeting with Robert F. Williams, as well as the Maoist inflections in both the National Liberation Front and Black Panther politics, Vijay Prashad encourages us to appreciate the vitality of the idea of Third World solidarity, and asserts that the radical visions that emerged in the 20th century enabled the sense of enchanted comradeship of the 1960s and 1970s, and are a legacy worth revisiting in this new century. 66. With the publication of this curriculum in English, we can be assured that these radical visions of Third World solidarity remain intact and in focus in our present era. We ought to be reminded not only of this shared history in the global struggle of oppressed nations against Western imperialism, but also of the cultivation of analytical and practical forms so desperately needed to galvanize, orient, and, in some cases, reorient and retrain our theoretical and organizational sights on forms of collective action toward the continuing development of international socialism. This volume thus fills the vacuum left open by the intersection of rampant anti-intellectualism, rabid anti-communism, and, ultimately, rapacious capital, a veritable unholy trinity which looms vulture-like over the political and social landscape of much of Anglophone world, particularly in the United States. As an aid in the development of materialist, global analysis trained on international solidarity, these volumes challenge the dominant philosophical and political modes fashionable on much of the Western left today with its monopoly on eclecticism, through which it often serves as an unwitting participant in the retreat from class analysis and thus as an unknowing handmaiden of historical amnesia. It is with hope that these volumes might aid in the development of political consciousness and perhaps even offer insight into the much-needed analysis of ultra-leftism and other infantile disorders which remain prevalent in our present era. As well, we remain hopeful that these volumes might assist in the further development of an analysis of class collaboration historically and in our own time, as well as the stubborn attachment of some of our friends on the left to virulent white supremacy, aiding and abetting the global rise of right-wing extremism, which in turn, we're afraid to say, lubricates the path for the emergence of a unique form of neo-fascism. Gerald Horne. Victoria, British Columbia. July, 2025. Anthony Ballas. Durham, North Carolina. Publication notes. Editor's note. Working on this book was one of the most exciting and enlightening experiences of my life. While developing Part 1 of this curriculum, I learned that dialectical materialism is crucial for understanding our universe. Historical materialism focuses that understanding by applying dialectical materialist analysis to our own existence. One of the great achievements of Karl Marx was his accurate description of the ways in which objective material processes determine the course of human society, as well as the ways in which a revolutionary economic class plays a subjective role in historical development. This discovery transformed the study of history into a scientific field and a revolutionary phenomenon. By grasping, utilizing, and building upon the discoveries of Marx and Engels, Ho Chi Minh and other revolutionary figures throughout modern history have been able to achieve incredible things. I hope that workers worldwide will eventually learn this applied philosophy and use its lessons to hasten the liberation of humanity from class society. I hope that this work can contribute to the education of the masses by making the tremendous work of Vietnamese intellectuals available to the English-speaking world. I am forever grateful to the Vietnamese professors and intellectuals who produced the original work, and to my wife and dearest comrade, who translated their words, for teaching me how to see the world from a comprehensive and historical perspective. Emmer Eichen Johnson. July, 2025. Contributing Editor's Note. A few miles up the road from where this note was written lies Karl Marx's final resting place in Highgate Cemetery, London. At the funeral on March 17, 1883, his closest comrade, friend, and intellectual partner Friedrich Engels summed up the major contribution of Marx's theoretical work thus: just as Darwin discovered the law of development of organic nature, so Marx discovered the law of development of human history. Of course, Engels went on to list just a few of the many other world historic theoretical breakthroughs that Karl Marx made during his life, but it is no accident that Engels foregrounded historical materialism as a key to understanding the Marxist method of analysis and praxis. This text, then, which seeks to be a foundational understanding of the meaning and use of the historical materialist method, could not be more essential, and more timely. In a world of dizzying ruptures, realignments, and radicalization, the tool of historical materialism is essential to guiding our responses and our actions. Such grounding has led revolutionary movements to victory in many places, and of course most pertinently in Vietnam itself, this year celebrating 50 years since the Vietnamese people successfully liberated themselves, reunified their country, and began the process of socialist construction, which continues to this day and has always been undergirded by a historical materialist and dialectical materialist perspective. Lun Nguyen and Emmer Eichen Johnson's outstanding work bringing the curriculum of the basic principles of Marxism-Leninism to an Anglophone audience is to be applauded. For readers, it is a rare and generative opportunity to access actually existing socialist education materials, alongside the insightful commentary of Luna and E.J. One initial shock from this text for Western audiences, used to the blinkered perspectives of our own academic institutions, is to see the respect and seriousness these topics are afforded by Vietnam's education system, with this robust curricula on the subject of historical materialism being necessary for all students in higher education, and specifically for university students not specializing in Marxism-Leninism. Of course, beyond this initial lesson there is so much more to learn from this text, and alongside Part 1 on dialectical materialism, the curriculum is a treasure trove and toolkit for those serving liberation movements globally. In Engels' oration at Marx's funeral, he went on to stress for Marx was before all else a revolutionist. His real mission in life was to contribute, in one way or another, to the overthrow of capitalist society and of the state institutions. And as such with any Marxist text we must consider this. In this work, the possibilities for practical application from study are enormous, and activists and organizers worldwide can implement the forms of analysis, the historical lessons, and the revolutionary optimism into their praxis. Who better to learn effective organizing from than those who successively liberated themselves from French, Japanese, and American colonial invaders? Che Guevara, in his message to the Tricontinental, argued that those seeking the liberation of the peoples of the world should create 2, 3, many Vietnams, and it is in that spirit that we should utilize these books. David Pete. July, 2025. Notes on translation. Vietnamese is a very different language from English, which has presented many challenges in translating this book. Whenever possible, I have tried to let the spirit of the language guide me, without altering the structure, tone, and formatting of the book. One thing you will likely notice right away, this book is highly condensed. This is because most Vietnamese students are already familiar with these concepts. We have added annotations to try to make the book more digestible for those of you who are new to Marxism-Leninism, and these annotations are explained on the next page. I have worked hard to try to make the language in this book consistent with the language used in popular translations of works from Marx, Lenin, etc., that would be familiar to English language students of Marxism-Leninism. That said, a multitude of translators have been translating these texts into English for well over a century, such that different word choices have been used to relate the same concepts, and even Marx, Engels, and Lenin used different terms to describe the same concepts in many instances. With all this in mind, I have made it my first priority to keep the language of this translation internally consistent to avoid confusion and, again, to match the spirit of the original text as much as possible. As a result, you may find differences between the translation choices made in this text and other translations, but it is my hope that the underlying meaning of each translation is properly conveyed. Another note on large language models and machine translation, which was not nearly so widespread when I began translating this curriculum. Translation is an incredibly subtle and challenging undertaking. It requires a very human insight to properly convey emotional and intellectual content from not just one language, but also from one culture, to another. I have tried my hand at using machine translation for political and philosophical concepts, and I conclude that machine translation is very much a double-edged sword. In some ways, they do open up communications for the workers of the world, but they can also be dangerously inaccurate in moments when accuracy is needed the most. We did not use any large language models or machine translation for this text, and we hope that the reader will take care in using automated translation. In your future studies, I urge you to understand the severe misunderstandings which can emerge from systems that lack a human's ability to think critically and understand what is being said. I don't discourage anyone from using such tools, but I only hope that we will not rely on them overmuch in our attempts to commune with our fellow human beings as we create history together. July, 2025. Lun Nguyen. Guide to Text and Annotations. This book was written as a textbook for Vietnamese students who are not specializing in Marxism-Leninism, and so it is meant to be a simple and condensed survey of the most fundamental principles of historical materialism to be used in a classroom environment with the guide of an experienced lecturer. A typical Vietnamese college student will already have been exposed to many of the concepts presented herein throughout 12 years of primary and secondary education. As such, in translating and preparing this book for a foreign audience who are likely to be reading it without the benefit of a lecturer's in-person instruction, we realized that we would need to add a significant amount of annotations to the text. These annotations will take the following forms. Short annotations which we insert into the text itself. Longer annotations which add further context and background information will be included in boxes like this. We have also added diagrams to our annotations, as well as a detailed glossary/index and appendices, which are located in the back of the book. Words that have a dotted underline like this are words that can be found in the glossary/index. Note that such words may have a very different use in the context of dialectical and historical materialist philosophy, so it may be useful to check the definition in the glossary even if you are already familiar with the underlined word. We will frequently reference Part 1 and other parts of this curriculum. The text for Part 1 is currently available in a previously published volume. The ebook can be found for free at banyanhouse.org. Other parts of the curriculum will be published in the future. Whenever another part of the curriculum is referenced, it will be featured in bold italics, like this, Part 1, Part 2, Part 3, etc. We hope these resources will also be of use in studying other texts which are rooted in Marxist-Leninist philosophy. Original Vietnamese publishers note. In 2004, under the direction of the central government, the Ministry of Education and Training, in collaboration with SUDAT, published a curriculum for universities and colleges in Vietnam. This curriculum includes 5 subjects: Marxist-Leninist philosophy, Marxist-Leninist political economy, scientific socialism, Vietnamese Communist Party history, and Ho Chi Minh thought. This curriculum has been an important contribution towards educating our students, the young intellectuals of the country, in political reasoning, so that the next generation will be able to successfully conduct national innovation. With the new practice of education and training, in order to thoroughly grasp the reform of the party's ideological work and theory, and to advocate for reform in both teaching and learning at universities and colleges in general, on September 18, 2008, the Minister of Education and Training, in collaboration with SUDAT, have issued a new program and published a textbook of political theory subjects for university and college students who are not specialized in Marxism, Leninism, with Associate Professor and Doctor of Philosophy Nguyen Viet Thong as Chief Editor. There are 3 subjects: Curriculum of the Basic Principles of Marxism-Leninism, Curriculum of Ho Chi Minh Thought, Curriculum of the Revolutionary Path of the Communist Party of Vietnam. Curriculum of the Basic Principles of Marxism-Leninism was compiled by a collective of scientists and experienced lecturers from a number of universities, with Pham Van Sin, Ph.D. and Pham Quang Phan, Ph.D. as co-editors. This curriculum has been designed to meet the practical educational requirements of students. We hope this book will be of use to you. April, 2016. National Political Publishing House, SUDAT. Original Vietnamese preface. To implement the resolutions of the Communist Party of Vietnam, especially the 5th Central Resolution on Ideological Work, Theory, and Press, on September 18, 2008, the Ministry of Education and Training has issued Decision No. 52/2008/QDBGDDT, issuing the subject program, The Basic Principles of Marxism-Leninism for students non-specialized in Marxism-Leninism and Ho Chi Minh Thought. In collaboration with Truth, the National Political Publishing House, we published the curriculum of the Basic Principles of Marxism-Leninism for students non-specialized in Marxism-Leninism and Ho Chi Minh Thought. The authors of this text have drawn from the contents of the Central Council's previous programs and compiled them into national textbooks for Marxist-Leninist science subjects and Ho Chi Minh Thought, as well as other curriculums for the Ministry of Education and Training. The authors have received comments from many collectives, such as the Ho Chi Minh National Academy of Politics and Administration, the Central Propaganda Department, as well as individual scientists and lecturers at universities and colleges throughout the country. Notably, Associate Professor Tu Hui Rua, Ph.D., Professor Phung Hu Fu, Ph.D., Professor Nguyen Duc Bin, Professor Le Hunia, Ph.D., Professor Le Hu Tang, Ph.D., Professor Vio Dai Luoc, Ph.D., Professor Tran Phuc Thang, Ph.D., Professor Huang Chi Bao, Ph.D., Professor Tran Ngoc Hein, Ph.D., Professor Ho Van Thong, Associate Professor Duong Van Thin, Ph.D., Associate Professor Nguyen Van On, Ph.D., Associate Professor Nguyen Van Hao, Ph.D., Associate Professor Nguyen Duc Bok, Ph.D. Pham Van Chin, Phung Tan Thuy, M.A., and Hiem T. Chao Jiang, M.A. After a period of implementation, the contents of the textbooks have been supplemented and corrected on the basis of receiving appropriate suggestions from universities, colleges, the contingent of lecturers of political theory, and scientists. However, due to objective and subjective limitations, there are still contents that need to be added and modified, and we would love to receive more comments to make the next edition of the curriculum more complete. Ministry of Education and Training. Introduction to the Basic Principles of Marxism-Leninism. Part 2. Historical Materialism. Historical materialism is a system of dialectical materialist viewpoints of human society as well as the result of applying the methodologies of dialectical materialism and materialist dialectics to the study of social life and human history. Annotation 1. Following is a list of keywords and concepts that will be used throughout the remainder of this text. It is important to note that within the dialectical materialist and historical materialist methodologies, many words are used differently or have different definitions from how they are used in mainstream bourgeois-dominated fields of philosophy, economics, history, etc. As such, we suggest reviewing the definitions of vocabulary words supplied in this text even if you are already familiar with them. For easy reference, there is a glossary and index at the end of the book, starting on page 284. Words that are underlined like this can be found in the glossary. Dialectical materialism. Dialectical materialism is a universal philosophical and methodological system which forms the theoretical core of a scientific worldview which was first developed by Karl Marx and Friedrich Engels with the express goal of achieving communism. Dialectical materialism is the subject of Chapter 1 of Part 1 of this series, Curriculum of the Basic Principles of Marxism-Leninism, the Worldview and Philosophical Methodology of Marxism-Leninism, which will be referenced throughout this volume. Print and electronic copies of this book are available at banyanhouse.org. As a universal philosophical and methodological system, dialectical materialism can be used to analyze and engage with all things, phenomena, and ideas. Materialist dialectics. Materialist dialectics is a scientific system of philosophy concerned with motion, development, and common relationships, and with the most common rules concerning the motion and development of nature, society, and human thought. Materialist dialectics is the subject of Chapter 2 of Part 1 of the series and will also be referenced throughout this volume, along with Chapter 1, as mentioned above. The framework of materialist dialectics can be used to analyze the change, motion, and development of all things, phenomena, and ideas. Viewpoints. A viewpoint is, in the dialectical materialist framework, the starting point of analysis which determines the direction of thinking from which phenomena and problems are considered. History. History, as used in historical materialism, typically refers to human history. Vietnam's history textbook for 10th grade students gives the following definition of history. History includes everything that happened in the past. Human history is the entirety of human activities from the origin of humanity to the present day. Human history includes the history of human interaction with nature as well as the history of humans interacting with each other. There is a distinction between historical fact and historical perception. Historical fact refers to objective facts which simply describe what has occurred in the past, including the material conditions of the past. Historical perception refers to opinions and perceptions of history which rely on interpretations that are influenced by political, cultural, or other biases or philosophical framings. The Vietnamese history textbook referenced above provides the following examples. Historical fact: in early August 1945, the United States dropped 2 atomic bombs on the Japanese cities of Hiroshima and Nagasaki. Historical perception. Perception 1. The United States dropped atomic bombs on Japan, causing World War II to end many months earlier, limiting the loss of life for the warring parties. Perception 2. America did not need to drop atomic bombs. It was a war crime, an atrocity against humanity. Note that the perceptions above go beyond mere objective descriptions of occurrences in the past. Note also that historical perceptions can impact and influence human understandings of historical truth. For instance, some humans may be more likely to believe falsehoods and inaccurate narratives about historic truths because of attitudes and prejudices which arise from philosophical, religious, cultural, or other such biases. In an article titled History, Truth, and Historiography, Professor Havan Tan, a Vietnamese historian and archaeologist, offered this definition of history. History is objective. Historical truth is the truth that exists independently of our consciousness. But historical perception is subjective. And history is written by humans for different purposes. Dialectical materialist analysis demands that we seek a comprehensive and historical perspective in studying all subjects. It is a requirement to study human history and the historical development of human society in order to understand human society as it exists today. As such, the study of history and the study of contemporary human society are not considered distinct from one another but rather are seen as one pursuit. Historical materialism is what we call this pursuit of understanding human society and its historical development through the lens of dialectical materialist philosophy and materialist dialectical methodology. In the German ideology, Marx and Engels offer the following definition of history. History is nothing but the succession of the separate generations, each of which exploits the materials, the capital funds, the productive forces handed down to it by all preceding generations, and thus, on the one hand, continues the traditional activity in completely changed circumstances and, on the other, modifies the old circumstances with a completely changed activity. This can be speculatively distorted so that later history is made the goal of earlier history, e.g. the goal ascribed to the discovery of America is to further the eruption of the French Revolution. Thereby history receives its own special aims and becomes a person rating with other persons, while what is designated with the words destiny, goal, germ, or idea of earlier history is nothing more than an abstraction formed from later history, from the active influence which earlier history exercises on later history. Historical materialism. When the dialectical materialist system is applied to the analysis of human society, various viewpoints are derived. These viewpoints serve as starting points for further theoretical and practical development in the realm of human society. In the dialectical materialist philosophical and methodological framework, all things, ideas, and phenomena are considered to be in a constant state of change and development. This includes human society. As such, human society can be studied and understood through the framework of materialist dialectics, which is a system of understanding change and motion through the lens of dialectical materialism. Historical materialism therefore constitutes a system of viewpoints which are derived from the application of the dialectical materialist framework to the analysis of the development of human society. Taken as a system in its own right, historical materialism becomes a framework for further theoretical understanding of and practical engagement with human society. Historical materialism allows us to comprehend the change and development of human society in a manner which is consistent with the objective laws of dialectical materialism. Historical materialism, like dialectical materialism, is approached from the viewpoint of the working class. It explicitly serves the revolutionary function of allowing the working class to comprehend itself and its own historical mission. In the three sources and three component parts of Marxism, Lenin expounded on the importance of the discovery of historical materialist analysis by Karl Marx. Marx deepened and developed philosophical materialism to the full and extended the cognition of nature to include the cognition of human society. His historical materialism was a great achievement in scientific thinking. The chaos and arbitrariness that had previously reigned in views on history and politics were replaced by a strikingly integral and harmonious scientific theory, which shows how, in consequence of the growth of productive forces, out of one system of social life another and higher system develops, how capitalism, for instance, grows out of feudalism. In Karl Marx, Lenin further expanded on the importance of the development of historical materialism. The discovery of the materialist conception of history, or more correctly, the consistent continuation and extension of materialism into the domain of social phenomena, removed the two chief shortcomings in earlier historical theories. In the first place, the latter at best examined only the ideological motives in the historical activities of human beings, without investigating the origins of those motives, or ascertaining the objective laws governing the development of the system of social relations, or seeing the roots of these relations in the degree of development reached by material production. In the second place, the earlier theories did not embrace the activities of the masses of the population, whereas historical materialism made it possible for the first time to study with scientific accuracy the social conditions of the life of the masses, and the changes in those conditions. At best, pre-Marxist sociology and historiography brought forth an accumulation of raw facts, collected at random, and a description of individual aspects of the historical process. By examining the totality of opposing tendencies, by reducing them to precisely definable conditions of life and production of the various classes of individual aspects of the historical process. By examining the choice of a particular dominant idea or in its interpretation, and by revealing that, without exception, all ideas and all the various tendencies stem from the condition of the material forces of production, Marxism indicated the way to an all-embracing and comprehensive study of the process of the rise, development, and decline of socio-economic systems. People make their own history, but what determines the motives of people, of the mass of people, i.e., what is the sum total of all these clashes in the mass of human societies? What are the objective conditions of production of material life that form the basis of all man's historical activity? What is the law of development of these conditions? To all these Marx drew attention and indicated the way to a scientific study of history as a single process which, with all its immense variety and contradictoriness, is governed by definite laws. In short, historical materialism is the system of ideas and practices which arises from the application of dialectical materialism and materialist dialectics to the specific subject of the development of human society. By putting dialectical materialism and materialist dialectics into practice, historical materialism perfects and develops both dialectical materialism and materialist dialectics. In this manner, historical materialism perfects and develops the worldview and philosophical methodology of Marxism-Leninism. Annotation 2. Dialectical materialist philosophy and methodology asserts that the truth of human ideas can only be discovered through practice. The correctness of a theory is determined through experimentation, observation, and experience in objective reality. Practice includes any intentional conscious activity which improves the understanding of human beings about the world. Theory and practice have a dialectical relationship, and each is necessary to develop the other. Through practice, we discover and imagine new theories. Through theory, we imagine better ways of performing practice. In this sense, theory and practice mutually develop one another in a constant and dynamic feedback loop. This relationship between theory and practice is the subject of much of Part 1 of this curriculum, and is discussed in particular on page 216. As Lenin wrote in Materialism and Empirio-Criticism, the standpoint of life, of practice, should be first and fundamental in the theory of knowledge. The laws of historical materialism are objective to humanity and subjective to the universal laws of dialectical materialism and materialist dialectics. Point 1. This constitutes a dialectical relationship between historical materialism and dialectical materialism. Historical materialism developed from dialectical materialism, just as the formulation of historical materialism has developed the dialectical materialist worldview. A worldview is the whole of a human individual's or human group's opinions and conceptions about the world, about humanity itself, about life, and about the position of human beings in the world. As mentioned in the previous annotation, the viewpoint of dialectical materialism is that of the working class. That is to say, dialectical materialism begins its analysis from the viewpoint of workers in the present circumstances of capitalism and is essentially concerned with the liberation of workers from capitalism and class society. Class society is a formation of society which developed thousands of years ago. Class society separates human beings into groups based on their relations to the means of production. It is an inherently exploitative form of society in which one or more ruling classes dominate and exploit lower oppressed classes who are forced to work for the benefit of the ruling class. Understanding class society is vitally important if we are to understand the objective conditions of the working class and the subjective role of the working class in fulfilling its historical mission of ending class society. This understanding must include the origins of class society, the development of class society, the current form of class society, and methods for bringing about an end to class society through social revolution. Applying dialectical materialism and materialist dialectics to further our understanding of human society through historical materialism has led to many developments in the worldview and methodology of Marxism-Leninism, and in turn, the development of dialectical materialism and materialist dialectics leads to the further development of historical materialism. This is a relationship of dialectical unity and mutual development. Indeed, Friedrich Engels explained that it was through the study and observation of history that the objective laws of dialectical materialism were discovered by Marx and himself. Engels wrote in Dialectics of Nature that it is, therefore, from the history of nature and human society that the laws of dialectics are abstracted. For they are nothing but the most general laws of these two aspects of historical development, as well as of thought itself. Lenin summarized the importance of the contributions of Marx and Engels in developing historical materialism in the analysis of class society in the class struggle. It is common knowledge that, in any given society, the striving of some of its members conflict with the strivings of others, that social life is full of contradictions, and that history reveals a struggle between nations and societies, as well as within nations and societies, and, besides, an alternation of periods of revolution and reaction, peace and war, stagnation and rapid progress or decline. Marxism has provided the guidance, i.e., the theory of the class struggle, for the discovery of the laws governing this seeming maze and chaos. It is only a study of the sum of the strivings of all the members of a given society or group of societies that can lead to a scientific definition of the result of those strivings. Now the conflicting strivings stem from the difference in the position and mode of life of the classes into which each society is divided. The history of all hitherto existing society is the history of class struggles, Marx wrote in the Communist Manifesto. Freeman and slave, patrician and plebeian, lord and serf, guildmaster and journeyman, in a word, oppressor and oppressed, stood in constant opposition to one another, carried on an uninterrupted, now hidden, now open fight, a fight that each time ended, either in a revolutionary reconstruction of society at large, or in the common ruin of the contending classes. The modern bourgeois society that has sprouted from the ruins of feudal society has not done away with class antagonisms. It has but established new classes, new conditions of oppression, new forms of struggle in place of the old ones. Our epoch, the epoch of the bourgeoisie, possesses, however, this distinctive feature: it has simplified the class antagonisms. Society as a whole is more and more splitting up into two great hostile camps, into two great classes directly facing each other, bourgeoisie and proletariat. The following passage from Marx's The Communist Manifesto will show us what Marx demanded of social science as regards an objective analysis of the position of each class in modern society, with reference to an analysis of each class's conditions of development. Of all the classes that stand face to face with the bourgeoisie today, the proletariat alone is a really revolutionary class. The other classes decay and finally disappear in the face of modern industry. The proletariat is its special and essential product. The lower middle class, the small manufacturer, the shopkeeper, the artisan, the peasant, all these fight against the bourgeoisie, to save from extinction their existence as fractions of the middle class. They are therefore not revolutionary, but conservative. Nay more, they are reactionary, for they try to roll back the wheel of history. If by chance they are revolutionary, they are so only in view of their impending transfer into the proletariat. They thus defend not their present, but their future interests. They desert their own standpoint to place themselves at that of the proletariat. In a number of historical works, Marx gave brilliant and profound examples of materialist historiography, of an analysis of the position of each individual class, and sometimes of various groups or strata within a class, showing plainly why and how every class struggle is a political struggle. The above quoted passage is an illustration of what a complex network of social relations and transitional stages from one class to another, from the past to the future, was analyzed by Marx so as to determine the outcomes of historical development. The complexity of human society demands that we seek a comprehensive and historical perspective in analysis of human society. Historical materialism is one of the greatest discoveries of Marxism because the discovery of the materialist conception of history, or more correctly, the consistent continuation and extension of materialism into the domain of social phenomena, removed the two chief shortcomings in earlier historical theories too. Annotation 3. The two chief shortcomings of earlier historical theories are described by Lenin in his work Karl Marx. Earlier theories of history examined only the ideological motives of human beings, without investigating the origins of those motives, or ascertaining the objective laws governing the development of the system of social relations, or seeing the roots of these relations in the degree of development reached by material production. In other words, earlier conceptions of human history overemphasized the ideological positions of humans and ignored the material basis of these positions in the objective world. This constituted an idealist conception of history. The earlier theories did not embrace the activities of the masses of the population. Rather, they focused on the activities and lives of the ruling classes, which composed only a small minority of the human population of historical societies. This offered only a small glimpse of the whole of human history, and a biased glimpse at that, as it overemphasized the activities of the ruling minority while largely ignoring the activities and objective conditions and ideological development of the working masses. Historical materialism was a major breakthrough because it offered a materialist conception of history which concretely explored the objective material conditions and motivations of ideological development of human society, and historical materialism also, in the words of Lenin, made it possible for the first time to study with scientific accuracy the social conditions of the life of the masses, and the changes in those conditions. This fundamentally transformed the study of human history by putting it on a scientific, materialist basis which examined the entire scope of all classes within human society. At the same time, Marxism indicated the way to an all-embracing and comprehensive study of the process of the rise, development, and decline of social economic systems from a materialist point of view. Annotation 4. The above quotation is taken from the following passage from Karl Marx, by Lenin. At best, pre-Marxist sociology and historiography brought forth an accumulation of raw facts, collected at random, and a description of individual aspects of the historical process. By examining the totality of opposing tendencies, by reducing them to precisely definable conditions of life and production of the various classes of individual aspects of the historical process, by examining the choice of a particular dominant idea or in its interpretation, and by revealing that, without exception, all ideas and all the various tendencies stem from the condition of the material forces of production, Marxism indicated the way to an all-embracing and comprehensive study of the process of the rise, development, and decline of social economic systems. Lenin's critique of pre-Marxist history is that it was not scientific in the dialectical materialist sense of the word. In dialectical materialism, scientific is an adjective which describes methodologies, approaches, and practices of gaining knowledge and insight which are methodological and/or systematic. Lenin points out that before Marx, historians focused on gathering and assembling facts and focused too heavily on the dominant ideological concepts of the ruling classes while ignoring the material processes which led to these ideas. Lenin points out that the Marxist conception of historical materialism rightly attributes the origin of all social ideas to material forces of production. This relationship between material forces of production and social ideology will be explained in more detail throughout the rest of this book, but the main point is that all ideas are determined by objective/material processes. This concept is foundational to the dialectical materialist understanding of reality, and is explained in more detail in Part 1, p. 88. Lenin continues. People make their own history, but what determines the motives of people, of the mass of people, i.e., what is the sum total of all these clashes in the mass of human societies? What are the objective conditions of production of material life that form the basis of all man's historical activity? What is the law of development of these conditions? To all these Marx drew attention and indicated the way to a scientific study of history as a single process which, with all its immense variety and contradictoriness, is governed by definite laws. Here, Lenin explains that history is governed by definite laws which are rooted in material processes which can be understood and explained through the study of historical materialism. This fact is of particular importance to communists who wish to bring about revolution, because understanding these concrete objective laws of history enable us to more successfully intervene in the processes of history through our subjective activities, and to bring about revolution more quickly and more effectively. Finally, Lenin points out that historical materialism is of vital importance to humanity because it allows us to make sense of the seemingly chaotic and random events of the past by properly identify class struggle as an objective determiner of history. Marxism has provided the guidance, i.e., the theory of the class struggle for the discovery of the laws governing this seeming maze and chaos. It is only a study of the sum of the strivings of all the members of a given society or group of societies that can lead to a scientific definition of the result of those strivings. Now the conflicting strivings stem from the difference in the position and mode of life of the classes into which each society is divided. 1. This is further explained in Appendix E on p. 244. 2. Karl Marx, v. I. Lenin, 1914. 3. Ibid. Chapter 1. The role of material production and the law that relations of production must suit the development of the productive forces. I. Material production and its roles. 1. Material production and the mode of production. Production is a special type of human activity within human society, which can take three forms: material production, mental production, and human reproduction. 4. Annotation 5. Production is a process in which humans interact with one another, with nature, with tools, and with other factors in order to develop that which is needed to survive. There are three broad categories of production in human society. Material production. Material production is a practical activity with the aim of transforming objects of the natural world in order to suit the needs of existing humans and the development of human society. Material production takes place through human conscious activity which we call labor in conjunction with other factors such as nature, tools, production processes, and so on. Mental production. Mental production is the production of ideological systems such as philosophy, religion, art, and so on. Historical materialism considers mental production to be secondary to material production. Material production determines mental production while mental production can impact back on material production. Historical materialism holds that mental production is always dominated by the ruling class within any class society. As Marx and Engels wrote in the German Ideology, the class which has the means of material production at its disposal, has control at the same time over the means of mental production, so that thereby, generally speaking, the ideas of those who lack the means of mental production are subject to it. The ruling ideas are nothing more than the ideal expression of the dominant material relationships, the dominant material relationships grasped as ideas, hence of the relationships which make the one class the ruling one, therefore, the ideas of its dominance. The primacy of material production over mental production is an extension of the dialectical materialist concept that matter determines consciousness, which is discussed in detail in Part 1, p. 88. This is the basis of the law of the economic base determining the superstructure, which will be discussed on p. 90. Humans who engage in mental production are called intellectuals. Intellectuals and mental production are discussed more in annotation 102, p. 185. Human reproduction. According to the Vietnamese textbook The Philosophy of Marxism-Leninism, human reproduction is, at the individual and family scale, the act of giving birth and raising children to maintain mankind. At the social scale, it is population growth and human development as socio-bio entities. Just as material and mental production develop over time, human reproduction also develops over time. For instance, as human society has developed, infant mortality rates have decreased and various other factors have allowed the human population to grow more rapidly over time. Notes on the dialectical unity of humanity and nature. In dialectical materialism, nature has a specific meaning, referring to the external world which humans inhabit. Nature includes all of the material things and phenomena which surround us and which we interact with and utilize in our daily existence. Humans exist in dialectical unity with nature. Humans are derived from nature and have a dialectical relationship with nature, meaning that as we change and develop nature, nature simultaneously changes and develops us. Marx explained in his economic and philosophical manuscripts that man is directly a natural being. Nature is man's inorganic body, nature, that is, insofar as it is not itself human body. Man lives on nature, means that nature is his body, with which he must remain in continuous interchange if he is not to die. That man's physical and spiritual life is linked to nature means simply that nature is linked to itself, for man is a part of nature. The relationship between humanity and all other nature is external from the perspective of humanity, but an internal relationship within the full system of nature. In dialectical materialist philosophy, we define things by internal and external relationships. Humanity, as a particular natural being, is defined in large part by the relationship between humanity and the natural world within which humanity exists. Simultaneously, nature is defined in part by the internal relationship between humanity and all other elements of nature. Engels refuted the idea that humanity is metaphysically separate from nature and dismissed the notion that humanity could therefore conquer nature as false consciousness. 5 As he wrote in the part played by labor in the transition from ape to man. Let us not, however, flatter ourselves overmuch on account of our human conquest over nature. For each such conquest takes its revenge on us. Each of them, it is true, has in the first place the consequences on which we counted, but in the second and third places it has quite different, unforeseen effects which only too often cancel out the first. The people who, in Mesopotamia, Greece, Asia Minor, and elsewhere, destroyed the forests to obtain cultivable land, never dreamed that they were laying the basis for the present devastated condition of these countries, by removing along with the forests the collecting centers and reservoirs of moisture. When, on the southern slopes of the mountains, the Italians of the Alps used up the pine forests so carefully cherished on the northern slopes, they had no inkling that by doing so they were cutting at the roots of the dairy industry in their region. They had still less inkling that they were thereby depriving their mountain springs of water for the greater part of the year, with the effect that these would be able to pour still more furious flood torrents on the plains during the rainy seasons. Thus at every step we are reminded that we by no means rule over nature like a conqueror over a foreign people, like someone standing outside nature, but that we, with flesh, blood, and brain, belong to nature, and exist in its midst, and that all our mastery of it consists in the fact that we have the advantage over all other beings of being able to know and correctly apply its laws. These three forms of production are closely linked with one another through interaction. Material production serves as the basis for the existence and development of society. Annotation 6. Material production, mental production, and human reproduction are all dialectically related to one another. As discussed in the previous annotation, material production determines mental production, and the dominant class within a class society therefore dominates mental production. Human reproduction must take place in order for all other human production activities to take place, because new humans must be produced to take the place of humans who die or otherwise are unable to contribute to material production processes. However, at the social/macro scale, material production must develop in order to sustain growing human populations who will consume more resources. This constitutes a dialectical relationship since human reproduction and material production mutually develop one another and neither process can take place without the other. Material production is considered the basis for the existence and development of society because it is through material production that human society first developed and it is through material production that society can sustain itself. Individual humans can be produced through human reproduction, but a society of human beings can only be sustained through material production processes which provide the needs for humans to live. Indeed, society is defined as a collection of human beings which exists to carry out material production processes so as to provide the material needs for their own continued existence. According to Engels, the essential difference between human and animal society consists in the fact that animals at most collect while men produce. 6. Annotation 7. Marx discussed this difference between human beings and animals in Estranged Labor, writing, "It is true that animals also produce. They build nests and dwelling, like the bee, the beaver, the ant, etc. But they produce only their own immediate needs or those of their young. They produce only when immediate physical need compels them to do so, while man produces even when he is free from physical need and truly produces only in freedom from such need. They produce only themselves, while man reproduces the whole of nature. Their products belong immediately to their physical bodies, while man freely confronts his own product. Animals produce only according to the standards and needs of the species to which they belong, while man is capable of producing according to the standards of every species and of applying to each object its inherent standard. Hence, man also produces in accordance with the laws of beauty." In his letter to Peter Lavrov, Engels explained that this sole but cardinal difference alone makes it impossible simply to transfer laws of animal societies to human societies. To understand why this is important in the context of developing a scientific understanding of human history, one must first understand the concept of social Darwinism, which was being pushed forward by bourgeois sociologists at that time. Social Darwinism is the pseudo-scientific belief that animals share a common set of social laws, and that human society follows these same laws. According to social Darwinism, the most fundamental social law of both animal and human society is competition. Engels accepted the theory of evolution formulated by Charles Darwin, but he believed that it was a major error to contend that human society was rooted in the concept of survival of the fittest and that competition was the most essential characteristic of human society. This concept of competition as the defining characteristic of humanity was often compounded with similar ideas from bourgeois philosophers such as Thomas Hobbes and Thomas Robert Malthus. Hobbes was an English philosopher who was heavily influenced by his experiences in the English Civil War. Having witnessed a great deal of suffering and strife during this period, Hobbes conceptualized human society as a war of all against all, and believed that human beings were inherently violent and prone to constant conflict with one another. Thomas Malthus. Charles Darwin. Malthus was another English philosopher who believed that human societies overused resources for population growth and that this invariably led to catastrophe. Malthus had the pessimistic view that over time all societies tend to collapse into disarray as overpopulation led to overconsumption of resources and that this made human society essentially unstable and prone to crisis, war, famine, and so on. Engels pointed out that social Darwinists muddled the pseudoscience of Hobbes and Malthus into the ideas of Charles Darwin in an unscientific manner. This adulterated conception of Darwinism was then overlaid onto human society, which Engels described a rhetorical trick with no foundation in objective reality. As Engels explains, the whole Darwinist's teaching of the struggle for existence is simply a transference from society to living nature of Hobbes's doctrine of bellum omnium contra omnes and of the bourgeois economic doctrine of competition together with Malthus's theory of population. When this conjurer's trick has been performed, the same theories are transferred back again from organic nature into history, and it is now claimed that their validity as eternal laws of human society has been proved. The puerility of this procedure is so obvious that not a word need be said about it. But if I wanted to go into the matter more thoroughly, I should do so by depicting them in the first place as bad economists and only in the second place as bad naturalists and philosophers. Engels objected to both the merging of Darwin's theories with bourgeois pseudoscientific theories of human nature as well as the notion that human society must strictly follow the laws of the animal kingdom when there are essential differences between animal society and human society, particularly in the realm of material production activities. Such false consciousness about human nature remains a through line of reactionary ideological defenses of capitalism to this day, and thus it is vital for workers to learn the true nature of humanity as a prerequisite for gaining class consciousness. Thus, material production is one of the essential activities of humans. As a type of practical activity with the aim of transforming objects of the natural world according to the needs of existing humans and the development of society, material production is an objective, social, historical, and creative activity. Every material production process is carried out with certain purposes and in certain manners. Annotation 8. The purpose of material production processes ultimately derive from the material needs of the life processes of human beings such as food, water, shelter, sexual reproduction, etc. The manner can vary considerably depending upon objective factors such as the material base of society as well as subjective factors. Examples of purpose and manner of material production. Factory farming and foraging are two different material production processes. Factory farming involves large-scale, industrial, mechanized development of animals and vegetables for human consumption. Foraging, on the other hand, involves small groups of human beings searching through natural environments for food. The material production process of factory farming is very different in manner from foraging for wild fruits and vegetables, though both production processes serve the same purpose of providing food for human beings. Factory farming is similar in manner to factory textile production. Both material production processes involve the use of large-scale industry and mechanization, however they serve different purposes. Characteristics of material production. Material production is objective, because it consists of activities which take place externally from the perspective of any individual human subject and humanity as a whole. Many human beings must work together and utilize various tools, as well as resources from nature, to engage in material production. Social, because it requires multiple human beings working together as a society to take place. Historical, because it develops over time through many stages of development. Creative, because human beings use conscious labor activities to engage in and develop material production processes over time, leading to ever more advanced processes, tools, and techniques, and ever more efficient output of material needs. The manner of production can be referred to as the mode of production. In historical materialism, the term mode of production refers specifically to the manner in which humans carry out the production processes of society within certain historical periods. Annotation 9. A mode is a way or manner in which something exists. Historical materialism uses the term mode of production to refer to the overall, predominant manner of production being utilized by a human group in a particular time period. For example, the capitalist mode of production is typified by private ownership of the means of production by capitalists. Other modes of production may exist under capitalism, such as small-scale craft production or worker-owned cooperatives, but the overwhelmingly predominant mode of production under capitalism involves private ownership of the means of production. Every society develops through specific historical periods, and each period is defined by its mode of production. The mode of production of each historical period has specific characteristics. For example, the mode of production of a foraging society has the characteristic of less technological mechanization and industrialization, while the mode of production of capitalist society has the characteristic of more technological mechanization and industrialization. Annotation 10. Historical materialism is, in essence, a methodology for examining a society's development, particularly as it pertains to the mode of production. To expand on the examples in the text above, foraging societies tend to not use much mechanization and industrialization in material production processes, whereas capitalist societies predominantly utilize mechanization and industrialization. Foraging societies also tend to have a lower population density as compared to capitalist societies, and foraging societies tend to have collective ownership of the means of production. We would like to make it clear that terms used throughout this book such as higher/lower level or more/less developed should not be construed with moral or cultural judgment within the framework of materialist dialectics. Higher/more developed should not be interpreted as superior, nor should lower/less developed be interpreted as derogatory. This language simply reflects an increase in productive output and labor productivity as the productive forces develop over time. This morally neutral viewpoint of development is described in more detail in Part 1, p. 119. Each mode of production has two basic aspects, technical and economic. These two aspects are closely linked together. The technical aspect of a mode of production indicates the technology used in production processes to transform objects to suit the needs of humanity. The economic aspect of the mode of production indicates the economic organization of production processes. Annotation 11. Technical aspects of a mode of production include all sorts of technologies, including machines, communications equipment, chemistry, and so on. Economic aspects include economic organization factors. According to an article put out by Vietnam's Ministry of Trade and Industry 7, there is no single definition of economy which can be universally agreed on, but the most accurate and general definition as it pertains to historical materialism is the sum total of the dialectical relationships within a human society which are directly related to production, trading, distribution, and consumption of commodities and services in order to meet the demands of that society, given a limitation of available resources. In other words, economics is the attempt by human beings, faced with a limitation of resources, to answer these three fundamental questions. What to produce? How to produce? Produce for whom? With this definition of economy in mind, we can conclude that economic organization of production processes refers to the relationships between humans and our material production processes. So, while the technical aspect deals with technological advancement and development of production, the economic aspect deals more with social aspects, including relationships between human beings as they pertain to production processes as well as related economic aspects such as ownership of the means of production, distribution of products, social organization of production processes, and so on. The mode of production is defined by the relationship between its technical and economic aspects. This relationship is also what defines both aspects of the mode of production. Examples of technical aspects of production include tools, machines, chemical compounds, computer software, means of transportation, etc. Examples of economic aspects of production include business organizations, team production procedures, government regulation of production, labor unions, etc. In feudal societies, the technical aspect of production is defined by manual, small-scale tools and technologies, while the economic aspect is defined by local, self-contained markets. In contrast, in capitalist societies, the technical aspect of production is defined by large-scale industry while the economic aspect is defined by ever-expanding and overlapping markets. 2. The role of material production and the role of mode of production in the origin and development of human society. According to the materialist conception of history, material production is a decisive factor in the survival and development of humanity and society. A fundamental activity that causes and develops human social relationships. The basis of the formation, transformation, and development of human society. Annotation 12. Materialism is the perspective that matter is the primary existence which precedes and determines consciousness. Here, materialism refers to dialectical materialism, which is currently the highest known form of materialist philosophy. Dialectical materialism holds that matter determines consciousness, while consciousness can impact back on matter. This is explained in more detail in Part 1, p. 88. The dialectical materialist conception of history referenced above is historical materialism. According to historical materialism, material production is a decisive factor in the survival and development of humanity and society. The primary existence of human beings is material existence. All human thought processes ranging from the ideas and brain activities of individuals to the cultural manifestations and practices of human society rely on and stem from material processes of survival. As such, material production processes rendered through human labor determine all other aspects of human life. One significant proof of this concept is that human beings simply could not survive without material production processes, and as such, all other human activities depend on material production processes to begin with. This is related to the fact that labor has a dialectical relationship with human consciousness and that human consciousness arose from and in conjunction with human labor. A fundamental activity that causes and develops human social relationships. Human production activities lead to powerful and varied human relationships. As social animals, humans are not able to survive on their own as individuals for extended periods of time. Instead, humans must work together to provide the necessities of human life. This leads to strong bonds in every stage of human development, as human beings must work with and rely on other human beings to survive and develop human society over time. The basis of the formation, transformation, and development of human society. Development in material production processes lead directly to changes in human society, especially as it pertains to relations of production which serve as the material basis of human society in every time period. This is one of the fundamental laws of historical materialism and the most essential driving force of human history. This law, the law of suitability between the relations of production and the development of productive forces, is discussed specifically on p. 51. In developing this materialist conception of history, Marx broke away from previous idealist conceptions of history. Annotation 13. Idealism is the erroneous perspective that human consciousness precedes and determines the material world. Before the development of historical materialism by Marx and Engels, previous conceptions of history suffered from notions of idealism. Marx explained the materialist conception of human history in the preface to his contribution to the Critique of Political Economy. In the social production of their life, men enter into definite relations that are indispensable and independent of their will, relations of production which correspond to a definite stage of development of their material productive forces. Social production of life, here, simply refers to social activities which yield all that is necessary to sustain human life. These social activities lead to social relationships. At any given stage of development, these social activities and relationships constitute an overall mode of production which defines that stage of development for that society. Every era of human society is defined by its mode of production. Development of the mode of production drives the development of human society from one stage of development to the next. As an example, during the feudal era, human beings had certain relationships with one another which revolved around the production of the necessities of life. First and foremost, peasants were responsible for growing food through agricultural production. However, peasants during this time did not own the means of production. Rather, the land was owned by feudal lords. This relationship between peasants and feudal lords defined the era of feudalism. Marx continues. The sum total of these relations of production constitutes the economic structure of society, the real foundation, on which rises a legal and political superstructure and to which correspond definite forms of social consciousness. The mode of production of material life conditions the social, political, and intellectual life process in general. It is not the consciousness of men that determines their being, but, on the contrary, their social being that determines their consciousness. Here, Marx defines the material basis for human history. The mode of production and relations of production constitute an objective material basis for human society. Social being refers to the material aspects of human society, and Marx indicates that this social being is what determines social consciousness of human beings. This relationship between social being and consciousness is discussed more on p. 106. This contention that material existence, i.e., social being, consisting of the mode of production and relations of production, was an important departure from previous ways of viewing human society and human history. Prior to Marx's conception of historical materialism, it was believed that human ideas shaped history and pushed human society forward through stages of development. By defining a materialist basis for history and exploring history through the lens of dialectical materialism and materialist dialectics, Marx was able to create a scientific methodology for studying history which revolutionized our ability to understand and intervene in the processes of development of human society. Marx continues. At a certain stage of their development, the material productive forces of society come in conflict with the existing relations of production, or what is but a legal expression for the same thing with the property relations within which they have been at work hitherto. From forms of development of the productive forces these relations turn into their fetters. Then begins an epoch of social revolution. With the change of the economic foundation, the entire immense superstructure is more or less rapidly transformed. In considering such transformations, a distinction should always be made between the material transformation of the economic conditions of production, which can be determined with the precision of natural science, and the legal, political, religious, aesthetic, or philosophic, in short, ideological forms in which men become conscious of this conflict and fight it out. This is Marx's formulation of class struggle, which is a fundamental concept in historical materialism and the primary way in which communists can engage with historical processes of change in human society. Class struggle is discussed more on p. 200. Finally, Marx explains why idealist notions of history are invalid. Marx considered the ideological output of a society to be a poor basis for discovering historical truth because, just as our opinion of an individual is not based on what he thinks of himself, so we cannot judge of such a period of transformation by its own consciousness. On the contrary, this consciousness must be explained rather from the contradictions of material life, from the existing conflict between the social productive forces and the relations of production. In the Communist Manifesto, Marx and Engels address the ruling class directly, rebuking the bourgeoisie for aiming to deceive workers into believing that capitalism is a natural state of affairs. In reality, the ideas and laws of capitalist class society emerge from the objective conditions of the economic base of society, and whenever the base changes, the ruling ideas will also change. Your very ideas are but the outgrowth of the conditions of your bourgeois production and bourgeois property, just as your jurisprudence is but the will of your class made into a law for all, a will whose essential character and direction are determined by the economical conditions of existence of your class. The selfish misconception that induces you to transform into eternal laws of nature and of reason, the social forms springing from your present mode of production and form of property, historical relations that rise and disappear in the progress of production, this misconception you share with every ruling class that has preceded you. What you see clearly in the case of ancient property, what you admit in the case of feudal property, you are of course forbidden to admit in the case of your own bourgeois form of property. Throughout the history of class society, each ruling class has produced a ruling ideology to reinforce its own dominant position in society. In Anti-Düring, Engels explains that morality is class-based. Men, consciously or unconsciously, derive their ethical ideas in the last resort from the practical relations on which their class position is based, from the economic relations in which they carry on production and exchange. In the German ideology, Marx and Engels explain exactly how a ruling class determines the prevailing ideology of their own society, that the ideas of the ruling class are the ruling ideas of the epoch. In other words, the ideological content of a class society reflects material class relationships. The ruling ideas are nothing more than the ideal expression of the dominant material relationships, the dominant material relationships grasped as ideas, hence of the relationships which make the one class the ruling one, therefore, the ideas of its dominance. Furthermore, Marx and Engels argue that all conscious activity is determined by material existence. This is the dialectical materialist view of the relationship between matter and consciousness. Point 8. We must recognize the fact that matter determines consciousness when we examine history if we are to put the study of human history and human society on a scientific basis. Marx and Engels explain how the dialectical materialist viewpoint of matter and consciousness pertains to the study of human society in the German ideology. The production of ideas, of conceptions, of consciousness, is at first directly interwoven with the material activity and the material intercourse of men, the language of real life. Conceiving, thinking, the mental intercourse of men, appear at this stage as the direct efflux of their material behavior. The same applies to mental production as expressed in the language of politics, laws, morality, religion, metaphysics, etc., of a people. Men are the producers of their conceptions, ideas, etc. Real, active men, as they are conditioned by a definite development of their productive forces and of the intercourse corresponding to these, up to its furthest forms. Consciousness can never be anything else than conscious existence, and the existence of men is their actual life process. Since all ideology and intellectual products of a given society stem from material life processes, it makes sense to take those material life processes as the primary subjects of study when examining human history. Marx and Engels explain that historical materialism ascends from earth to heaven. By this, they mean that historical materialism begins with studying material processes and relations in order to understand human ideology, and not the other way around, as previous historians had done. That is to say, we do not set out from what men say, imagine, conceive, nor from men as narrated, thought of, imagined, conceived, in order to arrive at men in the flesh. We set out from real, active men, and on the basis of their real life process we demonstrate the development of the ideological reflexes and echoes of this life process. While previous historians primarily examined the words and philosophies and religions and other ideological products of human society, Marx and Engels saw these as mere phantoms which only reflect the material basis of human society. The phantoms formed in the human brain are also, necessarily, sublimates of their material life process, which is empirically verifiable and bound to material premises. Morality, religion, metaphysics, all the rest of ideology and their corresponding forms of consciousness, thus no longer retain the semblance of independence. Marx and Engels argued that ideas themselves have no history, no development, but men, developing their material production and their material intercourse, alter, along with this their real existence, their thinking, and the products of their thinking. That is to say, material processes and relations give rise to ideas, and not the other way around. In short, life is not determined by consciousness, but consciousness by life. Marx and Engels then directly contrast idealist methods of studying human history against historical materialism. In the first method of approach the starting point is consciousness taken as the living individual, in the second method, which conforms to real life, it is the real living individuals themselves, and consciousness is considered solely as their consciousness. This was a remarkable breakthrough in the study of history, as it allows us to view the development of human society throughout history on a scientific basis which is rooted in material reality. As Marx and Engels explain, this method of approach is not devoid of premises. It starts out from the real premises and does not abandon them for a moment. Its premises are men, not in any fantastic isolation and rigidity, but in their actual, empirically perceptible process of development under definite conditions. As soon as this active life process is described, history ceases to be a collection of dead facts as it is with the empiricists, or an imagined activity of imagined subjects, as with the idealists. It is important to note how Marx and Engels distinguish historical materialism from other conceptions of history. First, they distinguish historical materialism from empiricist conceptions of history. Empiricism holds that we can only obtain knowledge through human sense perception. Marx and Engels rejected empiricism because it ignored objective relations and knowledge that went beyond sense data. This is discussed in more detail in annotation 10, p10 of Part 1. Empiricist conceptions of history merely catalog dead facts such as names, dates, and other such trivia while ignoring both objective laws and factors as well as subjective factors. After differentiating historical materialism from empiricist conceptions of history, Marx and Engels describe idealist conceptions of history as imagined activity of imagined subjects. This is because idealists give a central role to consciousness, i.e., ideology and intellectual products of human society in examining human history. Since we know that the prevailing ideology of any given class society is the ideology of the ruling class, idealists put themselves in the position of primarily studying fanciful and dishonest musings of the ruling class and otherwise ignoring the material foundation of human society. Historical materialism rises above the problems of empiricist and idealist conceptions of history by grounding historical study in the material processes of real life, elevating the study of history to a scientific pursuit. Where speculation ends in real life, there real, positive science begins, the representation of the practical activity, of the practical process of development of men. Empty talk about consciousness ceases, and real knowledge has to take its place. When reality is depicted, philosophy as an independent branch of knowledge loses its medium of existence. At the best, its place can only be taken by a summing up of the most general results, abstractions which arise from the observation of the historical development of men. Point 10. It is critical to understand what Marx and Engels mean, here. By grounding the study of human history and human society in material life processes and material relationships, historical materialism displaces the very notion of philosophy as a subject which can be separated metaphysically from the material processes of history. This is because what idealists view as philosophy is really just a cataloging and summarization of the various ideologies which have been put forward through the centuries, and almost always by ruling classes seeking to justify their own positions of power within their society. Historical materialism sees philosophy as dialectically linked to human history. One can never truly understand the ideological conceptions of a society without first understanding the material processes and relationships which serve as their foundation. And one must also recognize that any such ideology, whether philosophical, religious, moral, or political, stems from material life processes of human beings living real lives in the real world. Marx and Engels dismiss the study of any ideological construct in and of itself, divorced from its material basis, stating in the German ideology that, viewed apart from real history, these abstractions have in themselves no value whatsoever. Historical materialism holds that human history has a material basis, and that consciousness, including philosophy and all other ideology, stems from this material basis. Therefore, in order to study history, one must begin by studying the material life processes and relationships of human beings, of the life process of real, active men, while ideological content must be viewed as echoes of this life process. Lenin explained the importance of the discovery of historical materialism by Marx and Engels in What the Friends of the People Are and How They Fight the Social Democrats. Hitherto, not knowing how to get down to the simplest primary relations such as those of production, the sociologists undertook the direct investigation and study of political and legal forms, stumbled on the fact that these forms emerge from certain of mankind's ideas in the period in question, and there they stopped. It appeared as if social relations are consciously established by men. But this conclusion, fully expressed in the idea of the contract social, was in complete contradiction to all historical observations. It never has been the case, nor is it so now, that the members of society conceive the sum total of the social relations in which they live as something definite, integral, pervaded by some principle. On the contrary, the mass of people adapt themselves to these relations unconsciously, and have so little conception of them as specific historical social relations that, for instance, an explanation of the exchange relations under which people have lived for centuries was found only in very recent times. Materialism removed this contradiction by carrying the analysis deeper, to the origin of man's social ideas themselves, and its conclusion that the course of ideas depends on the course of things is the only one compatible with scientific psychology. Further, and from yet another aspect, this hypothesis was the first to elevate sociology to the level of a science. Hitherto, sociologists had found it difficult to distinguish the important and the unimportant in the complex network of social phenomena and had been unable to discover any objective criterion for such a demarcation. Materialism provided an absolutely objective criterion by singling out production relations as the structure of society, and by making it possible to apply to these relations that general scientific criterion of recurrence whose applicability to sociology the subjectivists denied. So long as they confined themselves to ideological social relations, they could not observe recurrence and regularity in the social phenomena of the various countries, and their science was at best only a description of these phenomena, a collection of raw material. The analysis of material social relations. The analysis of material social relations at once made it possible to observe recurrence and regularity and to generalize the systems of the various countries in the single fundamental concept, social formation. It was this generalization alone that made it possible to proceed from the description of social phenomena to their strictly scientific analysis, which isolates, let us say by way of example, that which distinguishes one capitalist country from another and investigates that which is common to all of them. Finally, it should be noted that although material/objective relations and processes determine consciousness within human society, subjective factors of consciousness can also impact material development of society. The impact of such subjective factors is explained in more detail on p. 167. Subjectivity and objectivity are fully explained in Appendix E, p. 244. From Marx's concept of real, active man came the conclusion that the first premise of all human existence and, therefore, of all history, the premise, namely, that men must be in a position to live in order to be able to make history. But life involves before everything else eating and drinking, habitation, clothing, and many other things. The first historical act is thus the production of the means to satisfy these needs, the production of material life itself. Point 11. Therefore, we can affirm that the process of becoming human and distinguishing ourselves from animals started as soon as humans began to produce the means of living. Annotation 14. The production of material life is made possible through labor. Labor is any conscious activity performed by humans which changes or develops the world around us. Labor is, essentially, a dialectical process in which humans interact with the natural world, and which results in some meaningful change and development in the world. These developments, being dialectical in nature, result in changes in both humans and the external world. In the dialectical relationship between matter and consciousness, matter determines consciousness, but consciousness can also impact back upon the material world through labor activity. Labor is, therefore, critically important in the development of human society and human history. Labor is how we as subjects are able to impact back on the objective processes of history. This makes labor a fundamentally important subject in the study of historical materialism. In the part played by labor in the transition from ape to man, Engels states that labor is the source of all wealth, the political economists assert. And it really is the source, next to nature, which supplies it with the material that it converts into wealth. Labor created man himself. The role which labor played in the development of consciousness is explained in more detail in Social Sources of Consciousness on p. 74 of Part 1. In order to carry out the process of material production, humans must necessarily establish certain relationships with each other. We call these relationships the relations of production. And from these relations of production, other social relations arise, such as politics, morality, laws, and so on. These relations of production exist objectively and independently of human will. Annotation 15. Human beings are social animals. We rely on one another to survive within a collective which we call a society. Within any given society, human beings will have relationships with one another in order to produce everything needed to sustain human life. These relations of production vary in time and place, but they are always defined by the ways in which human beings work together to sustain life. The relations of production are the material basis of all other social relations. As Marx explained in a contribution to the Critique of Political Economy, the totality of these relations of production constitutes the economic structure of society, the real foundation, on which arises a legal and political superstructure and to which correspond definite forms of social consciousness. Since all prevailing ideological and intellectual products of any given class society are produced by the ruling class to reinforce and justify their own power, it can be understood that all other social relations and consciousness stem from these material-based relations of production. As Marx says, it is not the consciousness of men that determines their existence, but their social existence that determines their consciousness. The relations of production within any class society are not entered into voluntarily, nor are they consciously designed nor willed into existence by human beings. Rather, they result from material processes and class struggle. Thus, relations of production exist objectively and independently of the subjective will of any humans. This is discussed more on p. 49. According to Friedrich Engels, the production of the immediate material means of subsistence and consequently the degree of economic development attained by a given people or during a given epoch form the foundation upon which the state institutions, the legal conceptions, art, and even the ideas on religion. Point 12. Annotation 16. Here, Engels is describing the base/superstructure of human society, which was discussed in Part 1, starting on p. 24. The base/superstructure is also explained in full in Chapter 2 of this book, starting on p. 73. To briefly summarize this concept, human society is defined by the relationship between the base and the superstructure, which is, itself, defined by internal relations between productive forces and relations of production. The economic base of society, as defined by Marx and Engels, refers to the material basis of society. The material base of society is defined by internal and external relationships. The internal relationships of the economic base consist of the relations between productive forces and the relations of production. Through these internal relations, the material base provides all of the material necessities of human life such as food, shelter, clothing, etc. The external relationship which essentially defines the economic base of society is its relationship with the superstructure. The superstructure, conversely, is also defined by its external relationship with the base as well as internal relationships of its own. Dr. Nguyen Ngoc Long defines superstructure in the Vietnamese textbook Philosophy of Marxism-Leninism. Superstructure is the totality of views about politics, rule of law, philosophy, ethics, religion, art, etc., along with corresponding social institutions such as the state, political parties, churches, social organizations, etc., that are formed on a certain economic base. The internal relations of the superstructure of society include forms of social consciousness, distinct collections of ideas, attitudes, and beliefs which are shared by a group of people in society. Social institutions, an entity which has been established in order to promote, defend, and develop a corresponding form of social consciousness. Within the superstructure, each form of social consciousness has a corresponding social institution. This correspondence is a relationship of dialectical unity. Within a class society, the superstructure consists of both dominant and non-dominant elements. The dominant elements are controlled by and serve the interests of the ruling class, while the non-dominant elements are controlled by remnant classes and oppressed classes. For example, in capitalist society the dominant social consciousness forms and social institutions are controlled by and serve the interests of the ruling capitalist class. Non-dominant elements might be controlled by the working class, which is currently the oppressed class in the current stage of development of human society. They may also be controlled by remnants of previous stages of development. For example, the system of monarchy and nobility in the modern-day society of the United Kingdom is controlled by and serves the interest of remnants of the classes which dominated previously existing feudal relations of production. Dr. Nguyen explains that the basic social function of the dominant superstructure is to build, protect, and develop the economic base that gave rise to it, and to oppose any threats which might weaken or destroy the ruling economic regime. A class can only maintain economic dominance as long as it establishes and consolidates political and ideological dominance. Non-dominant elements of superstructure exist to further the agenda of whichever class controls them by providing more power in society and more benefits from the means of production. For example, in our present society, the monarchy in the United Kingdom exists to provide benefits, power, and protection to the remnant feudal class, while a communist party might exist to provide benefits, power, and protection to the working class. Nature of the relationship between base and superstructure. The economic base of society determines the superstructure, while the superstructure may impact back on the economic base. This follows the more general relationship between matter and consciousness, in which the material determines consciousness while consciousness can impact back on the material through conscious human activity. Dr. Nguyen explains in Philosophy of Marxism-Leninism that in any given social regime, different elements of the superstructure will impact the base in different ways. In other words, not all social consciousness forms and institutions will impact the economic base at the same rate nor in the same direction of development. For example, in the modern USA, there are two political parties which are controlled by the ruling class, the Republican Party and the Democratic Party. Both of these parties exist to serve and protect the interests of the ruling capitalist class, however they often develop in different directions and at different rates of change and development. The economic base and superstructure are components of social being and social consciousness, respectively. Social being and social consciousness are explained in more detail in annotation 60, p. 106. In the process of material production, humans constantly transform nature, transform society, and at the same time transform themselves. Material production constantly develops. The development of material production determines the transformation and development of all aspects of society. Material production development determines social development. Annotation 17. In dialectical materialism, development refers to the change and motion of things, phenomena, and ideas. Development is the subject of Part 1, Chapter 2, Materialist Dialectics. It is important to recognize that dialectical development always results in changes occurring within all interacting subjects. This means that when human beings transform nature, human beings will also be transformed in countless ways. Likewise, as material production develops, the superstructure will also develop. It should also be noted that the material base of society determines the superstructure of society. Such development follows the law of unification and contradiction between opposites within the framework of materialist dialectics. This law is described in more detail in Part 1 p. 175. Dialectical materialism holds that matter determines consciousness while consciousness impacts back upon matter. In accordance with this law, the economic base of human society determines superstructure while superstructure impacts back upon the economic base. Thus, the motion 13 and development of the entirety of a society, ultimately, is determined by the development of that society's material production processes. Therefore, in order to properly explain and solve the problems within a society, it is necessary to seek out the root causes of those problems within material production processes. This requires analysis of the development of that society's material production processes. Fundamentally, this means that the starting point of analysis of a society is determining the level of development of that society's mode of production. Annotation 18. The mode of production constitutes the overall, predominant manner of production being utilized by humans in a particular time period. Specifically, the mode of production is the predominant configuration of productive forces and relations of production at the current level of development. This will be further explained throughout the rest of this chapter. Under capitalism, the mode of production is typified by mechanized industrial production of goods and private ownership of the means of production by capitalists. The nature of the capitalist mode of production determines all other social problems which exist under capitalism, and all superstructural elements are rooted in the material foundation that is the mode of production. In Manifesto of the Communist Party, Marx and Engels described many ways in which the mode of production of capitalism led directly to severe social problems in their contemporary society. For example, the relentless demand which capitalists have for new markets led to the spread of imperialist oppression all around the world. The need of a constantly expanding market for its products chases the bourgeoisie over the entire surface of the globe. It must nestle everywhere, settle everywhere, establish connections everywhere. In a letter to Siegfried Meyer, Marx described how capitalism determined the form of racial antagonism between Irish and English workers. It is important to note that English oppression of the Irish did not begin with capitalism. However, Once capitalism became the predominant mode of production, it directly determined the form of racial antagonism which existed between English and Irish workers and gave these antagonisms a proletarian character which was directly exacerbated by the ruling class to benefit their own class interests, as Marx describes. Every industrial and commercial centre in England now possesses a working class divided into two hostile camps, English proletarians and Irish proletarians. The ordinary English worker hates the Irish worker as a competitor who lowers his standard of life. In relation to the Irish worker, he regards himself as a member of the ruling nation and consequently he becomes a tool of the English aristocrats and capitalists against Ireland, thus strengthening their domination over himself. He cherishes religious, social, and national prejudices against the Irish worker. His attitude towards him is much the same as that of the poor whites to the black people in the former slave states of the USA. The Irishman pays him back with interest in his own money. He sees in the English worker both the accomplice and the stupid tool of the English rulers in Ireland. This antagonism is artificially kept alive and intensified by the press, the pulpit, the comic papers, in short, by all the means at the disposal of the ruling classes. This antagonism is the secret of the impotence of the English working class, despite its organization. It is the secret by which the capitalist class maintains its power. And the latter is quite aware of this. Superstructural bigotry against Irish workers reinforces the economic colonization of Ireland. This benefits the English ruling class to the detriment of both English and Irish workers. We can thus conclude that capitalism did not create such social problems as sexism, racism, ableism, poverty, and so on. These are, in essence, manifestations of false consciousness and ideology-driven forms of bigotry and oppression as opposed to the material base class oppression through which workers are ruled over and exploited by the capitalist class. However, the capitalist mode of production does determine the form which all social problems and bigotries take within our current society. Most social problems and forms of oppression predate capitalism, but existed in different forms under previous modes of production than they do under the capitalist mode of production. As the material base of society, the mode of production determines all other forms of oppression. Sexism, for example, existed differently under feudalism versus how it exists today under capitalism. As the material base of society developed from feudalism to capitalism, sexism also developed. In accordance with the principle that material determines consciousness and consciousness can impact back on the material through conscious activity, it follows that all of these various forms of oppression are able to impact back on the mode of production. In the above example of English-Irish racial antagonism, Marx makes it clear that the ruling class benefits as such racial antagonisms spread within the working class. Marx also points out that eroding such racial antagonisms would weaken the position of the ruling class and strengthen the proletariat, which would bring about the end of capitalism all the sooner. We can determine that capitalist society is at a higher stage of development than feudal society by examining the mode of production of each form of society. Annotation 19. In historical materialism, a stage of development is considered to be at a higher or lower level based primarily on the development of productive forces. Under feudalism, the productive forces were at a much lower level of agrarian production. The essential means of production was the land which was used in the production of food. Tools and technology were relatively undeveloped. Compare this with the much higher level of development of the productive forces under capitalism, which utilize mechanization and other technologies for industrialized material production. Capitalist society's mode of production utilizes industry with an increasingly complex market economy. Feudal society's mode of production was only able to use manual labor techniques and was limited to small, self-sufficient, self-contained economic organization. Therefore, capitalist society's mode of production can generate much higher labor productivity than the production mode of feudal society. Annotation 20. Labor productivity simply refers to how much a single human being can produce in the workplace. A worker under capitalism is generally able to produce far more than a worker under feudalism because of the higher level of technology, industrialization, etc., which are employed within the capitalist mode of production. Marx and Engels determined that economic eras do not differ from one another based on what is produced, but rather based on how production is carried out and which tools are used in production. This discovery, that the mode of production plays a decisive role in the development of production processes in society, and with the development of society in general, is the basis of historical materialism, understanding human history through the analysis of the history of development and replacement of the modes of production using Marxist-Leninist methodologies of dialectical materialism and materialist dialectics. Annotation 21. In dialectical materialism, the words development and replacement have specific meanings. Development refers to changes over time which take place through dialectical relationships between all things, phenomena, and ideas. Development occurs through processes of contradiction. Whenever one subject interacts with another subject, they are said to contradict, and both subjects are developed through this contradiction. Replacement refers to a specific form of negation. As two subjects contradict with one another, one subject will eventually negate the other subject, completely overcoming it. Replacement negation is a specific form of negation which occurs when one subject takes the place of another. Replacement is a dialectical process which always takes place gradually, since nothing can pop in and out of existence instantaneously. Therefore, it is important to understand that the replacement of one mode of production by another is a gradual and dialectical process. Capitalism did not immediately and instantaneously replace the feudal mode of production. Instead, capitalism negated feudalism over many generations as the bourgeois class slowly but surely superseded the previous feudal ruling class through dialectical development processes. Marx and Engels describe this gradual development process in the Manifesto of the Communist Party. Each step in the development of the bourgeoisie was accompanied by a corresponding political advance of that class. An oppressed class under the sway of the feudal nobility, an armed and self-governing association in the medieval commune, here independent urban republic, their taxable third estate of the monarchy, afterwards, in the period of manufacturing proper, serving either the semi-feudal or the absolute monarchy as a counterpoise against the nobility, and, in fact, cornerstone of the great monarchies in general, the bourgeoisie has at last, since the establishment of modern industry and of the world market, conquered for itself, in the modern representative state, exclusive political sway. The executive of the modern state is but a committee for managing the common affairs of the whole bourgeoisie. Similarly, communism will not instantaneously replace capitalism, but will negate capitalism gradually through the revolutionary advance of the working class. The development and replacement of modes of production reflects the inevitable and objective trend of the development of human society from lower levels to increasingly higher levels, from the ancient production mode, to the feudal production mode, to the modern capitalist production mode, etc. Annotation 22. Development of human society is both inevitable and objective. The principle of development 14 of dialectical materialism states that development is a process that comes from within the thing in itself, the process of solving the contradictions within things and phenomena. Therefore, development is inevitable, objective, and occurs without dependence on human will. In accordance with this principle, it should be understood that all things, phenomena, and ideas are constantly and inevitably changing, and human society is no exception to these universal laws. Development of human society is considered objective because it cannot be subjectively controlled and directed by human will and consciousness. Rather, as is explained throughout the rest of this section, it is the material base of society which determines the development of human conscious activity. Productive forces determine the material/economic base of human society, and this material base determines the superstructure which includes philosophy, political government, religion, art, and all other aspects of human society. The inevitable and objective development of human society reflects the forward tendency of development which is a characteristic of all development processes. This forward tendency is described in Part 1, Annotation 118, p. 122. Note that this is a tendency and there are exceptions. Occasionally, certain elements, regions, or aspects of human societies do tend to fall backward or degrade in some way or another. For example, industry may be degraded through the destruction of war or through economic difficulty. Also note that the terms higher level and lower level are value neutral. To say that a society has a higher level of development does not imply that the society is superior to or better than a society with a lower level of development. In historical materialism, to say that a society has moved to a higher level of development simply means that the mode of production has developed to a more complex form with a higher level of labor productivity and productive forces. The sequential nature of the process of replacing and developing modes of production is also a general rule which governs the development process of human history. Annotation 23. Sequential, here, means that development occurs in a specific sequence, from lower stages of development to higher stages of development. It is rare for such a sequential development process to reverse direction or to bypass a stage of development. This sequential nature of the process of human development is strongly related to the development of scientific knowledge of productive forces. As humans learn more about science, nature, and technology, there is a tendency for productive forces to develop in terms of efficiency and output. A simple example of this is the development of transportation methods by human beings. As humans progressed from transportation by foot, to transportation via beasts of burden, to transportation by steam engines, to modern systems of transportation which utilize efficient and powerful engines and high-quality roads, rail systems, and airplanes, the productive forces also increased at every stage of development. Under normal circumstances, such scientific knowledge develops sequentially over time, but there are exceptions to this general tendency. For example, in some places and times, technological stages may be bypassed through the introduction of high technology from abroad. As an example, Vietnamese industry and agriculture received many high-technology production techniques and technologies from the Soviet Union during the revolutionary period of 1945 to 1975, which allowed the nation to bypass some steps of scientific development which rapidly increased productive forces. For the most part, looking at the big picture of humanity as a whole, it is generally necessary to go through the sequence of human development as new technologies are developed sequentially through the development of our scientific understanding of the world and of technology. The following excerpt is from the article Karl Marx's View on Productive Forces and the Issue of Supplementing and Developing This View in the Current Period, from Vietnam's Communist journal Communist Review. Karl Marx believed that productive forces represent the practical capacity of humans in the process of transforming the natural world. When carrying out material production, humans use labor and tools to impact the natural world so that they can create material wealth which can serve their essential needs. Also in that process, humans come to understand the laws of nature, transforming the natural world from a wild, simple place into a second world with the participation of human hands and minds. Material production is always changing, so productive forces are a dynamic factor and a process that is constantly being innovated and developed. Productive forces create material premises for the existence and development of human society. Productive forces are also the basic criterion to evaluate social progress in each specific historical period. That is why, in his work The German Ideology, Marx affirmed, "History is nothing but the succession of the separate generations, each of which exploits the materials, the capital funds, the productive forces handed down to it by all preceding generations, and thus, on the one hand, continues the traditional activity in completely changed circumstances and, on the other hand, modifies the old circumstances with a completely changed activity." Thus, from Karl Marx's point of view, it can be understood that the concept of productive forces refers to the combination of workers and means of production to create a certain material production power. According to Marx, in order to transform the natural world and create material wealth, workers need to have a synergy between physical and intellectual strength, as these are factors that create human working ability. As Marx wrote in Capital, Volume 1, Chapter 7. He opposes himself to nature as one of her own forces, setting in motion arms and legs, head and hands, the natural forces of his body, in order to appropriate nature's productions in a form adapted to his own wants. However, if human activities were limited to human labor through the human body alone, then material production processes could not be developed to higher levels. Humans have thus developed other means of material production, such as use of the mechanical, physical, and chemical properties of some substances in order to make other substances subservient to his aims. 15. These objects of material production, which Marx called organs, give workers the ability to extend their hands and make the process of influencing the natural world more effective. If the means of production are a necessary condition for the material production process, then the workers are the main subjects in that process, playing a decisive role in the development of production. Thus, according to Karl Marx, if there were no humans who knew how to manufacture and use tools of labor to impact the natural world, there would be no process of material production. In addition to discussing the two basic elements constituting the productive forces, Karl Marx also emphasized the important role of science in material production in general and in the development of productive forces in particular. As Marx explained, the development of fixed capital indicates to what degree general social knowledge has become a direct force of production, and to what degree, hence, the conditions of the process of social life itself have come under the control of the general intellect and been transformed in accordance with it. To what degree the powers of social production have been produced, not only in the form of knowledge, but also as immediate organs of social practice, of the real life process. 16. According to the above thesis of Karl Marx, scientific knowledge has caused fixed capital such as factories and machines used in production to transform to a certain extent and become a direct productive force. In other words, scientific knowledge is applied and materialized into machines and into production tools, and used by workers in the production process. Thus, scientific knowledge becomes a direct productive force. The conditions for scientific knowledge to become a direct productive force were affirmed by Karl Marx as follows. The development of machinery along this path occurs only when large industry has already reached a higher stage, and all the sciences have been pressed into the service of capital, and when, secondly, the available machinery itself already provides great capabilities. Invention then becomes a business, and the application of science to direct production itself becomes a prospect which determines and solicits it. 17. Historical materialism is essentially about looking for the root causes of historical change of human society. A material examination of human history shows this root cause to be change and development of the modes of production. The development of modes of production strongly depends on the level of development of the productive forces in each period of history, and this development is dependent upon the development of scientific knowledge that humans achieve through generations of theory and practice. 18. Therefore, we can conclude that, as a general rule of historical materialism, the historical development of humanity is sequential, even if some societies with specific conditions may bypass some steps. This is the general rule of sequential development of history. It must also be noted that, within a society, different communities can exist at different levels of development, depending on certain objective and subjective conditions. There might be a mix of different production modes within a development period. Likewise, a community within a wider society might abandon or bypass the dominant mode of production and go straight to a higher mode of production. That being said, the development of a conscious awareness of the objective laws of historical materialism has enabled some societies to consciously endeavor to bypass the stage of capitalism in attempts to go directly to a socialist mode of production. Human workers engage with the natural world to create wealth by applying intellectual and physical strength. This leads to the development of machinery and tools which enable humans to increase material production capabilities. An example of a society bypassing a dominant mode of production and going straight to a higher mode of production is Vietnam during the revolutionary period. Before and during French colonial rule, Vietnam was essentially an agrarian feudal society. Despite the existence of some light industry and a nascent capitalist class, the vast majority of Vietnamese workers were peasants, slaves, and farmers. The ruling class of Vietnam before and during the colonial period were not capitalists, but the emperor, feudal lords, and French colonialists who all constituted a landed class which was essentially feudalist in nature. During and after the revolutionary period of Vietnam, industrialization was rapidly implemented with great assistance from the Soviet Union and other foreign nations under the leadership of the Communist Party of Vietnam. The mechanization of Vietnamese industry and agriculture took place largely during the subsidizing period without a capitalist class. Vietnam was therefore able to transform itself into a modern industrial nation without having ever fully established a capitalist political economy. Agriculture in Vietnam reflects these efforts to bypass capitalist class society. Before and during the occupation of Vietnam, agriculture was feudalistic in nature. Feudal and colonial landowners employed hundreds of thousands of slaves and peasants who worked essentially within the framework of the traditional feudal mode of production. During the revolutionary period, the Communist Party of Vietnam implemented significant land reforms which transferred farmland directly to farmers and provided farmers with tools and training which allowed for mass mechanization. Today, Vietnamese agriculture, which employs approximately 70% of Vietnamese workers, is highly mechanized, and capitalist ownership of farmland is prohibited. In this way, Vietnamese farmers have managed to bypass the capitalistic agriculture by going straight to a mode of production which is mechanized, highly productive, and worker-owned. This is just one of the ways in which Vietnam has endeavored to transition to socialism while bypassing the capitalist mode of production. These efforts have resulted in many victories and failures in both theory and practice. Point 19. The fact that multiple modes of production can exist within a society simultaneously is an expression of unity in diversity which leads to the richness of human history. Annotation 24. Diversity in unity and unity in diversity is an aspect of the principle of general relationships of the materialist dialectical methodological and philosophical framework. These concepts are explained in detail in Part 1, Annotation 107, p. 110. Diversity in unity means that there are an infinite number of diverse relationships between things, phenomena, and ideas, but that all these relationships share the same foundation in the material world. Unity in diversity means that universal relationships which unite all things, phenomena, and ideas can manifest in infinitely diverse ways. Although human society develops sequentially, it does not develop mechanically or predictably. A given mode of production can manifest in a great diversity of forms in various human societies, and different modes of production can even exist simultaneously within one society. As an example, even though the United States of America is a highly capitalistic society, there are a small number of workers' cooperatives which are not owned by capitalists. There are also still examples of slave labor being employed in the United States of America, sometimes illicitly, such as with human trafficking, and sometimes legally, such as in American prisons. As a counterexample, we can look at socialist nations, both historically and in modern contexts, which have allowed capitalist-owned corporations to operate even though these nations are controlled by communist parties. This is discussed in the article Approaching the Socialist-Oriented Market Economy and Human Issue from Goals and Driving Force of Development in the Vietnamese Communist journal Communist Review. From a historical perspective, for a long time during the process of socialism building, both theoretically and practically, people have compared socialism and capitalism in an absolute and metaphysical way. They have also thought that what is in capitalism must be rejected by socialism and vice versa, including the market economy as the result in the development of human history. It should be clearly realized that the socialist society as a social economic form cannot have everything available in a capitalist society, but it has prerequisites in many important aspects for the birth of a new social economic form. One of these prerequisites is the well-developed market economy thanks to the extremely highly and strongly developed production forces. Lenin soon realized the mistake of haste in formulating and implementing the wartime communist policy that he promptly corrected by proposing a new economic policy for Russia to develop the production of multi-sector goods and start the market economy. He strongly asserted that we cannot conceive of socialism other than socialism based on all the lessons drawn by the great civilization of capitalism. During transition periods between one mode of production and the next, there will be a mixture of modes of production within the developing society. In Europe and North America during the transition from feudalism to capitalism, there existed simultaneously for a time both capitalists and feudal lords. Even today around the world vestiges of feudal lords remain, such as entire nations ruled by monarchs. And even within the current capitalist era of human civilization, there exist a broad range of forms in which the capitalist mode of production manifests. For example, there is an obvious difference between a rich, developed capitalist country which has an economy dominated by local capitalists and an impoverished, imperialized country which is heavily dominated by foreign capitalists. All of this diversity exists within the current era of capitalism, demonstrating the concept of unity in diversity in capitalist society, just as unity in diversity was expressed in every preceding era of history. However, no matter how rich and diverse the history of each human society might be, and even if a society goes through detours as it advances through a stage of development, in the end, history still follows the general direction of development, upward direction from lower level to higher level modes of production. Annotation 25. As previously mentioned in Annotation 10 on p16, advancing from a lower level of production to a higher level of production merely refers to a general tendency and does not imply a tendency in a better direction. As an example, many indigenous societies which were forced to advance into capitalist modes of production suffered tremendously or were even wiped out entirely in the process. It is also important to recognize that many lower-level modes of production in indigenous societies were far more sustainable in terms of ecology and preferable to the indigenous populations in terms of satisfaction of life and well-being for the population at large. Certainly, the development of capitalism in what is today called the United States of America was certainly not seen as a beneficial development by indigenous peoples, as encapsulated in this quote from a speech by Satanta, chief of the Kiowa Nation. All the land south of the Arkansas River belongs to the Kiowas and Comanches, and I don't want to give away any of it. I love the land and the buffalo, and will not part with any. I have heard that you intend to settle us on a reservation near the mountains. I don't want to settle there. I love to roam over the wide prairie, and when I do it I feel free and happy, but, when we settle down we grow pale and die. A long time ago, this land belonged to our fathers, but when I go up to the river, I see camps of soldiers on its banks. These soldiers cut down my timber, they kill my buffalo, and when I see that, my heart feels like bursting with sorrow. Similarly, French colonialism developed certain aspects of Vietnam by introducing railways, steam engines, and other such technology to the nation, but this was at great cost and caused untold suffering to the Vietnamese people who were enslaved and subjugated by the French. As socialists, we must seek ways to develop human society without causing such harm and subjugation. As Lenin explains in What is to be Done, the building of railways seems to be a simple, natural, democratic, cultural, and civilizing enterprise. That is what it is in the opinion of the bourgeois professors who are paid to depict capitalist slavery in bright colors, and in the opinion of petty bourgeois Philistines. But as a matter of fact, the capitalist threads, which in thousands of different intercrossings bind these enterprises with private property in the means of production in general, have converted this railway construction into an instrument for oppressing 1,000 million people, that is, more than half the population of the globe that inhabits the dependent countries, as well as the wage slaves of capital in the civilized countries. In the Vietnamese journal Communist Review, Dr. Nguyen Trong Chuan discusses the ways in which Vietnam is attempting to develop productive forces in Vietnam in accordance with socialist principles. Karl Marx once said that, in a capitalist market economy, each one sees others as the ones to exploit. Today, in the socialist-oriented market economy, we put people in the first place and regard them as the driving force and the development goal. Therefore, the Communist Party and State of Vietnam did not wait until the economy is highly developed for realizing social goals. At the very beginning, the Communist Party and the State of Vietnam advocated economic growth together with social progress and justice in every step and throughout the process of development. The advocacy has been consistent throughout the party congresses and increasingly concretized in all aspects of the social life in order to facilitate human development in the best way. It is a correct, scientific, bold, creative, and humane choice. The inevitable choice is based on experience, selective inheritance of the strengths in the development of the market economy in the history. In addition, it shows socialism's human nature to affirm that building a socialist-oriented market economy with people as the driving force and development goal is a correct choice. Historical materialism is considered a science not just because it analyzes history on a materialist basis, but also because it is intended to be applied by socialists working in the real world to bring about a transition away from capitalism and towards the stateless, classless society of communism. Communists like Marx, Engels, and Lenin did not study the material conditions of capitalism and previous eras of human history simply as an academic pursuit. They were committed communists who hoped to contribute to the end of capitalism through scientific socialism, a body of theory and knowledge focused on the practical pursuit of changing the world to bring about socialism and, eventually, communism. Scientific socialism demands that we study history to learn from the successes and failures of previous generations. Communists have at various times failed to understand the nature of human development, which has led to failures, setbacks, and even collapse of entire movements. However, scientific socialism is unique within capitalist society in that this field seeks to understand how human development processes function in large part through the science of historical materialism in order to improve our political theory and practice over time, striving to constantly improve society and to ultimately free workers from the suffering which is inherent in class society. Move forward to build an advanced culture and science. As Friedrich Engels wrote in Socialism, Utopian and Scientific. To accomplish this act of universal emancipation is the historical mission of the modern proletariat. To thoroughly comprehend the historical conditions and thus the very nature of this act, to impart to the now oppressed proletarian class a full knowledge of the conditions and of the meaning of the momentous act it is called upon to accomplish, this is the task of the theoretical expression of the proletarian movement, scientific socialism. 2. The law of suitability between the relations of production and the development of the productive forces. 1. Definitions of productive forces and relations of production. Any material production process must depend on factors of workers as well as on factors of the means of production. Together, these factors constitute the productive forces of the production process. The productive forces are the synthesis of material and mental factors which together form a practical power to transform the natural world according to the needs of human survival and development. Annotation 26. The productive forces of human society include human labor as well as all other factors which contribute to the means of production. This includes tools and processes designed by human beings as well as nature from which all material production processes draw. In Critique of the Gotha Program, Marx warns that labor alone does not constitute the entirety of the forces of production, writing, "Labor is not the source of all wealth. Nature is just as much the source of use values as labor, which itself is only the manifestation of a force of nature, human labor power. Human beings utilize nature and, at the same time, are of nature. Human beings are not metaphysically distinct from nature, we are a part of the natural world and thus our activities are natural activities. What distinguishes human labor and human production processes from all other activities on earth is that human production is conscious activity. This enables humans to intentionally develop our production activities over time through the sequential development of science, technology, and so on. Other animals may improve their life processes over time and may even use tools, but no other animal is known to have advanced through various stages of development of the mode of production through the conscious development of scientific knowledge in the same manner as human beings. This is discussed more in the next annotation. Therefore, the productive forces have the characteristic of creativity, and this creative characteristic develops through history. Annotation 27. Creativity is the characteristic of human beings which allows human society and production processes to develop over time through conscious activity. Marx and Engels considered the creative ability of human beings to consciously produce and develop production over time to be the primary distinguishing characteristic which distinguishes us from other animals. As Marx wrote in Estranged Labor, it is true that animals also produce. They build nests and dwellings, like the bee, the beaver, the ant, etc. But they produce only their own immediate needs or those of their young. They produce only when immediate physical need compels them to do so, while man produces even when he is free from physical need and truly produces only in freedom from such need. They produce only themselves, while man reproduces the whole of nature. Their products belong immediately to their physical bodies, while man freely confronts his own product. Animals produce only according to the standards and needs of the species to which they belong, while man is capable of producing according to the standards of every species and of applying to each object its inherent standard. Hence, man also produces in accordance with the laws of beauty. In the same article, Marx wrote that the animal is immediately one with its life activity. It is not distinct from that activity, it is that activity. Man makes his life activity itself an object of his will and consciousness. He has conscious life activity. It is not a determination with which he directly merges. Conscious life activity directly distinguishes man from animal life activity. Because human beings are aware of our own production processes, we are able to creatively develop them over time through conscious activity. This creativity is rooted in a dialectical relationship between human consciousness and practical activities. Therefore, the level of development of a society's productive forces reflects the level of development of a society's utilization of the natural world. The handicraft level of the productive forces reflects a lower level of utilization of the natural world compared to the productive forces that have a higher level of technology and industry. Annotation 28. It should be noted that the development of a society's utilization of nature from lower to higher levels is not a value judgment of good or bad. Marx and Engels recognized that wanton destruction of the natural environment to increase production is an example of human hubris, as Engels explained in the part played by labor in the transition from ape to man, and as Marx pointed out in Capital. All progress in capitalistic agriculture is a progress in the art, not only of robbing the laborer, but of robbing the soil. All progress in increasing the fertility of the soil for a given time, is a progress towards ruining the lasting sources of that fertility. The more a country starts its development on the foundation of modern industry, like the United States, for example, the more rapid is this process of destruction. Capitalist production, therefore, develops technology, and the combining together of various processes into a social whole, only by sapping the original sources of all wealth, the soil and the laborer. Unfortunately, the capitalist mode of production is dictated entirely by a single factor, the profit motive of capitalists. This has led to wide-scale destruction of our natural environment in the name of capitalist profiteering. Given what we know now about climate change, the rapid extinction of thousands of species resulting from human production activities, and various other threats to our planetary environment, this only makes the necessity to move away from capitalism all the more urgent. As scientific socialists, we must understand the ways in which improper utilization of nature can cause destruction and devastation and may even lead to our own downfall. An aspect of the historical mission of the working class, therefore, is developing harmonious unity between humanity and nature. Class society has led to destructive exploitation of both the working class and of nature itself. In bringing about the stateless, classless society of communism, we must take into consideration the role which nature plays in the sustaining and development of human life. As Marx and Engels advised, we must strive to develop relations and forces of production which preserve nature and, by extension, preserve our own continued existence as a part of nature and as a species with a natural aspect. The natural aspect of humanity is discussed more in Chapter 6, starting on p. 212. Among the factors that make up the productive forces, the worker factors play a decisive role. This is because, ultimately, the means of production are only products of human labor, and the value and actual effectiveness of the means of production depend on the efficiency and creativity of the workers. On the other hand, means of production factors reflect most clearly the level of development of the productive forces as well as the level of human utilization of the natural world. Annotation 29. Productive forces of human society consist broadly of two categories of factors: worker factors and means of production factors. The productive forces are defined by a relationship between workers and means of production. In the capitalist mode of production, it is the working class which develops the means of production over time. Without workers, the means of production would be useless and idle, and production processes would be neither carried out nor developed to higher levels of efficiency and productive output. Thus, under capitalism, the productive forces are defined by a dialectical relationship which the workers have with the means of production. In this dialectical relationship, workers have the determining role while the means of production impact back on workers by making the labor of individual workers more efficient and productive, changing the circumstances of workers in many ways. The productive forces are the fundamental and essential material content of the production process. Annotation 30. The productive forces are defined by internal relationships and, in turn, define the material production process through its external relationship with the relations of production. The dialectical category pair of essence and phenomena is discussed in detail in Part 1, p. 156. To briefly summarize, essence refers to the synthesis of all the internal aspects as well as the obvious and stable relations that define the existence, motion, and development of a thing, phenomenon, or idea. Phenomena refers to the external manifestations of those internal aspects and relations in specific conditions. The dialectical category pair of content and form is discussed in detail in Part 1, p. 147. In summary, content is the philosophical category which refers to the sum of all aspects, attributes, and processes that a thing, phenomenon, or idea is made from. Form refers to the mode of existence and development of things, phenomena, and ideas. In other words, form constitutes the relatively stable relationships which exist internally within a given thing, phenomenon, or idea. The material production process is defined by a dialectical relationship between the productive forces and the means of production. Content and form have a dialectical relationship with one another in which content determines form and form can impact back on content. Thus, we can better understand that the productive forces are the fundamental and essential material content of the production process. This statement contains the following truths. The material production process has as content the productive forces. The productive forces manifest in human society in the form of relations of production. In the dialectical relationship between the productive forces and the relations of production, the productive forces are the material content and are thus the determining factor. As the determining factor, the productive forces constitute the essential content of the material production process. The relations of production describe how the productive forces manifest in human society and are thus the social form of the production process. No practical production process can take place without the presence of both factors of productive forces, labor and means of production. However, it must be understood that it is impossible for a production process to take place with productive forces alone. In addition to productive forces, it is also necessary to have relations of production for production processes to take place. Relations of production are the relationships which exist between people in the production process. Relations of production include ownership of the means of production, relations in the organizing and management of the production process, relations in the distribution of the results of that production process. These relations exist in a unified relationship with each other. They also determine and impact each other on the decisive basis of the ownership of the means of production. Annotation 31. The relations of production include relations between human beings which pertain to the ownership and operation of the means of production. The relations of production are relationships in human society which pertain to the productive forces. Specifically, these include social relationships which humans have with each other and with the means of production. 2. Dialectical relationship between productive forces and relations of production. The relationship between productive forces and relations of production is a dialectical unity in which productive forces determine relations of production and relations of production impact the productive forces. Productive forces and relations of production are two fundamental and essential aspects of the production process in which productive forces are the material content of the production process and relations of production are the social form of that process. No production process can take place without a certain social form. Conversely, no production process can take place without any material content. Thus, productive forces and relations of production mutually develop one another and, together, become unified. Annotation 32. Whereas the productive forces include the material content of the material production process, the relations of production are the social form of the material production process. This includes all the relationships which humans have with each other to determine how material production processes are carried out in human society. The productive forces and relations of production are not metaphysically distinct from each other. Rather, they exist together in dialectical unity, meaning that they are each defined by their relationship with one another, and this relationship is what defines the material production process. The productive forces and relations of production define each other, in part, as follows. The relations of production include relations to the means of production. In class society, these are the relationships which determine who owns and who operates the means of production. The relations of production include relations of human labor. The productive forces include human workers who labor together through social relations of production. In a class society, the productive forces include the means of production which must be owned by some human beings and operated by others through social relations of production. This is an essential and universal requirement that exists in all practical production processes within society. A specific level of development of the productive forces requires a suitable level of development of the relations of production in all three aspects. Ownership of the means of production. Organization and management of the production process. Distribution of the results of the production process. Only in this way can productive forces be maintained, used, and further developed. Annotation 33. Suitability describes how appropriate or applicable a subject is for a specific application or role. In order for human production processes to be carried out efficiently, the productive forces and relations of production must be suitable with one another. This is the law of suitability between the relations of production and the productive forces, or the law of suitability, which is a fundamental law of historical materialism. This law is further defined and explained in Annotation 33. This suitability between productive forces and relations of production can be broadly considered as it pertains to aspects of ownership, organization, and distribution. Ownership: the means of production must come under majority ownership of the capitalist class. Under feudalism, the means of production were owned by different classes. Land was owned by feudal lords, means of craft production were owned by craft guilds, etc. This system of ownership was unsuitable to emerging industrial production processes. However, as the bourgeois class emerged and came to own more and more of the means of production through the development of private capital, conditions became increasingly suitable for an industrial production process to dominate human society through the development of capitalism. Organization: feudal society was organized very differently from capitalist society. Political power was primarily held by monarchs and feudal landowners, with significant amounts of power also being shared by clergy and merchants and craft guilds. This was a much more complicated method of organizing human society which did not suit capitalist production processes. As capitalists came to own the primary means of production in human society, they also shifted the organization of human society, so that capitalists came to dominate the organization of production more and more. Farms and factories reorganized so that capitalists dominated the overarching power structures and developed managers and enforcers to maintain and manage production processes and control workers. As these organizational elements developed and improved, conditions became increasingly suitable for the capitalist mode of production to gain primacy over human civilization. Distribution: under feudalism, land was owned by peasants and food was distributed through a relatively complex system in which peasants had access to a portion of farm yields and also had access to some common lands. Feudal lords took the majority of that which peasants produced, while religious institutions also took significant portions for the benefit of their own class. This was unsuitable to capitalist production processes. As capitalists came to own the means of production, they changed and simplified the ways in which material needs are distributed. The wage system was developed in which capitalists took surplus labor value from workers in the form of profits, and wages were distributed to workers so that they could pay for the basic materials needed for survival. The development of the wage system of capitalism made conditions increasingly suitable for capitalism to become the dominant mode of production in human society. Note that ownership of the means of production is the defining and dominant aspect which determines aspects of organization and distribution. Without taking ownership of the means of production, capitalists would not have been able to develop organization and distribution aspects of the human production process. This makes ownership the essential relationship in determining the relations of production. Therefore, a revolutionary class must seize the means of production to enact social revolution. The unified relationship between productive forces and relations of production is inevitable and objective. Relations of production are determined by the actual development level of the productive forces in a certain historical period because relations of production are only the social economic form of the production process, while the productive forces are the material and technical content of that process. Annotation 34. Just as content determines form, it is also true that matter determines consciousness. This is the dialectical materialist conception of the relationship between matter and consciousness. This relationship is explained in detail in Part 1, p. 147. The productive forces include living human beings, their material labor processes, and material elements of nature, as well as material elements such as factories, tools, etc. The productive forces therefore constitute the material basis of humanity's material production processes. Relations of production exist only as social economic elements, and therefore must be determined by the material basis. That said, it is possible for the relations of production to impact back on the productive forces, as described in Annotation 34, p. 49. The relationship between the productive forces and the relations of production is considered to be inevitable and objective. The unified relationship between productive forces and relations of production is said to be inevitable simply because one cannot exist without the other and both rely upon each other. Productive forces must exist as concrete relationships within human society, and human society must have productive forces to continue existing. The relationship between productive forces and relations of production is objective because it cannot be controlled through the subjective will of any human beings. In other words, no entity can willfully determine the material production process. Material production processes arise from objective needs of humanity and are governed by objective laws of dialectical materialism and historical materialism. However, relations of production, as the social economic form of the production process, are always capable of impacting the motion and development of the productive forces. This impact can take place in a positive or negative direction, depending on how suitable or unsuitable the relations of production are with the development level of the productive forces. If these factors are suitable with one another, then it will have a positive effect on development, and vice versa. If they are not suitable, it will have a negative effect. Annotation 35. While productive forces determine relations of production, it is also possible for relations of production to impact back on productive forces. Whether these impacts are positive or negative is subjective. From the perspective of the capitalist class, any impacts which strengthen capitalists would be considered positive. Those same impacts would be considered negative from the perspective of the working class. Another way to look at the development of human production processes is in terms of efficiency and output. Impacts might be seen as positive if they increase overall output. When it comes to the historical development of human society, positive development generally refers to increases in efficiency, output, and an increase in the capacity for human beings to produce material needs. As productive forces develop, they will eventually become so highly developed that they are no longer suitable with existing relations of production. For example, during the transition between feudalism and capitalism, productive forces advanced rapidly via industrialization and other technological developments. These developments in the productive forces were much more suitable to emerging capitalist relations of production than they were to feudal relations of production. Feudal lords and peasants simply were not able to keep up with the productive output of capitalists and the emerging proletariat. Peasants turned to wage work en masse, and as conditions became increasingly unsuitable for feudalism, feudal relations of production were slowly but surely negated by capitalist relations of production. Thus, the development of the productive forces to such a high level that they were no longer compatible with feudal relations of production had given rise to capitalists as the new ruling class of human society. The relationship between productive forces and relations of production is a unified relationship which includes the ability to generate contradictions. The relations of production, being the social form of the production process, are relatively stable. This stability allows productive forces to develop over time, which by extension develops the production process. The more suitable the productive forces and the relations of production are with one another, the higher the chance for the productive forces to develop. However, the development of productive forces will eventually become the root cause for the end of the relative stability of the relations of production. Once the relations of production become unstable and no longer suitable with the productive forces, the development of productive forces will be disrupted. The higher the stability and suitability of the relations of production to the productive forces, the more likely the productive forces are to develop, but it is precisely this development of the productive forces which leads to the possibility of disrupting the unity of relations of production that has so far served as the social economic form for its development. Once this occurs, social relations transition away from being the suitable and necessary basis for the development of the productive forces and become an impediment to that development. In other words, a contradiction forms between the productive forces and relations of production. From this contradiction, an objective need to re-establish a unified relationship between the productive forces and relations of production arises. Annotation 36. Form refers to a relatively stable set of relationships which exist over time. Content represents the internal composition of those relationships. A form is a relatively stable set of relationships. Having a stable form allows a subject to develop over time through contradiction with other subjects. As the social form of the material production process, relations of production have an inherent degree of relative stability, which means relations of production can develop over time. In general, the development of relations of production is driven by development of the productive forces. Throughout most of the duration of any given era of class society, the productive forces will steadily develop, and this will drive the development of relations of production. Eventually, however, the productive forces will develop beyond suitability with relations of production, which leads to a crisis, and this crisis gives way to newly formed relations of production. As Marx explained in Contribution to the Critique of Political Economy 20, a society's productive forces will clash with the relations of production. When this happens, the old social structures, which once helped society develop, now hold it back. This conflict leads to a period of social revolution, and the resulting changes in the economic base eventually transform all of society. Whenever new relations of production are established, there is a period of transition as the old relations of production are disrupted and negated. This is a period of instability for human productive processes as the old and new ruling classes battle for supremacy. Gradually, as the new relations of production become firmly established, productive forces begin to stabilize and resume steady development. Marx defines the development of productive forces in capital volume I. By increase in the productiveness of labor, we mean, generally, an alteration in the labor process, of such a kind as to shorten the labor time socially necessary for the production of a commodity, and to endow a given quantity of labor with the power of producing a greater quantity of use value. In simple terms, socially necessary labor time is the amount of labor and time needed to produce something within the material conditions of a certain human society. The amount of labor time necessary to make something changes over time. The socially necessary labor time needed to produce a hammer in an agrarian, pre-industrial society was quite different from that which is needed to produce a hammer in a modern society. This is because the standards and techniques of production have become far more advanced. The material production process has followed a pattern of development for as long as there has been class society. When productive forces are compatible with relations of production, development is stable and constant. Whenever productive forces grow to become unsuitable with relations of production, instability leads to an objective need for new relations of production. Whenever productive forces develop so much that they become unsuitable with relations of production, this unsuitability will cause social disruption and, eventually, social revolution. This stems from what Marx identified as an objective need for the relations of production to be suitable with the development level of the productive forces. The productive forces will always eventually develop to such a point that new relations of production will need to arise which are more suitable. This, in turn, will allow the productive forces to be fully utilized by human society. Until this need is met, human society will struggle with stagnation and chaos which human society will objectively need to solve before stable progress of development can resume. At the end of the feudal era, the ruling class of feudal lords restrained the productive forces. Early capitalists were much better suited to the newly emerging industrial processes which were developing. This made capitalists wealthy and powerful and much better suited to take control of the means of production. However, feudal lords tried to resist this change and maintain their grip on power over society. In the end, however, the feudal lords could only slow down the development of new relations of production. Ultimately, the capitalist class successfully waged social revolution which made capitalists the ruling class over a newly developed proletarian working class. Even in the time of Karl Marx, the productive forces of human society had developed to such an extent that they were no longer compatible with capitalist relations of production. This is because the operation of productive forces is socialized while the ownership of the means of production is private. This creates an objective need for a social revolution that will lead to relations of production that are suitable to the socialized productive forces, i.e., socialist relations of production. The more the productive forces develop, the greater this objective need becomes, and the more pressing the need for social revolution by the working class. Capitalists have worked for centuries to prevent the working class from successfully achieving social revolution, but the objective need persists for workers to rise up and develop relations of production that are more compatible with socialized operation of the means of production. This is the historical mission of the working class and the objective basis of scientific socialism as a methodology for carrying out this mission. Transition periods occur at the threshold between one stage of development of relations of production and the next. These transition periods are times of high instability. Such instability was seen during the transition from feudalism to capitalism. As the bourgeoisie emerged and supplanted the feudal class, there was significant disruption in the lives of workers. Wars and social conflict combined with social upheaval leading to significant disruptions in the productive forces. These conditions persisted until the capitalist class was able to stabilize itself as the dominant economic class, at which point productive forces began to develop in terms of efficiency and suitability with the capitalist relations of production. This stability, however, was short-lived, as mechanized industry enabled productive forces to develop and socialize at a rapid pace. For this reason, the productive forces very quickly became unsuitable with the relations of production under capitalism. As such, the history of the capitalist political economy has been fraught with instability. There have been many factors which have led to this inevitable instability. One such factor is the inherent contradiction stemming from the wage system of capitalism as it pertains to the price of commodities. As productivity increases and the costs of commodities are driven lower, wages are also driven lower, leading to an inherent increase in instability over time. As Marx explains in Capital. Hence there is immanent in capital an inclination and constant tendency, to heighten the productiveness of labor, in order to cheapen commodities, and by such cheapening to cheapen the laborer himself. This is only one of many internal contradictions of capitalism caused by the unsuitability between the productive forces and relations of production which lead to instability. Marx, Engels, and other socialists throughout the past 2 centuries have identified many other such contradictions and sources of instability which drive an objective need for social revolution and new relations of production. Understanding such contradictions and developments of the material production process within human society is what we call the science of political economy. As the productive forces continue to develop to higher and higher levels under capitalism, it is inevitable that capitalist relations of production will become increasingly unstable and will eventually give rise to new relations of production. It is the duty of communists to apply scientific socialism as a political program in order to help bring about the end of capitalism and transition towards the stateless, classless society of communism as efficiently and smoothly as possible. When analyzing the motion of the dialectical contradiction between the productive forces and the relations of production, Marx pointed out that, at a certain stage of development, the material productive forces of society come into conflict with the existing relations of production, with the property relations within the framework of which they have operated hitherto. From forms of development of the productive forces these relations turn into their fetters. Then begins an era of social revolution. Annotation 37. The quote above comes from the preface to a contribution to the Critique of Political Economy, in which Marx explains how the dialectical relationship between productive forces and the relations of production drive the development of human society. We shall now examine the full passage from which the above quotation is drawn. In the social production of their existence, men inevitably enter into definite relations, which are independent of their will, namely relations of production appropriate to a given stage in the development of their material forces of production. Here, Marx is explaining that humans have an objective need to create social economic forms, otherwise known as human societies, by working together to produce the material needs of life. The social relations which humans form to do this work are what we call relations of production. Marx describes these relations as independent of the will of human beings because humans do not have a choice when it comes to establishing these relationships. Rather, these relations are more or less forced upon human beings because they are a prerequisite for humans to survive. Just as the activities which humans undertake to procure food, clothing, and shelter are not taken as a choice, entering into relations of production is equally necessary for humans to survive and for human society to continue existing. Furthermore, humans do not get to decide exactly what sorts of relations of production they will enter into. Instead, the relations of production arise from objective material conditions. Of these conditions, the most important factor is the current development level of the productive forces. Marx continues. The totality of these relations of production constitutes the economic structure of society, the real foundation, on which arises a legal and political superstructure and to which correspond definite forms of social consciousness. Here, Marx explains that the relations of production, as the social form of the material production process which humans must participate in, serve as the material base for all other aspects of human society. Here, Marx is referring to the material/economic base and superstructure of human society. The base of society is the material aspect of a social economic form. The superstructure is the aspect of social consciousness. The base of society encompasses those aspects which are related to the material production process. The superstructure of society includes social consciousness forms and institutions which reflect and protect the base. The base, as the material-based aspect of human society, determines the consciousness-based superstructure. The superstructure can also impact back upon the base. All of the social consciousness forms and institutions which define the superstructure are determined by the relations of production which serve as the material base of that society. The superstructure can never determine the material base of society but can only impact back upon the base. This reflects the dialectical materialist conception of the relationship between material and consciousness. As an example, we can look at the way religious institutions existed under feudalism versus how they manifest under capitalism. Under feudalism, the relations of production determined how religious institutions existed. For example, churches owned lands and held serfs who worked those lands to provide for the material existence of the church in a manner which reflected and was suitable with the feudal relations of production. Another important source of revenue was donation and patronage from wealthy feudal lords. Feudal relations of production determined the very manner in which Christian churches existed in feudal Europe. The church could impact back on the base in various ways, but the church's very existence, the way in which it continued its existence in feudal society, was determined by feudal relations of production. By contrast, today, religious institutions exist in very different conditions because the material base of capitalism is quite different from the material base of feudalism. Today, churches primarily continue their existence by collecting donations from workers and from wealthy members of the bourgeoisie. This determines the manner in which religious institutions are able to exist under capitalism. Under capitalism, as under feudalism, churches as superstructural institutions can only impact back upon the economic base in various ways. Examining any superstructural element, institution, or phenomenon will demonstrate that this same relationship is true in all aspects of human society. The material base determines the way in which superstructural elements exist, while those superstructural elements can impact back upon the material base. As Marx continues, the mode of production of material life conditions the general process of social, political, and intellectual life. It is not the consciousness of men that determines their existence, but their social existence that determines their consciousness. This is crucial for understanding the relationships which define and propel human society forward. Human beings do not consciously decide their social existence, nor the objective laws which govern the world. Under feudalism, neither peasants, nor feudal lords, nor even the most powerful kings willfully and consciously determined the relations of production. Rather, these relations of production came about through material processes and developments which were separate from human consciousness and will. Conversely, human consciousness is heavily conditioned and determined by the material base of society, i.e. the relations and mode of production. Subjective human will does have a role to play in the history-making project, however. For instance, social revolution brought about through the development of class consciousness is a prerequisite for the advancement of humanity from one stage of development of the mode of production to the next. Human philosophy which develops in any given era of class society is heavily conditioned and determined by the material base of that society. This is why Marx and Engels wrote that any investigation into human philosophy must take into consideration the material base of the society in which they arose. Human society is defined by a relationship between the base and superstructure. The base is largely defined by the material production process, which describes a dialectical relationship between the productive forces and the relations of production. In Anti-Düring, Engels explains the critical importance of the development of productive forces in the historical advancement of human society. The materialist conception of history starts from the principle that production, and with it the exchange of the products of production, is the basis of every social order, that in every society that has appeared in history, the distribution of wealth and with it the division of society into classes or estates is determined by what is produced, how it is produced, and how the products are exchanged. From this point of view, the final causes of all social changes and political revolutions are to be sought, not in the brains of men, not in men's better insight into eternal truth and justice, but in changes in the modes of production and exchange. Understanding the relationship between the material base and superstructure is key to understanding social formation theory, which is the core of historical materialism. According to this theory, productive forces develop until they are no longer suitable with existing relations of production. This eventually leads to a fundamental change in the relations of production and the development of a new social economic formation with new relations of production and a new mode of production, and this, in turn, leads to changes in the superstructure of society. This pattern of development of human society reflects the law of suitability between the relations of production and the productive forces as well as the law of the base determining the superstructure of society. Social formation theory is discussed more in Chapter 4, p. 159. As an example, productive forces developed under feudalism over the course of many centuries. For most of this time, productive forces were suitable to the prevailing feudal relations of production. Eventually, however, new production technology and many other developments related to the productive forces led to a situation in which productive forces were no longer compatible with the feudal relations of production. This led to a social revolution in which the capitalist class, a newly emerged class which dominated the newly predominant productive forces which had developed under and within feudalism, took primacy, and the older ruling classes of feudal lords and monarchs lost their positions as the ruling class, eventually dwindling away into irrelevancy. Meanwhile, the oppressed class of peasants transitioned into a new proletariat or working class, and the wage system of capitalism developed as a new mode of production based on these newly developed productive forces and their corresponding relations of production. This change in the material base of society, the transition from a feudal material base to a capitalist material base, led to massive changes to the superstructure of society, so that nearly all superstructure elements of society today are much different from how they manifested under feudalism. The church, political systems, the arts, and prevailing human philosophies have all changed drastically because they are now determined by a capitalist mode of production instead of feudalism. This is how historical materialism explains the advance of human society over time. Developments in productive forces lead to shifts in relations of production, and changes in relations of production lead to the development of new forms of class society which lead to changes in the superstructure of human society. Over time, productive forces develop continuously until they are no longer suitable with relations of production. Eventually, the relations of production must develop into a new form which is suitable with productive forces. These changes in the base of society will, in turn, lead to deep changes to the superstructure of society. In the preface to a contribution to the critique of political economy, Marx and Engels outline an objective basis for the study of human history. In studying such transformations, it is always necessary to distinguish between the material transformation of the economic conditions of production, which can be determined with the precision of natural science, and the legal, political, religious, artistic, or philosophic, in short, ideological forms in which men become conscious of this conflict and fight it out. This groundbreaking understanding of human history, which is the material basis of historical materialism, transforms the study of history into a scientific field by recognizing the progression of human society through various stages of class society as material processes which have objective and even predictable aspects. Marx goes on to describe how previous generations of historians failed to put the study of history on a scientific basis due to errors of idealism. Just as one does not judge an individual by what he thinks about himself, so one cannot judge such a period of transformation by its consciousness, but, on the contrary, this consciousness must be explained from the contradictions of material life, from the conflict existing between the social forces of production and the relations of production. Previous generations of historians who believed that history was primarily a study of human consciousness fundamentally understood the nature of the forces which shape and advance human society. By putting emphasis and primacy on the ideas and philosophies of the ruling class, previous historians could have no hope of understanding the history of human development on a scientific basis. Only by studying the underlying material basis of society and its development through the development of productive forces can we see history as a phenomenon which has predictable properties. In other words, the application of the principles and objective laws of dialectical materialism with its understanding of the relationship between the material and consciousness is what makes historical materialism a scientific understanding of history. Historical materialism helps us to understand that there are underlying material forces which lead to superstructural elements of human society. As Marx and Engels go on to explain, no social order is ever destroyed before all the productive forces for which it is sufficient have been developed, and new superior relations of production never replace older ones before the material conditions for their existence have matured within the framework of the old society. In other words, development in human society does not result from development in human consciousness. Superstructural institutions and ideologies such as philosophies, art, and religion do not determine the progress of human society from one mode of production to the next. They can impact back on the material base of society. In particular, class consciousness and social revolution are important factors in the advancement of class society. In the end, the determining factor of human development is the material base. Human society will never advance from one mode of production to the next until the material conditions have been established. These material conditions are always rooted in the development of the productive forces and resulting changes in the relations of production. So long as the productive forces remain suitable and harmonious with the prevailing relations of production, the existing mode of production will continue to dominate human society. However, as soon as productive forces are no longer compatible with the predominant relations of production, new relations will begin to develop which will lead to an advancement to a new mode of production. No development in human consciousness alone could ever have led to the transition from feudalism to capitalism. No great thinker, philosopher, artist, nor religious figure could have fundamentally shifted the mode of production from feudal relations of production to capitalist relations of production. Only changes to the material base, i.e., developments in productive forces, could lead from one mode of production to the next. Understanding the dynamics between productive forces and the mode of production is what allows historical materialism to place the study of human history on an objective, scientific basis. Engels described the objective basis of the development of human society in socialism, utopian and scientific. Conflict between productive forces and modes of production is not a conflict engendered in the mind of man, like that between original sin and divine justice. It exists, in fact, objectively, outside us, independently of the will and actions even of the men that have brought it on. It is thanks to social revolutions that the old relations of production of societies have been replaced by new relations of production which are more suitable to the development needs of the developed productive forces. Social revolutions thus give way to new forms of relations of production, which in turn allow for the development of productive forces to continue. Annotation 38. In the framework of historical materialism, the term social revolution is specifically defined as a social process which culminates in relations of production undergoing an essential change such that a new mode of production develops. Social revolutions are always preceded by the development of productive forces to such a high degree that they are no longer suitable with established relations of production. The newly established relations of production which result from a social revolution must invariably be more suitable to the development needs of the newly developed productive forces. Development needs are the prerequisite conditions which are necessary to stabilize productive forces and establish a new mode of production which can properly accommodate productive forces in the newly developed higher form. Social revolution is a broad phenomenon in human society which takes place across the span of global human society, though some regions and nations may lag behind and participate more slowly than others in these processes. For example, feudalism did not transition to capitalism all at once. Instead, the transition was gradual and took place more quickly in some locations than in others. In some nations, like England and the USA, capitalism was established relatively early and the capitalist mode of production set in quickly, whereas in other nations, like Russia and Vietnam, feudal relations of production persisted for much longer. However, once a new mode of production develops, it will eventually transform all of human society. This is partly because the new society's productive forces will exist at such a higher state that the older mode of production cannot hope to compete. Social revolution involves human consciousness and will, as human beings must participate in social activity to bring about revolutionary change in society. However, this conscious activity is determined by the material conditions brought about by the development of productive forces and can never precede those material conditions. This diagram shows the anatomy of dialectical development. Over time, changes in quantity lead to shifts in quality. This process is explained in detail in Part 1 starting on p. 163. Note that new relations of production initially arise within the older, pre-existing mode of production. Capitalist relations of production first emerged within the feudal mode of production, and for some time capitalist relations of production existed simultaneously with feudal relations of production until a quality shift occurred in the form of social revolution which allowed the capitalist class to take power as the new ruling class, after which the feudal classes gradually transitioned out of power over human society. This is in accordance with the objective laws and properties of development as described within the framework of materialist dialectics. Productive forces and new relations of production develop gradually, over time, through a series of quantity shifts, until there is a quality shift which gives way to the newer, higher mode of production. The productive forces will continue to develop after a social revolution takes place and a new mode of production is established. Indeed, since the new mode of production will be more suitable with the more developed productive forces, development can occur much more rapidly as soon as the older, obsolete mode of production has given way to the new mode of production. In Socialism, Utopian and Scientific, Engels describes how this process of social revolution took place within the feudal mode of production to give way to the capitalist mode of production. Engels explains that capitalist relations of production initially arose within the feudal mode of production, and development of production forces under these newly developed relations of production soon overpowered feudal relations of production. This led to social revolution which gave the capitalist class primacy over older feudal powers, and once the capitalist class became the ruling class the productive forces could develop more freely and efficiently since they were no longer restrained and hindered by the obsolete feudal mode of production. The mode of production peculiar to the bourgeoisie, known, since Marx, as the capitalist mode of production, was incompatible with the feudal system, with the privileges it conferred upon individuals, entire social ranks and local corporations, as well as with the hereditary ties of subordination which constituted the framework of its social organization. The bourgeoisie broke up the feudal system and built upon its ruins the capitalist order of society, the kingdom of free competition, of personal liberty, of the equality, before the law, of all commodity owners, of all the rest of the capitalist blessings. Thenceforward, the capitalist mode of production could develop in freedom. The relationship between productive forces and relations of production constitute a dialectical contradiction which poses material and technological content against the social economic form of the production process. Annotation 39. The universal category pair of content and form is described in Annotation 30 of this book as well as on p. 147 of Part 1. The productive forces are considered to be the content of the material base of human society while the relations of production are the stable social economic form which the content of productive forces take. Together, this content and form compose the mode of production which exists as the material base of human society in any given period of class society. This may, at first, seem confusing. However, things become more clear when we remember that within the dialectical materialist framework, all things, phenomena, and ideas are defined by internal and external relationships with one another. These relationships are dialectical in nature, meaning that these relationships lead to change and development within and/or between the related subjects. Thus, we can define all of the concepts mentioned above in terms of materialist dialectics. The social economic form of humanity simply refers to society, that is to say, all the relationships which human beings have with one another relating to the economic base and social superstructure of society within a given period of history. A social economic form can be expressed primarily as a dialectical relationship between the material base and the superstructure. In this relationship, the material base determines the superstructure while the superstructure can impact back on the material base. This is in line with the dialectical materialist understanding of the relationship between the material and human consciousness. The material base of human society in a given historical period consists of a dialectical relationship between the productive forces and the relations of production. In this relationship, the content determines the way in which the material base of human society exists, and the form can impact back upon the content. Now, let's examine the structure of both feudalism and capitalism with these materialist dialectical definitions in mind. Feudal society has complex social relations with various classes competing for benefits from the means of production. Capitalism has a simpler class structure with the vast majority of humans relegated to the proletarian working class. Content and form of feudal society. Feudalism is a social economic form of human society which consists of feudal productive forces as content and feudal relations of production as form. Specifically, the feudal productive forces include agricultural resources and technologies including farmland, crops, farm animals, and simple agricultural equipment like plows, hand tools, and so on. Feudal productive forces also include human labor and the labor of beasts of burden. Together, these productive forces are the content of the material base of feudal society. Feudal relations of production are the social form of the material production process in the material base of feudal society. These relations include several classes, including ruling classes which include nobles, monarchs, and religious clergy, as well as various laboring classes, which predominantly include peasants as well as other laboring classes such as craft guildsmen, merchants, and so on. The relations of production consist of the relationships between all these classes as well as relationships between those classes and other productive forces such as farmland, tools, etc. Feudal relations of production are thus a complex configuration in which nobles own farmlands, peasants work the farmlands, and other classes relate to the productive forces and with each other in various ways. The relationship between the content and the form of feudal society is dialectical. This means that the productive forces and relations of production lead to changes and development in one another and, by extension, changes and development in the whole of the material base of feudal society. Changes in the material base also lead to changes in the superstructure of society. Eventually, feudal productive forces developed to such a degree that they were no longer compatible with feudal relations of production. Elements of the merchant and noble classes developed factories and machinery which enabled productive forces to develop to such a high degree that they were no longer compatible with feudal relations of production. This eventually led to social revolution which gave the newly formed bourgeois class rulership over society. This was the dawn of the capitalist mode of production. Content and form of capitalist society. Capitalism is a social economic form of human society which consists of capitalist productive forces as content and capitalist relations of production as form. Specifically, capitalist productive forces include industrialized resources and technologies including factories and socialized production processes and technologies that include complex machinery, computers and information systems, and various other highly developed production technologies, together with natural resources which are predominantly owned by the capitalist class. Together, these productive forces compose the content of the material base of capitalist society. Capitalist class structure/relations of production are much more simple than feudal class structure/relations of production. There are two essential classes under capitalism: the ruling capitalist class, which owns nearly all of the means of production such as factories, equipment, and technologies, as well as the proletariat, which operates the means of production. The content and form of capitalism have exist in dialectical unity with one another. This relationship defines and develops the material base of society which, in turn, drives the development of the superstructure. This is the basis of social formation theory which is discussed more in annotation 98. p. 176. The productive forces of capitalist society have already developed to such a high degree that they are no longer suitable with the capitalist relations of production. This will inevitably lead to social revolution which will allow the proletariat to become the ruling class. Since the proletariat includes the vast majority of human beings on earth, this will bring about the end of class society and will usher in a new era, a stateless, classless society called communism. The motion of this contradiction between productive forces and relations of production is a process that passes back and forth between suitability and opposition, in accordance with the law of suitability, which is a manifestation of the universal law of unification and contradiction between opposites. The contradiction between productive forces and relations of production also follows the law of transformation between quantity and quality as well as the law of negation of negation. Annotation 40. In materialist dialectics, motion simply refers to change and development, and all motion/change/development arises from relationships between things, phenomena, and ideas. The three universal laws of materialist dialectics. Materialist dialectics contains three universal laws which describe the development of all things, phenomena, and ideas. These laws are: the law of transformation between quantity and quality, the law of unification and contradiction between opposites, the law of negation. These laws are further defined in Appendix C of Part 1 on p. 248. The law of suitability between the relations of production and the productive forces is a manifestation of these laws in human society. The law of suitability between relations of production and productive forces. The law of suitability between relations of production and productive forces states that the development level of productive forces must suit the development level of the relations of production. Whenever productive forces develop to such a degree that they are no longer suitable with the relations of production, this creates an objective need for the relations of production to change. Until relations of production develop to a more suitable form, the material production processes will be inefficient and many problems will arise. Engels described how the law of suitability led to the rise of capitalist productive forces within feudal society in socialism, utopian and scientific. Before capitalist production, i.e., in the Middle Ages, the system of petty industry obtained generally, based upon the private property of the laborers in their means of production. In the country, the agriculture of the small peasant, freeman, or serf; in the towns, the handicrafts organized in guilds. The instruments of labor, land, agricultural implements, the workshop, the tool were the instruments of labor of single individuals, adapted for the use of one worker, and, therefore, of necessity, small, dwarfish, circumscribed. But, for this very reason, they belonged as a rule to the producer himself. To concentrate these scattered, limited means of production, to enlarge them, to turn them into the powerful levers of production of the present day, this was precisely the historic role of capitalist production and of its upholder, the bourgeoisie. In the fourth section of Capital, Marx has explained in detail how since the 15th century this has been historically worked out through the three phases of simple cooperation, manufacture, and modern industry. But the bourgeoisie, as is shown there, could not transform these puny means of production into mighty productive forces without transforming them, at the same time, from means of production of the individual into social means of production only workable by a collectivity of men. The spinning wheel, the hand loom, the blacksmith's hammer, were replaced by the spinning machine, the power loom, the steam hammer, the individual workshop, by the factory, implying the cooperation of hundreds and thousands of workmen. In like manner, production itself changed from a series of individual into a series of social acts, and the production from individual to social products. Productive forces were developed to such a high degree that they became hopelessly unsuitable to the feudal relations of production. This led to an objective need for social revolution, so that relations of production could give way to a new capitalist mode of production. As Engels writes, but with the extension of the production of commodities, and especially with the introduction of the capitalist mode of production, the laws of commodity production, hitherto latent, came into action more openly and with greater force. The old bonds were loosened, the old exclusive limits broken through, the producers were more and more turned into independent, isolated producers of commodities. It was the increasing organization of production, upon a social basis, in every individual productive establishment. By this, the old, peaceful, stable condition of things was ended. Wherever this organization of production was introduced into a branch of industry, it brooked no other method of production by its side. The field of labor became a battleground. The great geographical discoveries, and the colonization following them, multiplied markets and quickened the transformation of handicraft into manufacture. The war did not simply break out between the individual producers of particular localities. The local struggles begot, in their turn, national conflicts, the commercial wars of the 17th and 18th centuries. Once capitalist relations of production and capitalist productive forces overtook the material base of human society, older feudal relations of production simply could not keep up. Thus, the less suitable form of feudal society weakened and eventually collapsed, leading to our current era of capitalism. This historical example illustrates the law of suitability in action. Once productive forces became so developed that they were no longer suitable with feudal relations of production, it necessitated the development of relations of production which were suitable with the newly developed productive forces, which were labeled capitalist. This led to social revolution, which established a new mode of production in which these capitalist productive forces and capitalist relations of production were suitable with one another in accordance with the law of suitability. The law of suitability manifests the law of unification and contradiction between opposites of materialist dialectics. According to V. I. Lenin's summary of dialectics, the universal law of unification and contradiction between opposites states that the fundamental, originating, and universal driving force of all motion and development processes is the inherent and objective contradiction which exists in all things, phenomena, and ideas. Whenever two subjects exist in a dialectical relationship with one another, they are said to be in unity because they define one another, and they are said to be in contradiction because they develop one another. The law of suitability between relations of production and productive forces merely describes how the law of unification and contradiction applies to the content and social form of the material base of human society. Specifically, the dialectical relationship between productive forces and relations of production drives the development of the material production process, which is defined by this relationship. The law of suitability manifests the law of transformation between quantity and quality of materialist dialectics. The law of transformation between quantity and quality is defined by Friedrich Engels in Dialectics of Nature in the following terms. In nature, in a manner exactly fixed for each individual case, qualitative changes can only occur by the quantitative addition or subtraction of matter or motion. When productive forces and relations of production are suitable with one another, it allows for the efficient development of the relations of production to occur. Eventually, this development rises to such a quantity that productive forces are no longer compatible with existing relations of production. This, in turn, leads to a quality shift as new relations of production arise and replace the older, less suitable relations of production. In this manner, the dialectical relationship between productive forces and relations of production adheres to the law of transformation between quantity and quality. The law of suitability manifests the law of negation of materialist dialectics. The law of negation is defined by Engels in Anti-Düring as follows. The true, natural, historical, and dialectical negation is the moving source of all development, the division into opposites, their struggle and resolution, and what is more, on the basis of experience gained, the original point is achieved again, but at a higher stage. Put more simply, this law states that change and development always takes place, eventually, in the form of negation as one contradicting subject overtakes another. The dialectical relationship between productive forces and relations of production clearly adheres to this universal law, since the quality shift which occurs when one mode of relation overtakes another is an act of negation. For example, capitalism arose to contradict feudalism and, eventually, negated feudalism to become the predominant mode of production. Thus, we can see that the law of suitability between relations of production and productive forces is merely a manifestation of the three universal laws of materialist dialectics as they pertain to the development of human society. By nature, the contradiction between productive forces and relations of production generally drives development in a gradual and sequential manner. It is also possible, however, for sudden rapid developments to occur, or for sequential steps to be bypassed. Annotation 41. Development of productive forces and relations of production tends to be gradual and sequential in accordance with the universal laws of materialist dialectics. Development is typically gradual in accordance with the law of transformation between quantity and quality. In most instances, productive forces are developed relatively slowly in terms of quantity until a quality shift occurs after some threshold has been surpassed. This pattern of development is discussed more in Part 1, p. 163. Development is typically sequential simply because the conditions to bypass a stage of development are rare, and development of human society tends to follow the development of productive forces which themselves rely on gradual and sequential development of science, technology, organizational systems, etc. Marx describes this sequential pattern of development in a contribution to the critique of political economy. No social order is ever destroyed before all the productive forces for which it is sufficient have been developed, and new superior relations of production never replace older ones before the material conditions for their existence have matured within the framework of the old society. Mankind thus inevitably sets itself only such tasks as it is able to solve, since closer examination will always show that the problem itself arises only when the material conditions for its solution are already present or at least in the course of formation. As an example, it would be absurd to imagine that agrarian medieval Europeans under the feudal mode of production might have developed nuclear power plants. This is because, as Marx described, feudal relations of production and productive forces were not nearly sufficient to produce such technology. Human beings living in the feudal era did not even ponder such matters as nuclear power plants because the problems of nuclear power production had not even presented themselves yet. In that era, the material conditions for the existence of nuclear power plants had not yet developed. A great many intervening steps and developments, including the development of capitalist relations of production and productive forces, had to occur before human beings could begin grappling with the problem of nuclear power generation. That said, it is possible and there are historical examples of bypassing stages of development both in terms of productive forces and relations of production. There were some nations where productive forces rapidly advanced and bypassed stages of development through interaction with foreign cultures. Vietnam, for example, went directly from simple agrarian practices of the feudal era all the way through the era of French colonization and then suddenly and rapidly developed industrialized agricultural processes with the assistance of the Soviet Union starting from the revolutionary era of the 1950s and especially after the end of the Revolutionary War in 1975. This allowed Vietnamese farmers to bypass many stages of technological development of productive forces. In terms of relations of production, Vietnam's society is currently attempting to bypass the capitalist mode of production altogether. That is to say, the Vietnamese people and government are attempting to build towards socialism and eventually communism without ever giving the capitalist class control over the Vietnamese social-economic formation. This attempt at building socialism while bypassing capitalism has gone through several stages already. The revolutionary economy, during which wars were fought against fascist Japan, colonial France, and the imperialist United States to free the Vietnamese people from foreign oppression, and the Communist Party of Vietnam was developed into the leading force of social revolution in Vietnam. The subsidizing economy, this was an attempt to move fully and immediately into communist relations of production. These efforts ultimately proved to be too aggressive and unrealistic, as productive forces could not be developed rapidly enough for suitable relations of production to develop. The socialism-oriented market economy era, this is the current era of Vietnamese social revolution, during which time market reforms have been implemented in an attempt to develop productive forces without allowing capitalists to take control of the state and economy. The first era of this economy was known as Doi Moi, which is Vietnamese for renovation. The focus and priority of this era has been the transformation of Vietnam into a medium-income nation with well-developed industrial productive forces. The Doi Moi era has just successfully come to an end, and Vietnam is now entering into the rising nation era, with the goal of becoming a medium-high-income nation by 2030 and a high-income nation which can implement full socialism by 2045. These efforts and struggles are described in detail by Vietnamese experts using historical materialist analysis in Appendix G, p. 254. In a speech called Building a People of Socialism, Ho Chi Minh explained that one of the chief goals of Vietnamese social revolution is to build a socialist people with socialist values and manners. We won against colonialism and feudalism. Our main mission now is to win against backwardness and poverty, to build socialism, and to make our people live in happiness. That mission is great but also very difficult. But if our party and our entire people are determined, we will definitely achieve it. In order to build socialism, first and foremost, we need to have socialist people. In the current era, the People, Government, and Communist Party of Vietnam have the ambition to build socialist relations of production over the coming decades while bypassing the domination of Vietnamese society by the capitalist class. Hastening the development of socialism and the bypassing or termination of capitalist class society is the primary task of scientific socialism, which is part 4 of the volume this text is taken from, and which we hope to translate in the future. The concept of bypassing stages of development is discussed more in annotation 23, p. 34. The role of social consciousness in bringing about social revolution is discussed more in annotation 67 on p. 115. The contradiction between the productive forces and the relations of production are the basis for the law of suitability between the relations of production and the development of the productive forces, which states that the development level of productive forces must suit the development level of the relations of production. This law is the most essential driving force for the movement and development of the mode of production of the material base of human society and, by extension, of the development of human society in its entirety. Annotation 42. Summary of Chapter 1. Dialectical materialism is a system of philosophy and methodology which asserts that the material determines consciousness while consciousness can impact back upon the material. Materialist dialectics is a methodology derived from dialectical materialism which holds that all things, phenomena, and ideas are constantly changing and developing at all times, and that this change and development is driven by relationships. Materialist dialectics also holds that all things, phenomena, and ideas are defined by those same relationships. Human class society in any given stage of development is defined by the dialectical relationship between the material base and the superstructure. This dialectical relationship between the base and superstructure drives the development of human society. Within this development process, the base determines the superstructure while the superstructure is able to impact back on the base. This is in accordance with the dialectical materialist understanding of the relationship between the material and conscious activity. The material base of society is itself defined by the dialectical relationship between productive forces and relationships of production. In this relationship, the productive forces determine the relations of production while the relations of production can only impact back on the productive forces. This is in accordance with the properties of the universal category pair of content and form as defined in the framework of materialist dialectics. The quantity of productive forces develops over time through various innovations in science, technology, organizational systems, etc. Eventually, productive forces will develop to such an extent that they are no longer suitable with relations of production. At this point, the relations of production will have undergone a quality shift which will eventually lead to relations of production and, by extension, a change in the mode of production and the material base of society. This is in accordance with the law of transformation between quantity and quality within the materialist dialectical framework. The quality shift from one mode of production to the next is carried out through social revolution, which is the process by which one or more ruling classes emerge to dominate the material base. Once the social revolution is complete, human society will enter a new stage of development and the cycle will restart in terms of development of the mode of production which drives the advancement of human society. This process is defined by the law of suitability between relations of production and productive forces and is also governed by the three universal laws of materialist dialectics. From all of this we can conclude that the development of all of human society is driven by the development of productive forces. Productive forces determine the relations of production, which determine the mode of production, which determine the material base of human society, which determines the superstructure of human society. Understanding that the productive forces are the driving force of development of human society is what allows us to view history as an objective and somewhat predictable process. This puts the study of human history and society on a scientific basis. This scientific analysis of humanity is the basis of social formation theory, which is the core of historical materialism. In the next section we will examine the material base and superstructure in more detail in order to better understand how the dialectical relationship between the two drives the development of human society. Chapter 2. Dialectics of the base and superstructure. Definitions of the base and the superstructure. 1. Definition of the base. The concept of the base or material base or economic base refers to the totality of relations of production that constitute the economic structure of the society. Annotation 43. Karl Marx first accurately described the relationship between base and superstructure in Capital. As discussed more fully in Annotation 11, p. 16, the word economy refers to social activities which aim to solve the following questions. What to produce? How to produce? Produce for whom? The economic base, therefore, encompasses all the aspects of society which relate to humanity's efforts to solve these questions through material production processes. In accordance with the materialist dialectical principle of general relations, we can define the material base by the following relationships. An internal relationship between productive forces and relations of production. An external relationship with the superstructure of society. The internal and external relations described above drive change and development of human society in accordance with the universal laws and principles of materialist dialectics. This is the basis of social formation theory. The base of a society, in all its motion, is made up of the dominant relations of production, the remnant relations of production, the new relations of production. Annotation 44. These descriptions of different relations of production which can exist in human society are all relative to the predominant relations of production of the currently existing mode of production. Dominant relations of production include the relations of production which are currently the most commonly found in the current form of a given society. The class or classes which have control over the dominant relations of production are the ruling class. Remnant relations of production include relations of production which are held over from a previous form of society. New relations of production include relations of production which are newly emerging and, given enough development, will give way to a new mode of production and a new stage of development for human society. Although the feudal relations of production were dominant throughout the feudal era, remnant productions from the preceding mode of production continued existing in remnant form as capitalist relations of production were also beginning to develop. As an example, during the feudal era, the dominant relations of production were feudal relations of production, which revolved around ownership of land by noble lords, working of the land by peasants, development of goods by craft guildsmen, trade by merchants, etc. During this era, remnant relations of production from the previous era of ancient slave societies continued to exist, but they were not the predominant relations of production under feudalism. Also, during feudalism, new relations of production, specifically, capitalist relations of production, developed as new classes began to emerge. An example of this development is how people began producing commodities for exchange at a market, rather than only producing directly for local use, consumption, and subsistence. Another example would be the development of early stock exchanges and joint stock companies, such as the Dutch East India Company 21. Eventually, the new capitalist relations of production overtook feudal relations of production through social revolution. This led to the current era of capitalism. Under capitalism, the dominant relations of production are capitalist relations of production, which has the bourgeoisie owning the means of production as the ruling class and the proletariat operating the means of production as wage laborers. Even today, there still exist remnant relations of production. There are also new relations of production emerging in socialist nations like Vietnam and Cuba, which are attempting to build socialism via a dictatorship of the proletariat with the ambition to eventually do away with capitalism altogether. Given that development in human society is inevitable, each society will eventually manifest some certain new relations of production. These new relations of production form a seed which will eventually overtake the dominant relations of production and give way to a new form of society. Annotation 45. In dialectical development, characteristics are carried forward from one stage of development to the next from both the initial and contradicting subjects. Materialist dialectics holds that characteristics are carried forward from previous stages of development as a subject transforms through contradiction. These characteristics are carried forward from negating as well as negated subjects which contributed to the development of the presently existing subject. This is the materialist dialectical explanation for why the seed of capitalism existed in previous stages of development of human society. Marx and Engels explained that the seed of capitalism was already present in the feudal system in Manifesto of the Communist Party. The embryonic capitalist relations of production soon developed productive forces which were no longer compatible with predominant feudal relations of production. This led to the feudal relations of production being burst asunder through social revolution, which resulted in a shift in humanity's mode of production from feudalism to capitalism. We see then, the means of production and of exchange, on whose foundation the bourgeoisie built itself up, were generated in feudal society. At a certain stage in the development of these means of production and of exchange, the conditions under which feudal society produced and exchanged, the feudal organization of agriculture and manufacturing industry, in one word, the feudal relations of property became no longer compatible with the already developed productive forces, they became so many fetters. They had to be burst asunder, they were burst asunder. Into their place stepped free competition, accompanied by a social and political constitution adapted in it, and the economic and political sway of the bourgeois class. The manifesto also explains that the capitalist mode of production contains the seed of proletarian revolution which will eventually lead to the downfall of capitalism and the end of class society altogether. The essential conditions for the existence and for the sway of the bourgeois class is the formation and augmentation of capital. The condition for capital is wage labor. Wage labor rests exclusively on competition between the laborers. The advance of industry, whose involuntary promoter is the bourgeoisie, replaces the isolation of the laborers, due to competition, by the revolutionary combination, due to association. The development of modern industry, therefore, cuts from under its feet the very foundation on which the bourgeoisie produces and appropriates products. What the bourgeoisie therefore produces, above all, are its own grave diggers. Its fall and the victory of the proletariat are equally inevitable. In Socialism, Utopian and Scientific, Friedrich Engels explains how the productive forces were already becoming unsuitable to capitalist relations of production even in his day and age, and that this constitutes an objective phenomenon which will eventually lead to social revolution and the end of capitalism. The present situation of society, this is now pretty generally conceded, is the creation of the ruling class of today, of the bourgeoisie. The mode of production peculiar to the bourgeoisie, known, since Marx, as the capitalist mode of production, was incompatible with the feudal system, with the privileges it conferred upon individuals, entire social ranks and local corporations, as well as with the hereditary ties of subordination which constituted the framework of its social organization. The bourgeoisie broke up the feudal system and built upon its ruins the capitalist order of society, the kingdom of free competition, of personal liberty, of the equality, before the law, of all commodity owners, of all the rest of the capitalist blessings. Thenceforward, the capitalist mode of production could develop in freedom. Since steam, machinery, and the making of machines by machinery transformed the older manufacture into modern industry, the productive forces, evolved under the guidance of the bourgeoisie, developed with a rapidity and in a degree unheard of before. But just as the older manufacture, in its time, and handicraft, becoming more developed under its influence, had come into collision with the feudal trammels of the guilds, so now modern industry, in its complete development, comes into collision with the bounds within which the capitalist mode of production holds it confined. The new productive forces have already outgrown the capitalistic mode of using them. And this conflict between productive forces and modes of production is not a conflict engendered in the mind of man, like that between original sin and divine justice. It exists, in fact, objectively, outside us, independently of the will and actions even of the men that have brought it on. Modern socialism is nothing but the reflex, in thought, of this conflict. In fact, its ideal reflection in the minds, first, of the class directly suffering under it, the working class. In Anti-Düring, Engels explains that the development of capitalist productive forces builds up the proletariat in size and strength, leading to increasing unsuitability between productive forces and capitalist relations of production. This is the seed of communism, already planted within the capitalist mode of production. If the introduction and increase of machinery means the displacement of millions of manual by a few machine workers, improvement in machinery means the displacement of more and more of the machine workers themselves. It means, in the last instance, the production of a number of available wage workers in excess of the average needs of capital, the formation of a complete industrial reserve army, as I called it in 1845, available at the times when industry is working at high pressure, to be cast out upon the street when the inevitable crash comes, a constant dead weight upon the limbs of the working class in its struggle for existence with capital, a regulator for the keeping of wages down to the low level that suits the interests of capital. Thus it comes about, to quote Marx, that machinery becomes the most powerful weapon in the war of capital against the working class, that the instruments of labor constantly tear the means of subsistence out of the hands of the laborer, that the very product of the worker is turned into an instrument for his subjugation. Thus it comes about that the economizing of the instruments of labor becomes at the same time, from the outset, the most reckless waste of labor power, and robbery based upon the normal conditions under which labor functions, that machinery, the most powerful instrument for shortening labor time, becomes the most unfailing means for placing every moment of the laborer's time and that of his family at the disposal of the capitalist for the purpose of expanding the value of his capital. Thus it comes about that the overwork of some becomes the preliminary condition for the idleness of others, and that modern industry, which hunts after new consumers over the whole world, forces the consumption of the masses at home down to a starvation minimum, and in doing this destroys its own home market. The law that always equilibrates the relative surplus population, or industrial reserve army, to the extent and energy of accumulation, this law rivets the laborer to capital more firmly than the wedges of Vulcan did Prometheus to the rock. It establishes an accumulation of misery corresponding with accumulation of capital. Accumulation of wealth at one pole is, therefore, at the same time accumulation of misery, agony of toil, slavery, ignorance, brutality, mental degradation, at the opposite pole, i.e., on the side of the class that produces its own product in the form of capital. Whilst the capitalist mode of production more and more completely transforms the great majority of the population into proletarians, it creates the power which, under penalty of its own destruction, is forced to accomplish this revolution. Such inherent and destabilizing contradictions within the capitalist mode of production, i.e., the seed of communism which is contained within capitalism, are the subjects of such great works as Capital by Karl Marx and Imperialism, the highest stage of capitalism by Lenin, and are a key subject of the study of political economy. The end of the capitalist mode of production will end class society entirely, allowing humanity to enter a new era of stateless, classless society, as Marx and Engels explain in the manifesto. When, in the course of development, class distinctions have disappeared, and all production has been concentrated in the hands of a vast association of the whole nation, the public power will lose its political character. Political power, properly so called, is merely the organized power of one class for oppressing another. If the proletariat during its contest with the bourgeoisie is compelled, by the force of circumstances, to organize itself as a class, if, by means of a revolution, it makes itself the ruling class, and, as such, sweeps away by force the old conditions of production, then it will, along with these conditions, have swept away the conditions for the existence of class antagonisms and of classes generally, and will thereby have abolished its own supremacy as a class. In place of the old bourgeois society, with its classes and class antagonisms, we shall have an association, in which the free development of each is the condition for the free development of all. The dominant relations of production are those which have risen above all other relations of production. The dominant relations of production set the course of direction for the development of society and define the economic regime of a given society. The fact that all three types of relations of production exist within the base of any given society reflects the nature of the productive forces as possessing the characteristics of continuous motion and inheritance in development. Annotation 46. We must avoid thinking of the development of human society in metaphysical terms which misunderstand the ways in which things, phenomena, and ideas change over time. One such metaphysical misconception is that of terminal negation. Terminal negation is an incorrect view of development which holds that when something is negated it ceases to exist entirely. This misconception is explained more in Part 1, p. 185. Materialist dialectics holds that negation is a process in which different subjects contradict each other through internal and external relationships, with one subject eventually overtaking the other. When this occurs, the negating subject inherits characteristics from that which it negates. This process of development is continuous, meaning that it is indefinite and is constantly driven by the internal motion of contradiction. The materialist dialectical view of negation holds that negation is not terminal, development continues on after a negation occurs. Historical materialism asserts that the development of human society occurs through processes of contradiction and negation which follow the objective laws of materialist dialectics. This means that the development of human society must adhere to the principles of continuous motion and inheritance. Continuous motion in the development of human society. Continuous motion refers to the fact that all things, phenomena, and ideas are constantly changing and that this change is brought about by internal and external relationships. Negation processes of human society must adhere to the principle of development, which states that development is a process that comes from within the thing in itself, the process of solving the contradictions within things and phenomena. Therefore, development is inevitable, objective, and occurs without dependence on human will. This means that development and negation of human society stems from internal relations within society which lead to internal contradictions. Development through negation within class society is inevitable and objective and occurs without dependence on human will. In other words, humans do not consciously determine these negations, though the conscious activity of human beings can impact these negation processes in accordance with the dialectical materialist conception of the relationship between the material and human consciousness. Human society is always continuously changing through developments in quantity which in turn lead to quality shifts. For example, productive forces develop through increases in quantity and these changes in quantity eventually lead to changes in quality. There are countless examples of such quantity-to-quality negations occurring throughout human history: computers replacing typewriters, cars negating horses, automated factories replacing handcrafts, and so on. Whenever new technologies emerge within the productive forces, they develop gradually, at first only affecting productive forces in terms of quantity until a quality shift occurs. Historical materialism holds that society develops in accordance with materialist dialectics. Quality shifts in one aspect of human society will lead to quality shifts in other aspects in accordance with the relationship between matter and consciousness. This means that quality shifts in productive forces lead to quality shifts in relations of production, and quality shifts in relations of production in turn lead to quality shifts in society's superstructure. This is the basis for the law of suitability, which is explained in annotation 33, p. 48. Inheritance in the development of human society. As stated previously, when one subject negates another, it inherits characteristics and properties from that which it negates. The inheritance principle means that characteristics of one stage of development are carried forward to the next stage. This also means that the present human society contains the seeds of the society to come. Negation processes of human society must adhere to this principle of inheritance, meaning that when a new mode of production negates an older, lower mode of production, it carries characteristics forward from that preceding mode of production. For example, capitalism still possesses characteristics which are inherited from feudalism, such as remnant relations of production and other characteristics of feudal society which continue to exist both in the base and superstructure of capitalism. Indeed, modern capitalist society even contains inherited characteristics from ancient societies which long predate our current mode of production. In conclusion, the relations of production constitute a system within society which plays a dual role. On one hand, the relations of production serve as the social-economic form of the production process. In this sense, the relations of production govern the maintenance, promotion, and development of the productive forces. This constitutes a dialectical relationship which defines the material production process. On the other hand, the relations of production govern the formation of the economic structure of society through mutual development with the socio-political relations of society. This constitutes a dialectical relationship which defines the superstructure of society. Annotation 47. Relations of production define both productive forces and superstructure. The relations of production are critically important in defining human society. They serve to define both the superstructure and economic base of human society by providing a relatively stable form to both aspects of human society. Within the economic base, the relations of production serve as the social form of the material production process. In other words, the relations of production constitute a stable set of human relationships which shape and govern a mode of production in a human society. At the same time, the relations of production provide a stable socio-political form to the superstructure of society. The relations of production define important aspects of human society, such as who has control of the means of production and who controls the state. All human institutions and social consciousness forms are determined by economic relations of production. The role of the state is discussed more in annotation 100, p. 181. Institutions and social consciousness forms are discussed more on p. 73. 2. Definition of superstructure. Marx defined the relations of production as the economic basis of socio-political relations in society, writing, "The totality of these relations of production constitutes the economic structure of society, the real foundation, on which arises a legal and political superstructure and to which correspond definite forms of social consciousness." 22. Thus, according to Marx's point of view, the concept of superstructure refers to the entire structural system of social consciousness forms along with corresponding socio-political institutions, which are formed on the economic base. The superstructure of a given society is a complex structure of relationships that can be analyzed from different perspectives, thereby revealing these relationships as interwoven and constantly developing through mutual impact. From the most general perspective, superstructure can be as consisting of two parts. A system of social consciousness forms including political forms, legal forms, religious forms, etc. A corresponding system of socio-political institutions including states, political parties, religious institutions, etc. Annotation 48. Society's superstructure is defined both by internal relationships between institutions and social consciousness forms and by its external relationship with society's material base. The superstructure is defined primarily by its external relationship with the material base and by internal relationships between social consciousness forms and corresponding socio-political institutions. The base determines the superstructure, though the superstructure can impact back upon the material base in important ways. This is the law of the economic base determining the superstructure of society, which is explained on p. 90. Within the superstructure, the state is the most significant institution because it has the greatest ability to impact the base. Social consciousness forms. Social consciousness is human consciousness which is generally shared throughout society. It can be thought of as collective consciousness, however, it must be understood that there is nothing mystical or supernatural about social consciousness. Social consciousness is simply the body of human consciousness which exists among many human beings in a certain time and place. Social consciousness is defined by internal relationships of social consciousness forms and an external relationship with social being. Social consciousness is defined primarily by these relationships. Internal relationships between superstructure and all other aspects of social consciousness. An external relationship between social consciousness and social being, which is the material existence of human society. Social being is discussed more starting on p. 106. Bearing in mind the materialist dialectical category pair of content and form, we can understand that a social consciousness form is simply a set of stable relationships which exists within social consciousness. Stability here simply means that a form manifests over time in a manner which is relatively consistent and identifiable. That said, it must also be noted that social consciousness forms despite this relative stability never stop changing and developing in accordance with the principle of development. Every form of social consciousness is defined in part by external relationships with corresponding institutions, with social being, and with all other forms of social consciousness. The content of a social consciousness form includes all the various ideas, attitudes, beliefs, and other manifestations of human consciousness which come together as a stable form of social consciousness. Whenever such ideas are packaged together and held collectively by a group of human beings, they become a social consciousness form. Every social consciousness form has a corresponding socio-political institution. Such an institution exists to develop and advance its corresponding social consciousness form through dialectical development. Institutions will be discussed more later in this annotation. A social consciousness form can thus be defined by internal and external relationships. Internal relationships between the thoughts, ideas, beliefs, and other manifestations of consciousness which compose the social consciousness form. External relationships with its corresponding institutions, with other social consciousness forms, as well as with social being and the material base of society. The external relationship which exists between social consciousness forms and socio-political institutions define, in turn, the superstructure of society. The dialectical relationship between a social consciousness form and its corresponding institution is, itself, one of content and form. In this sense, the social consciousness form serves as the content and the institution serves as the social form. Thus, the social consciousness form will determine the existence of its corresponding institution while the institution can impact back on the social consciousness form. Social consciousness forms manifest in various forms. According to the Vietnamese textbook Philosophy of Marxism-Leninism, these forms include political consciousness, a form of consciousness that only exists in class societies which have states. Political consciousness reflects economic and social relationships between classes, peoples, and nations, as well as the attitudes of different classes toward state power. Legal consciousness, the entire system of ideas and opinions which a class holds about the nature and role of law, about the rights and obligations of the state, social organizations, and citizens, and about the legality and illegality of human behavior in society, along with human awareness and emotions as they pertain to the enforcement of state laws. Moral consciousness, the totality of concepts, knowledge, and psychological/emotional conditions of human communities pertaining to values of good, evil, conscience, responsibility, happiness, justice, etc., as well as rules for evaluating/regulating behavior between individuals and society, and between individuals within society. Aesthetic consciousness, consciousness relating to the need to enjoy and create beauty. Among the forms of activities to enjoy and create beauty, art is the highest form of expression of aesthetic consciousness. Religious consciousness, the totality of symbols, emotions, moods, and habits of the masses regarding religious beliefs. Religious ideology is a system of doctrine created and spread in society by clergy and theologians. In addition to these general forms of social consciousness, there are also two special forms of social consciousness which are particularly relevant to the pursuit of scientific socialism. Scientific knowledge penetrates other forms of social consciousness, serving as the basis for scientific fields which correspond to each form of consciousness. For example, the scientific form of political consciousness is political science, the scientific form of moral consciousness is ethics, the scientific form of artistic consciousness is artistic science, the scientific form of religious consciousness is religious studies, and so on. Scientific consciousness is an important component of the cognitive theory of dialectical materialism. This is discussed more in Part 1, p. 214. Staying home is loving our country. Vietnam's Ministry of Health is a socio-political institution which develops social consciousness related to public health. This poster was created to develop social consciousness among the masses about COVID-19. Socio-political institutions. A socio-political institution is an organization which human beings have created to institute, codify, expand, and develop a corresponding social consciousness form. Whenever human beings develop a social consciousness form and come together to promote, defend, and advance it, it becomes a basis for a socio-political institution. Such institutions serve social and political functions. Social because they exist, by definition, as organized systems which have been created and developed by a group of human beings to defend, promote, advance, and otherwise develop a corresponding form of social consciousness. Social institutions therefore have an explicitly social function within the superstructure of human society. Political because social consciousness forms and corresponding institutions as elements of the superstructure invariably have class character and, therefore, some degree of impact on political struggle to influence the state and benefit from the means of production. Art, for example, invariably reflects some aspect of political consciousness, even if that expression is unintentional. Examples of socio-political institutions include states, socio-political institutions which are the totality of forms of governance over a society by a ruling class. States can take various forms and may be governed in a wide variety of manners. States exist to enforce dictatorship of the ruling class over all other classes. Political parties, socio-political institutions which exist to develop, disseminate, and advance political ideologies by codifying political doctrines and programs, disseminating propaganda, recruiting membership from society at large, training and advancing leaders, running political candidates in elections, and so on. In class society, political parties are controlled by a specific class. For example, in capitalist society, most political parties serve the interests of the capitalist class, though opposition parties may exist to represent the interests of remnant or oppressed class interests. For example, in some nations there are royalist parties which represent the interests of remnant classes such as monarchs and feudal lords. In other nations there are communist parties which represent the working class and seek to put workers in command of society. Religious institutions, socio-political institutions which exist for humans to practice and develop religious belief systems. Churches, mosques, and synagogues are all examples of religious institutions. In addition to the socio-political institution types listed above, there are countless others, including universities, labor unions, industrial associations, and on and on. Institutions and social consciousness forms are determined by the economic base and social being of human society, but they play a very important effect in the development of human society nonetheless, and they are capable of impacting back upon the material world. As Engels wrote in a letter to Conrad Schmidt in 1890. While the material mode of existence is the prima magens, this does not preclude the ideological spheres from reacting upon it in their turn, though with a secondary effect. In a class society, and especially in modern societies, the two most important social consciousness forms in the superstructure of society are political consciousness forms, legal consciousness forms, and the two most important institutions in the superstructure of society are the political party, the state. The state is a special apparatus that organizes and exercises power within a class society. On the surface, the state usually presents itself as an organization system that coordinates the shared power of the people in order to manage and control all activities of society and to perform political and social functions along with domestic and foreign affairs functions. In reality, however, every state is a tool to wield power in order to exercise the dictatorship of the ruling class. Annotation 49. Political and legal consciousness forms are considered the most important social consciousness forms within the superstructure of society because they have the most potential to impact back upon the material base of society. This is because they relate directly to the class structure which exists within a given society's mode of production. The same can be said for political parties and for the state, which are socio-political institutions which reflect and relate the most directly to a society's class structure and material base. The most important social consciousness forms and institutions are legal consciousness and the corresponding state, as well as political consciousness and corresponding political parties. A political party corresponds to a political consciousness form which represents a specific class within society. Political parties are the most effective vehicles for a class to impact back upon the material base by securing benefits from the means of production for that class, building power for that class, and protecting the interests of that class. A state is a special socio-political institution which a class uses to govern and control a society. Only the ruling class can command a state, and this rulership is known as class dictatorship. Under capitalism, the state is controlled by the capitalist class. This means that a powerful but tiny minority of society has dictatorship over the working class, which constitutes the great majority of society. The working class under capitalism has the mission of building a workers' party and establishing a workers' state in order to seize control of the material base of society. The mission of the working class, according to the principles of scientific socialism, is to establish a dictatorship over the capitalist class. This simply means that the vast majority of society, i.e., the workers, control society instead of the tiny minority of capitalists. This can only be achieved by seizing control of the means of production, i.e., the material base of society. This would give the workers the ability to develop state power over society, which will, eventually, give the working class the opportunity to finally dismantle class society once and for all. It is important to note that the state is the most important socio-political institution because it has the most impact on the economic base. This characteristic of the state is discussed more in annotation 100, p. 181. Class struggle is discussed more in annotation 55, p. 101. 2. Dialectical relationship between the base and superstructure. Base and superstructure are the two basic aspects of society. The base is the economic aspect, and the superstructure is the socio-political aspect. Together, the base and superstructure exist in a dialectical unified relationship with each other, mutually impacting one another. In this dialectical relationship, the base plays a determining role for the superstructure. At the same time, the superstructure constantly impacts back upon the base. 1. The base determines the superstructure. The role which the base plays in determining the superstructure is revealed in many ways. Every economic base forms a suitable superstructure to maintain and protect the base. Changes in the base create an objective need to have corresponding changes in the superstructure. Contradictions in the base are reflected in the contradictions within the superstructure. Struggles between different socio-political ideologies as well as conflicts between different socio-political interests all have root causes in class struggle to benefit from the economic base of society. The class that owns the means of production of society is also the class that holds state power in the superstructure of society, while other classes are in a subordinate position to that state power. State policies and laws, in the end, only reflect the economic domination of the class which owns the means of production of society, and serve the needs of that ruling class. In short, in any given society, the base determines the superstructure, while the superstructure reflects the base and impacts back upon the base. Annotation 50. The superstructure reflects and protects the base in accordance with the law of the economic base determining the superstructure of society and the law of suitability. The superstructure has an objective need for suitability with the material base of human society. This need gives rise to law of the economic base determining the superstructure. The base and superstructure dialectically define and develop each other. The material base is reflected in the superstructure in countless ways. At the same time, the superstructure develops so as to reflect, protect, and preserve relations of production in order to ensure a stable material production process. Following are fuller explanations of the various ways in which the determining role of the material base is reflected in the superstructure of society. Every economic base forms a suitable superstructure to maintain and protect the base. Throughout the history of class society, the superstructure of society has served to further the interests of the ruling class through the development of social consciousness forms and socio-political institutions which predominantly reflect the values and interests of the ruling class. As a result, prevailing philosophies and social institutions have always reflected the values and interests of the ruling class in every era of class society. This is explained more in Annotation 13, p. 19. Examples of social consciousness forms in class society. Most major prevailing philosophies have defended and served the interests of the ruling class of the society which produced them. For example, the philosophy of Aristotle defended the institution of slavery in ancient Greece and extolled the virtue of the land-owning ruling class. Chivalry was a medieval philosophical system which upheld the feudal system which included knighthood and aristocratic notions of noble birth. In today's society, most prevailing philosophies in the world uphold and defend the capitalist mode of production. Legal systems have always historically served the interests of the ruling class. Under feudalism, legal systems upheld the hereditary systems of monarchy and nobility and prevented peasants from participating in governing the state. Today, under capitalism, the legal systems of most nations heavily favor the capitalist class while suppressing workers in various ways. Examples of socio-political institutions in class society. During the feudal era, religious institutions primarily served the interests of and defended the positions of feudal lords and monarchs. They were also determined by the economic base of feudal society. The church in medieval Europe, for example, controlled feudal land holdings in a similar fashion to noble lords and was financed through tithes and donations secured from the wealthy ruling classes. Today, most religious institutions defend and reinforce the capitalist mode of production and are determined by the economic base of capitalism, that is to say, they are typically recognized by the capitalist-controlled state and seldom challenge the authority of the ruling capitalist class, but rather normalize capitalist relations of production with practitioners of the religious faith. States have always predominantly been ruled and governed by the ruling class in every era of history. Under feudalism, the state was controlled directly by monarchs and feudal lords. Under capitalism, the ruling class controls the states of most nations through financial contributions to political candidates and parties, through lobbying, through bribery and corruption, through corporate influence on governments, and through various other means. Changes in the base create an objective need to have corresponding changes in the superstructure. Karl Marx explained this concept in the preface of a contribution to the Critique of Political Economy. The changes in the economic foundation lead sooner or later to the transformation of the whole immense superstructure. This was Marx's formulation of the law of the economic base determining the superstructure of society. This law is further defined in the Vietnamese textbook Philosophy of Marxism-Leninism. The base and the superstructure are two sides of society. They have a dialectical unity with each other in which the base plays a decisive role. Each base will form a corresponding superstructure. The characteristics of the superstructure are defined by the characteristics of its base. In a class society, whichever class rules the economy also has the ruling position of politics and the spiritual/mental life of society. Every contradiction in the economy, in the end, always decides the contradictions in the ideological politics. All the struggles between different ideologies in politics are manifestations of struggles which exist in the economy. All the factors of the superstructure, such as the state, the law, philosophy, religion, and so on, directly and indirectly depend on the base. This process does not only occur when a social economic form changes to a new social economic form, but also occurs within a social economic form. Even though the changes of the superstructure go hand in hand with the productive forces do not directly change the superstructure. The development of the productive forces change the relations of production, which means it directly changes the base, and through that development, the superstructure is changed. The changes in the base leading to changes in the superstructure happen in a very complicated manner. In this process, there are some factors within the superstructure that change very fast in response to changes in the base, such as changes in politics and law. There are also factors that change very slowly, such as religion, art, aesthetics, and so on. There are also factors that are inherited from previous social economic forms. Contradictions in the base are reflected in the contradictions within the superstructure. Reflection is the recreation of the features of one subject in a different subject, which occurs when they mutually impact each other through interaction. Reflection occurs in all dialectical relationships between subjects. Reflection is defined in Part 1, p. 64. Because the base and superstructure have a dialectical relationship with one another, and because the base determines the superstructure, reflections of the base in the superstructure are profound and determine the essence of the superstructure. It should be noted that the superstructure is able to impact back upon the base of society, but it can never determine the base, and so the reflections of the superstructure found in the base will always be less profound than the reflections of the base found in the superstructure. In feudal society, for example, such reflections of the contradictions of the base can be found in prevailing and predominant philosophies of that era. Social consciousness forms such as chivalry and fealty in medieval Europe reflected the relations of production of that era and also justified those relations of production, giving the ruling class of monarchs and nobles the most power and prestige in that society. Similarly, the prevailing philosophies within the capitalist superstructure reflect the capitalist mode of production and material base which determine that superstructure. For example, philosophies of meritocracy, competition, and individualism justify the exploitation of workers by capitalists and otherwise legitimize capitalist relations of production. Reflections of the superstructure in the base are much more subtle, but they do exist. For example, bourgeois democracy has granted some concessions to workers even in highly developed bourgeois states such as the United States. By developing institutions and social consciousness forms with a working class character, workers have gained workplace safety regulations, child labor laws, etc. Such reforms can improve conditions for workers, but they will never be able to fundamentally alter relations of production. Similarly, no amount of alteration and change within the bourgeois-controlled state will result in a rearrangement of the relations of production and other essential aspects of the economic base. The only way to fundamentally alter the material base is through social revolution, which places the working class in command of the means of production and productive forces of human society. That said, efforts toward changing the superstructure of society can strengthen the position of the revolutionary class and hasten the victory of social revolution over the ruling class. This is important to the mission of scientific socialism. Struggles between different socio-political ideologies as well as conflicts between different socio-political interests all have root causes in class struggle to benefit from the economic base of society. Throughout the history of class society, political struggles have stemmed from one prevailing question: who might benefit from the economic base of society? During the feudal era, there were political struggles between different classes, all competing for material benefits from the economic base. Peasants sought to keep more of the crops they grew and to toil under better conditions. Merchants struggled against taxation and hoped to build their wealth. Noble lords struggled against the monarch to hold more power in their own hands, to expand their lands, and to live more comfortable lives. Monarchs fought to maintain rulership over society and to expand the territory of their kingdoms. Today, under capitalism, class struggle has been reduced primarily to the struggle between the proletariat and the bourgeoisie. Workers struggle for higher wages, lower taxation of their paychecks, better working conditions, and increased power in society. Capitalists struggle to keep workers suppressed, to drive down wages, and to increase their share of profits while lowering taxes on their capital gains and assets. The ruling class uses all means available to protect and further their own class interests, including the use of social consciousness forms and socio-political institutions to develop false consciousness within the working class. False consciousness is any human consciousness which does not reflect material reality and objective conditions. In the context of class struggle, the capitalist class seeks to develop false consciousness in workers by limiting and negating class consciousness so that workers will side with the ruling class agenda against their own interests. For this reason, building class consciousness among the working class is an important prerequisite of social revolution. The class that holds the ownership of the means of production of society is also the class that holds state power in the superstructure of society, while other classes are in a subordinate position to that state power. The state is of vital importance in class society because it allows the ruling class to maintain control over the means of production and workers through coercive violence. In any given class society, the ruling class is the class which owns the means of production. The ruling class of any given class society will always have or gain control of state power. This is a manifestation of the dialectical materialist conception of the relationship between matter and consciousness, the means of production and economic base, as the material components of society, determine who has control over the state, which as a socio-political institution is a manifestation of human social consciousness. New relations of production always emerge as an objective need once productive forces have developed to such a point that they are no longer compatible with the existing relations of production. In every case throughout history, the new ruling class has gained state power through social revolution. For example, when capitalist relations of production emerged within feudal class society, capitalists seized state power through social revolution as soon as they were able to gain the most power and control over the means of production. The objective need for social revolution caused by unsuitability between productive forces and relations of production is further discussed in annotation 36 on p. 52. State policies and laws, in the end, only reflect the economic domination of the class which owns the means of production of society and primarily serve the needs of that ruling class. The ruling class in a class society maintains power over the means of production through state violence. This is the primary function of the state, to enforce stability and established class relations through coercive force. This dynamic is explained more in annotation 100, p. 181. This is vital for understanding the nature of the bourgeois state as well as the functioning of bourgeois-controlled democracy in capitalist society. The character of bourgeois democracy is described well by Lenin in his article Democracy and Dictatorship, published in Pravda in 1918. Some speak about pure democracy and democracy in general for the purpose of deceiving the people and concealing from them the bourgeois character of present-day democracy. Let the bourgeoisie continue to keep the entire apparatus of state power in their hands, let a handful of exploiters continue to use the former, bourgeois, state machine. Elections held in such circumstances are praised by the bourgeoisie, for very good reasons, as being free, equal, democratic, and universal. These words are designed to conceal the truth, to conceal the fact that the means of production and political power remain in the hands of the exploiters, and that therefore real freedom and real equality for the exploited, that is, for the vast majority of the population, are out of the question. It is profitable and indispensable for the bourgeoisie to conceal from the people the bourgeois character of modern democracy, to picture it as democracy in general or pure democracy. And the men who are repeating this, in practice abandon the standpoint of the proletariat and side with the bourgeoisie. It is sheer mockery of the working and exploited people to speak of pure democracy, of democracy in general, of equality, freedom and universal rights when the workers and all working people are ill-fed, ill-clad, ruined and worn out not only as a result of capitalist wage slavery. As a consequence of 4 years of predatory war, the capitalists and profiteers remain in possession of the property usurped by them and the ready-made apparatus of state power. This is tantamount to trampling on the basic truths of Marxism, which has taught the workers, you must take advantage of bourgeois democracy, which, compared with feudalism, represents a great historical advance, but not for 1 minute must you forget the bourgeois character of this democracy, its historically conditional and limited character. Never share the superstitious belief in the state, and never forget that the state, even in the most democratic republic, is simply a machine for the suppression of one class by another. The dictatorship of the proletariat alone can emancipate humanity from the oppression of capital, from the lies, falsehood, and hypocrisy of bourgeois democracy, democracy for the rich, and establish democracy for the poor. Make the blessings of democracy really accessible to the workers and poor peasants. The blessings of democracy are, in fact, inaccessible to the vast majority of working people. It is important to understand that when Lenin speaks of a dictatorship of the proletariat, he is not advocating for tyranny over the masses. It must be kept in mind that the proletariat represents the vast majority of human beings on planet Earth. Building a democracy which exists for, is governed by, and serves the interests of the proletariat, therefore, is far less tyrannical and far more egalitarian than bourgeois democracy, which serves and is controlled by the ruling class. As Lenin puts it, proletarian democracy is 1,000,000 times more democratic than any bourgeois democracy. The dependence of the superstructure on the base is caused by economic necessities which are embedded within all social activities, from legal and political practice to cultural activities of society. Economic necessities are the indispensable need to maintain and develop the productive forces of society. Annotation 51. Economic. In the term economic necessity refers to relationships having to do with production of the material needs of society as defined in Annotation 81, p. 146. Necessity here is synonymous with obviousness from the universal category pair of obviousness and randomness as used in materialist dialectics. This category pair is discussed in more detail on p. 144 of the Part 1, but to briefly summarize. Obviousness can only apply to material subjects in the material world. Obvious outcomes are outcomes which are certain to happen due to objective laws. Obviousness arises from the internal aspects, features, and relations of physical objects. Example: paper will burn under certain specific conditions because of the internal chemical relations of paper and the objective laws of nature. Economic necessities are obvious, then, in the sense that they are social activities which must be carried out in order for human society to survive. Economic necessities serve, in this manner, as the most fundamental pressure which drives the development of human society and serve as the basis of the law of suitability between relations of production and productive forces. Examples: throughout history, human beings have had an economic need to secure food in order to continue living. In modern times, electricity is an economic necessity because electrical devices are needed to support human life in its current form. Economic necessities determine aspects of the superstructure of society, and it is in this sense that the superstructure of society is dependent upon the base. Without a functioning economic base and the obligatory processes related to the production of material necessities of human society, no other human social activities could occur. As Engels wrote in a letter to Nikolai Danielson in 1892. In essence, the relationship of base and superstructure represents the dependence of social consciousness forms on the material existence of society. 2. The superstructure's impact on the base. The superstructure exists as a reflection of the economic base and arises from the need to develop the economic base. Annotation 52. Consciousness is a reflection of the material world which arises from material processes within the human brain. Consciousness itself is a reflection of matter. Consciousness reflects the processes of the human brain as well as experiences and data gathered from the material world. This reflection of matter in consciousness is discussed more in Part 1, p. 64. Similarly, the superstructure of society is a reflection of the material/economic base of human society. Superstructural elements such as social consciousness forms and social institutions arise from the conditions of and the material base of society. As Lenin wrote in The Three Sources and Three Component Parts of Marxism, just as man's knowledge reflects nature, which exists independently of him, so man's social knowledge reflects the economic system of society. Political institutions are a superstructure on the economic foundation. We see, for example, that the various political forms of the modern European state serve to strengthen the domination of the bourgeoisie over the proletariat. Reflections are always mutual. It is impossible for one subject to change another subject without being changed itself, as explained in Part 1, p. 65. However, the material base determines the form of the superstructure of human society, and so human society exists in essence as a reflection of the material base which determines its existence. Engels, in a letter to Joseph Bloch in 1890, wrote, "We make our history ourselves, but, in the first place, under very definite assumptions and conditions. Among these the economic ones are ultimately decisive. But the political ones, etc., and indeed even the traditions which haunt human minds also play a part, although not the decisive one. The superstructure is relatively independent and often impacts back on the economic base of society." Annotation 53. The superstructure of society is relatively independent of the material base in a way that is similar to how human consciousness is relatively independent of the material world. As Engels wrote in a letter to Conrad Schmidt in 1890, "The economic movement, upon the whole, asserts itself, but it is affected by the reaction of the relatively independent political movement which it itself had set up. This political movement is on the one hand the state power, on the other, the opposition which comes to life at the same time with it. So there is reflected in the struggle between government and opposition, the struggle between already existing and contending classes, but again in an inverted form, no longer direct but indirect, not as a class struggle but as a struggle for political principles. So inverted is this reflection that it required thousands of years to discover what was behind it." Engels is saying, here, that the struggles, conflicts, contradictions, and resulting developments which occur within the superstructure of a society occur more or less unconsciously. That is to say, the participants in these struggles do not typically realize that they are engaging in class struggle. Engels further explains this concept using the legal system of the state as an example. The reflection of economic relations as principles of law is necessarily also an inverted one. The process takes place without the participants becoming conscious of it. The jurist imagines that he is operating with a priori propositions, while the latter are after all only reflections of the economic process. And so everything remains standing on its head. This inverted reflex, so long as it is not recognized for what it is, constitutes what we call ideological conceptions. That it is able to exert a reactive influence on the economic basis and within certain limits to modify it, seems to me to be self-evident. The foundations of the law of inheritance, corresponding stages in the development of the family being presupposed, are economic. Nonetheless, it would be very hard to prove that, example, the absolute freedom of testamentary disposition in England, and the strongly restricted right in France, in all particulars have only economic causes. Yet both methods react in a very significant way upon the economic system in that they influence the distribution of wealth. In other words, lawyers and judges and other state agents operate on behalf of the bourgeoisie, serving the interests of the bourgeois state, without realizing that they are doing so. This means that political struggle by an oppressed class can lead to impacts in the economic base which might benefit that class. In a letter to J. Bloch, Engels clarified that the relationship between social being and social consciousness is not a mechanical relationship, and that economic factors are not the only factors which absolutely and unilaterally determine the development of society. According to the materialist conception of history, the factor which is in the last instance decisive in history is the production and reproduction of actual life. More than this neither Marx nor myself ever claimed. If now someone has distorted the meaning in such a way that the economic factor is the only decisive one, this man has changed the above proposition into an abstract, absurd phrase which says nothing. The economic situation is the base, but the different parts of the structure, the political forms of the class struggle and its results, the constitutions established by the victorious class after the battle is won, forms of law and even the reflections of all these real struggles in the brains of the participants, political theories, juridical, philosophical, religious opinions, and their further development into dogmatic systems, all this exercises also its influence on the development of the historical struggles and in cases determines their form. It is under the mutual influence of all these factors that, rejecting the infinitesimal number of accidental occurrences, that the economical movement is ultimately carried out. Otherwise the application of the theory to any period of history would be easier than the solution of any simple equation. We ourselves make our history, but, primarily, under presuppositions and conditions which are very well determined. But even the political tradition, nay, even the tradition that man creates in his head, plays an important part even if not the decisive one. This is a refutation of mechanical materialism and an important reminder of the law of the relationship between social being and social consciousness. Properly understanding and applying this law is especially important in the theory and practice of scientific socialism because developing class consciousness, carrying out social revolution, and building a socialist dictatorship of the proletariat are all vital prerequisites to fulfilling the historical mission of the working class. As Engels asked Conrad Schmidt. Or else, why are we struggling for the political dictatorship of the proletariat, if political power has no economic effects? The impact of the superstructure on the base is revealed in many ways. The superstructure consists of many components which have different positions, roles, and characteristics. These superstructural components determine how the superstructure impacts back on the base. However, if the superstructure has a state as a component, then all other superstructural components must rely on the state in order to have a strong impact on the base. The state is the superstructural component that has the most direct and the strongest impact on the base of society. Annotation 54. As discussed in Annotation 16, p. 26, the superstructural components of society include social consciousness forms and their corresponding socio-political institutions. In class society, the state is the social institution which has the most direct impact on the economic base, and this plays a tremendous role in securing the position of whichever class controls the state as the ruling class of society. States have not always existed in every human society. It is only with the development of class society that states have developed to stabilize class antagonisms and to serve the agenda of the ruling class, as Engels explains in The Origin of the Family, Private Property, and the State. The state, then, has not existed from all eternity. There have been societies that did without it, that had no idea of the state and state power. At a certain stage of economic development, which was necessarily bound up with the split of society into classes, the state became a necessity owing to this split. In the same text, Engels gives a definition of the state and its relation to class conflict. The state is a product of society at a certain stage of development. It is the admission that this society has become entangled in an insoluble contradiction with itself, that it has split into irreconcilable antagonisms which it is powerless to dispel. But in order that these antagonisms, these classes with conflicting economic interests, might not consume themselves and society in fruitless struggle, it became necessary to have a power, seemingly standing above society, that would alleviate the conflict and keep it within the bounds of order, and this power, arisen out of society but placing itself above it, and alienating itself more and more from it, is the state. Lenin adds to this definition in The State and Revolution. The state is a product and a manifestation of the irreconcilability of class antagonisms. The state arises where, when, and insofar as class antagonism objectively cannot be reconciled. And, conversely, the existence of the state proves that the class antagonisms are irreconcilable. Engels further explains that the state exists as a coercive force which allows one class to subjugate another through violence which is organized. This organized violence consists not merely of armed men but also of material adjuncts, prisons, and institutions of coercion of all kinds. Because states arose from class struggle explicitly to serve the agenda of the ruling class through organized violence, it stands to reason that the end of class society will ultimately result in the end of the state as a component of the superstructure of society. The negation of capitalism will mark the end of class society. Engels explains. We are now rapidly approaching a stage in the development of production at which the existence of these classes not only will have ceased to be a necessity, but will become a positive hindrance to production. They will fall as they arose at an earlier stage. Along with them the state will inevitably fall. Society, which will reorganize production on the basis of a free and equal association of the producers, will put the whole machinery of state where it will then belong, into a museum of antiquities, by the side of the spinning wheel and the bronze axe. In Anti-Düring, Engels explains how the workers will bring about the end of the state and class society through social revolution. The proletariat seizes from state power and turns the means of production into state property to begin with. But thereby it abolishes itself as the proletariat, abolishes all class distinctions and class antagonisms, and abolishes also the state as state. Society thus far, operating amid class antagonisms, needed the state, that is, an organization of the particular exploiting class, for the maintenance of its external conditions of production, and, therefore, especially, for the purpose of forcibly keeping the exploited class in the conditions of oppression determined by the given mode of production. The state was the official representative of society as a whole, its concentration in a visible corporation. But it was this only insofar as it was the state of that class which itself represented, for its own time, society as a whole, in ancient times, the state of slave-owning citizens, in the Middle Ages, of the feudal nobility, in our own time, of the bourgeoisie. When at last it becomes the real representative of the whole of society, it renders itself unnecessary. As soon as there is no longer any social class to be held in subjection, as soon as class rule, and the individual struggle for existence based upon the present anarchy in production, with the collisions and excesses arising from this struggle, are removed, nothing more remains to be held in subjection, nothing necessitating a special coercive force, a state. The first act by which the state really comes forward as the representative of the whole of society, the taking possession of the means of production in the name of society, is also its last independent act as a state. State interference in social relations becomes, in one domain after another, superfluous, and then dies down of itself. The government of persons is replaced by the administration of things, and by the conduct of processes of production. The state is not abolished. It withers away. This gives the measure of the value of the phrase "a free people's state," both as to its justifiable use for a long time from an agitational point of view, and as to its ultimate scientific insufficiency, and also of the so-called anarchists' demand that the state be abolished overnight. The role and function of the state under capitalism is highly relevant to the subjects of both political economy and scientific socialism. The impact of superstructural components can affect the base in different ways, and different superstructural components may even contradict one another and impact the base in opposing directions. This reflects the different and opposing interests of different classes within society. Some superstructural components will reinforce and maintain the current economic base, while other superstructural components will struggle to abandon the current economic base in favor of establishing a different economic base, in other words, a different social regime. Annotation 55. Human society is not homogeneous, and not all human beings want to move society in the same direction, even within the same socio-economic class. As such, within a given human class society, superstructural components will develop to represent the contradicting interests of different groups of people within and between classes. Under capitalism, classes struggle for state power and for benefits from the means of production. The primary institution which humans have developed for class struggle is the political party. Class struggle is the dialectical contradiction which occurs between various classes as defined by relations of production within class society at a certain stage of development. These objective contradictions which occur in the material base of society also manifest in the superstructure, regardless of whether the human beings involved in the class struggle are aware of their class position as it pertains to the material base or not. Class struggle is the process through which different classes labor and fight to obtain more benefits from the productive forces of society. Under feudalism, for example, there was a wide variety of superstructural components representing the different classes: churches and monasteries to represent the clergy, craft guilds to represent craftsmen, households consisting of servants and military forces to represent nobles, and so on. Under capitalism, we can see that capitalist superstructural components exist primarily to advance the interests of the ruling bourgeois class. There also exist petty bourgeois superstructural elements to further the interests of that class, and working class superstructural elements to further the interests of the proletariat. Many superstructural institutions claim to represent the working class, yet, in truth, serve the interests of the bourgeoisie. There are also some superstructural components that seek to return back to previous relations of production. For example, some modern nations have political parties which seek to restore or strengthen the monarchy and other remnant classes from the feudal era. The most advanced proletariat superstructural elements seek to overthrow capitalist rule and to institute new relations of production. To do this, workers must build worker-controlled political parties which can build power for the proletariat and eventually seize control of the means of production through the construction of a workers' state through social revolution. The impact of the superstructure on the base can take place in a positive or negative direction, depending on how suitable the superstructural components are to the development of the economy. If the superstructural components are suitable to economic development, they will have a positive impact. On the contrary, if they are not suitable, they will have a negative impact by inhibiting and sabotaging economic development. Annotation 56. As Engels wrote in his letter to Conrad Schmidt of 1890, the reaction of the state power upon economic development can take a threefold form. It can run in the same direction, and then the tempo of development becomes accelerated. It can buck up against that development, in which case today in every large nation the state power is sure to go to smash for good, or it can block economic development along some directions and lay down its path along others. Engels' prediction that large nation-states which bucked up against and resisted economic developments would go to smash for good proved prescient. Today there are no large nation-states left which have not progressed on from a feudal mode of production. All such remnant states have, indeed, gone to smash and been replaced with higher stage modes of production. However, even though the impact of the superstructure on the base takes place in many ways and on many levels, the superstructure cannot play a decisive role in determining the base of society. The base of society will always determine the ultimate direction of society's development based upon economic necessities. Annotation 57. Although the superstructure and its components cannot determine the material base of society, it is important to understand that they can impact the base significantly and bring about changes which benefit an oppressed class in significant ways. These impacts becomes especially pronounced when productive forces and relations of production are no longer compatible with each other, as is the case presently under capitalism. Because the productive forces are incompatible with capitalist relations of production, it is possible for workers to engage in social revolution to seize the means of production, build a state which they control, impose a dictatorship of the proletariat, and eventually end capitalism and class society altogether. This is the historical mission of the working class and the primary subject in the study of scientific socialism. The subjective role of the masses and of individuals in social revolution is discussed in detail in Chapter 6, starting on p. 230. 21 Established in 1602, this was one of the first joint stock corporations in the world. A monopoly granted by the Dutch government to trade with Asia gave the company great power and wealth. 22 A contribution to the critique of political economy, Karl Marx, 1859. Chapter 3. Social being determines social consciousness, and the relative independence of social consciousness. In the system of historical materialism, a fundamental law is that social being determines social consciousness. This principle relates to the fundamental opposition between materialist and idealist worldviews of society. Point 23. Annotation 58. Social being and social consciousness are defined in more detail in the next section. In short, social being can be understood as all the material aspects of human society, while social consciousness refers to all the ways in which human consciousness manifests in society. The fundamental law of historical materialism that social being determines social consciousness is rooted in the dialectical materialist understanding of the relationship between matter and consciousness. Lenin started from the principle that social being determines social consciousness when introducing Marx's system of historical materialist views. A realization of the inconsistency, incompleteness, and one-sidedness of the old materialism convinced Marx of the necessity of bringing the science of society into harmony with the materialist foundation, and of reconstructing it thereupon. Since materialism in general explains consciousness as the outcome of being, and not conversely, then materialism as applied to the social life of humanity has to explain social consciousness as the outcome of social being. Point 24. Annotation 59. Here is an expanded version of the above quoted passage from the materialist conception of history from Karl Marx by Lenin. A realization of the inconsistency, incompleteness, and one-sidedness of the old materialism convinced Marx of the necessity of bringing the science of society into harmony with the materialist foundation, and of reconstructing it thereupon. Since materialism in general explains consciousness as the outcome of being, and not conversely, then materialism as applied to the social life of mankind has to explain social consciousness as the outcome of social being. As Marx writes in Capital, Volume I. Technology discloses man's mode of dealing with nature, the immediate process of production by which he sustains his life, and thereby also lays bare the mode of formation of his social relations, and of the mental conceptions that flow from them. In the preface to his contribution to the critique of political economy, Marx gives an integral formulation of the fundamental principles of materialism as applied to human society and its history, in the following words. In the social production of their life, men enter into definite relations that are indispensable and independent of their will, relations of production which correspond to a definite stage of development of their material productive forces. The sum total of these relations of production constitutes the economic structure of society, the real foundation, on which rises a legal and political superstructure and to which correspond definite forms of social consciousness. The mode of production of material life conditions the social, political, and intellectual life process in general. It is not the consciousness of men that determines their being, but, on the contrary, their social being that determines their consciousness. At a certain stage of their development, the material productive forces of society come in conflict with the existing relations of production, or what is but a legal expression for the same thing with the property relations within which they have been at work hitherto. From forms of development of the productive forces these relations turn into their fetters. Then begins an epoch of social revolution. With the change of the economic foundation, the entire immense superstructure is more or less rapidly transformed. In considering such transformations, a distinction should always be made between the material transformation of the economic conditions of production, which can be determined with the precision of natural science, and the legal, political, religious, aesthetic, or philosophic, in short, ideological forms in which men become conscious of this conflict and fight it out. Just as our opinion of an individual is not based on what he thinks of himself, so we cannot judge of such a period of transformation by its own consciousness. On the contrary, this consciousness must be explained rather from the contradictions of material life, from the existing conflict between the social productive forces and the relations of production. In broad outlines, Asiatic, ancient, feudal, and modern bourgeois modes of production can be designated as progressive epochs in the economic formation of society. The discovery of the materialist conception of history, or more correctly, the consistent continuation and extension of materialism into the domain of social phenomena, removed the two chief shortcomings in earlier historical theories. In the first place, the latter at best examined only the ideological motives in the historical activities of human beings, without investigating the origins of those motives, or ascertaining the objective laws governing the development of the system of social relations, or seeing the roots of these relations in the degree of development reached by material production. In the second place, the earlier theories did not embrace the activities of the masses of the population, whereas historical materialism made it possible for the first time to study with scientific accuracy the social conditions of the life of the masses, and the changes in those conditions. At best, pre-Marxist sociology and historiography brought forth an accumulation of raw facts, collected at random, and a description of individual aspects of the historical process. By examining the totality of opposing tendencies, by reducing them to precisely definable conditions of life and production of the various classes of society, by discarding subjectivism and arbitrariness in the choice of a particular dominant idea or in its interpretation, and by revealing that, without exception, all ideas and all the various tendencies stem from the condition of the material forces of production, Marxism indicated the way to an all-embracing and comprehensive study of the process of the rise, development, and decline of socio-economic systems. People make their own history, but what determines the motives of people, of the mass of people, i.e., what is the sum total of all these clashes in the mass of human societies? What are the objective conditions of production of material life that form the basis of all man's historical activity? What is the law of development of these conditions? To all these Marx drew attention and indicated the way to a scientific study of history as a single process which, with all its immense variety and contradictoriness, is governed by definite laws. Social being determines social consciousness. 1. Definitions of social being and social consciousness. The term social being refers to the material life and material conditions of society. The fundamental factors of social being include mode of material production, factors belonging to natural conditions, geographical circumstances, population. These factors exist in a dialectical unity, interacting with each other and creating conditions for the survival and development of society in which the mode of material production is the most fundamental factor. Annotation 60. The term material base describes relationships which are involved with material production processes in human society. Social being encompasses the material base and all other material aspects of human society. Social being is a broader term which encompasses not only the material base but also all other material factors which determine and impact human society. In addition to the material base of society, social being also includes natural conditions. Natural conditions include natural phenomena such as weather, climate, ecological factors, etc. Human societies can develop quite differently from one another based on natural conditions. For example, a society which has frequent hurricanes and heavy rainfall might develop much differently from a society which develops in a desert environment. Similarly, geographical circumstances are aspects of social being which can affect the development of human societies in significant ways. For instance, a human society located on an island near the equator will develop quite differently than a human society in a mountainous region with long, harsh winters. Population is another factor of social being which can affect the development of human society in various ways. A society with a much larger population will be able to perform some industrial processes which a society with a much smaller population might not be able to perform. Population also has a strong correlation with productive forces, since a higher population provides a larger supply of human labor. There are many other factors of social being, but the factors listed above are the most essential in determining the material conditions of a human society, with the mode of production being the most essential of all. This is because the mode of production can drastically change the ways in which human beings live in terms of material conditions. For example, a nation with a very small population but with a highly developed capitalist and industrialized mode of production would likely have a far more productive material base in terms of economic output than an agrarian feudal society, even if the feudal society were to have a much larger population. All aspects of social being exist in dialectical unity with one another and mutually develop each other over time. All aspects of social being exist in dialectical unity with one another. To put it another way, these are all internal relations of social being which define and develop human society at the material level. If, for example, the population of human society grows, it will impact natural conditions, just as natural conditions impact the material base, and so on. The term social consciousness refers to the mental life of society. Social consciousness arises from social being and reflects the different stages of development of social being. Annotation 61. Social consciousness refers to ideas and mental life shared within and between groups of human beings. Social consciousness is shared through communication and through social activity. Social consciousness includes various forms of social consciousness as discussed in Annotation 16, p. 26. Social consciousness is defined by a relationship between a social economic form superstructure and all other aspects of consciousness within that society. Superstructure is determined by the material base of human society. In class society, a suitable superstructure is created because of objective necessity 25 to defend and stabilize the position of the ruling class. Social economic forms are defined by relations between the base and superstructure of society. The base and superstructure are both internal aspects of social being and social consciousness, respectively. Social being and social consciousness define human existence. Social consciousness develops from a lower state of direct and immediate observation of the world to higher states of more abstract and general understandings of the world. The lower state of social consciousness is empirical social consciousness and the higher state is called theoretical social consciousness. Social knowledge is knowledge which is held collectively within and between human societies. Social knowledge can exist at a lower level of development as ordinary social knowledge or at a higher level of development as scientific social knowledge. The textbook Philosophy of Marxism-Leninism gives the following definition of ordinary social knowledge. Ordinary social knowledge includes all the knowledge, concepts, etc. of people in a certain community which are formed directly from daily practical activities and which have not yet been systematized and generalized into theory. Ordinary social knowledge often vividly and directly reflects many aspects of people's daily lives, and often influences daily life. Scientific social knowledge is knowledge that has been developed through more systematic and scientific observations and experiments and which is held socially. Based on the content and fields of social life that it reflects, scientific social knowledge can include many different forms: political knowledge, legal knowledge, moral knowledge, religious knowledge, aesthetic knowledge, philosophical knowledge, etc. Scientific knowledge develops from ordinary knowledge as groups of humans work together to seek more formal and systematic understandings of things we experience in daily life. Correspondence between cognitive theory of dialectical materialism and historical materialism. This conception of social consciousness and social knowledge reflects the more general conception of consciousness and knowledge described by the cognitive theory of dialectical materialism. There is a dialectical unity between social consciousness and individual consciousness. The relationship between social consciousness and individual consciousness is a relationship of private and common. Annotation 62. The universal category pair of private and common is explained in detail in Part 1, p. 128. To briefly review. Private refers to specific things, phenomena, and ideas. Common refers to aspects, factors, and relations shared between private subjects. Social consciousness represents the common aspects of private individual consciousness within a society. In other words, social consciousness encompasses all of the ideas, thoughts, attitudes, beliefs, prejudices, and other manifestations of consciousness which are broadly held in common within society. Note that it is not necessary for all members of human society to agree on something for it to be commonly held as a social consciousness form within a society. Take, for example, a genre of music. Some people may enjoy listening to the genre, while others might not. What is held in common, regardless, is awareness and impact which the genre has on a society at large. The phenomenon of human consciousness is defined by a relationship between the consciousness of individual human beings and social consciousness. Individual consciousness and social consciousness have a dialectical relationship with one another, meaning that the consciousness of individuals can impact social consciousness and vice versa. The work of a single artist, for example, might impact a wider art movement, and wider art movements will also impact the work of individual artists. Generally speaking, throughout history and even today, human beings have not been fully aware of the true relationship between social being and social consciousness. As Lenin explained in Materialism and Empirio-Criticism. In all social formations of any complexity and in the capitalist social formation in particular, people in their intercourse are not conscious of what kind of social relations are being formed, in accordance with what laws they develop, etc. For instance, a peasant when he sells his grain enters into intercourse with the world producers of grain in the world market, but he is not conscious of it, nor is he conscious of the kind of social relations that are formed on the basis of exchange. Social consciousness reflects social being, that is Marx's teaching. A reflection may be an approximately true copy of the reflected, but to speak of identity is absurd. Consciousness in general reflects being, that is a general principle of all materialism. It is impossible not to see its direct and inseparable connection with the principle of historical materialism. Social consciousness reflects social being. Social consciousness has a very complex structure. The structure of social consciousness can be analyzed from many different perspectives, including aspects of social consciousness. Empirical social consciousness vs. theoretical social consciousness. Social psychology vs. social ideology. Class analysis of social consciousness. Each of these perspectives of analysis is described in more detail below. Annotation 63. A perspective, or viewpoint, is the starting point of analysis. Various perspectives of social consciousness exist, and these perspectives develop over time. The perspectives of social consciousness which follow are those which are most relevant to historical materialist analysis. Aspects of social consciousness. One can analyze different aspects of social consciousness. Each aspect of social consciousness is a reflection of a corresponding aspect of social being. For instance, political being is reflected as political consciousness, legal being is reflected as legal consciousness, moral being is reflected as moral consciousness, religious being is reflected as religious consciousness, aesthetic being is reflected as aesthetic consciousness, scientific being is reflected as scientific consciousness, etc. Annotation 64. Aspects of social consciousness include such phenomena as art, music, scientific understanding, political ideology, etc. There are countless ways in which human beings have categorized and grouped together aspects of social consciousness, but it must be understood that all of these aspects exist in dialectical unity with each other. For example, advances in scientific understanding have led to new techniques and ideas about art, art movements can impact political movements, and so on. In addition, all of these aspects of social consciousness are determined by social being. For example, certain forms of art could not have existed without prerequisite developments in social being. Empirical social consciousness vs. Theoretical social consciousness. Over time, aspects of social consciousness will reflect the social base from lower to higher levels, that is to say, with increasing sophistication and accuracy. Social consciousness can be analyzed based on this level of reflection, and this analysis requires distinguishing between empirical social consciousness and theoretical social consciousness. Empirical social consciousness is the sum total of the knowledge and conceptions of people in a certain community. It is formed directly from daily practical activities, which are not yet systematized nor generalized into theory. Theoretical social consciousness includes ideas and conceptions which have been systematized and generalized into social theories, presented in the form of concepts, categories, and laws. Theoretical social consciousness has the ability to reflect objective reality in a general, profound, and accurate way. It can outline the essential relationships of things and phenomena within a society. Once theoretical social consciousness reaches a high enough level, it becomes possible for systematically formed ideologies to develop. Annotation 65. As discussed previously in Annotation 61, p. 108, empirical social consciousness and theoretical social consciousness are concepts which closely relate to the corresponding psychological concepts of empirical consciousness and theoretical consciousness from the cognitive theory of dialectical materialism. Point 26. Social consciousness is a higher form of individual consciousness as it reflects the collective development of the mental life of human beings across society. Empirical social consciousness. Empirical consciousness describes consciousness which reflects the process of collecting data about the world through observation, experimentation, and practice. Empirical social consciousness is empirical consciousness which human beings have developed collectively through social processes into a higher social form. Theoretical social consciousness. Along the same lines, theoretical consciousness is the indirect, abstract, systematic level of perception in which the nature and laws of things and phenomena are generalized and abstracted. Theoretical social consciousness is theoretical consciousness which human beings have developed collectively through social processes into a higher social form of consciousness. Development of social consciousness. Just as empirical consciousness develops into theoretical consciousness as an individual psychological phenomenon, empirical social consciousness also develops into the higher form of theoretical social consciousness. Theoretical consciousness arises from conscious reflection on accumulated knowledge, as human beings seek to develop general and abstract understanding of the underlying principles of processes we experience in the world. The highest form of theoretical social consciousness is ideology. In the article Social Consciousness in Marxism-Leninism by Dr. Nguyen T. Hong Van explains the concept of ideology in more detail. Ideology is a high level of social consciousness, formed when people are more aware of their material living conditions. Ideology has the ability to delve deeply into the nature of subjects including social relationships. Ideology is a theoretical perception of social existence, a system of ideological views that is the result of a generalization of social experience. Ideology is formed self-consciously. That is to say, it is formed and propagated in society through social activity which is conscious and intentional. Ideology, though highly developed consciousness, is not necessarily true and accurate scientific consciousness. It can, indeed, constitute false consciousness, which is consciousness that is misaligned with reality, as Dr. Nguyen explains. When studying ideology, it is necessary to distinguish between scientific and non-scientific ideology. Scientific ideology accurately and objectively reflects the material relationships of society. Unscientific ideology also reflects material and social relationships, but in a false, illusory, and objectively distorted form. As a part of social consciousness, ideology greatly influences the development of science. For instance, throughout history natural science has been highly influenced by ideology. Philosophical consciousness in particular plays an important role in the process of generalizing scientific research. Social psychology vs. social ideology. Social consciousness can reflect social being with varying degrees of directness or indirectness. Social consciousness which reflects social being directly is social psychology, while social consciousness which reflects social being indirectly is social ideology. Social psychology is the whole emotional life, mood, aspirations, will, etc. of certain human communities. Social psychology is a direct and spontaneous reflection of living situation of the human beings who compose a society. Social ideology is the entire system of social conceptions and viewpoints such as politics, philosophy, ethics, art, religion, etc. It is an indirect and self-conscious reflection of social being. Social psychology and social ideology are two levels, two different modes of reflection of social consciousness for the same social being. They have a dialectical relationship with each other, but social psychology does not produce social ideology. Annotation 66. The relationship between social psychology and social ideology is explained more in philosophy of Marxism-Leninism. Social psychology includes all emotions, desires, moods, habits, and so on, which belong to a segment of people or all of society. Social psychology is formed under the direct influence of the daily life of people, and it reflects that life. The characteristic of social psychology is that it directly reflects people's daily living conditions. It is a spontaneous reflection, often recording the superficial aspects of social existence. It is incapable of fully, clearly, and deeply outlining the nature of human social relationships. Human concepts of social psychology are still experiential and have not been expressed theoretically. This means that intellectual factors are intertwined with emotional factors. However, the important role of social psychology in the development of social consciousness cannot be denied. Karl Marx, Engels, Lenin, and Ho Chi Minh attached great importance to studying the people's socio-psychological state in order to understand the people, educate the people, and bring them to actively and voluntarily participate in the struggle for a better society. Ideology is social consciousness that has attained some level of theoretical awareness of social being. Ideology is a system of viewpoints and ideas that are the result of generalization of social experience. Ideology is formed consciously. That is to say, ideology is created by ideologues of certain classes and propagated in society. It is necessary to distinguish between scientific ideology and non-scientific ideology. Scientific ideology accurately and objectively reflects the material relationships of society. Non-scientific ideology also reflects the material relationships of society, but in a false, illusory, or distorted form. As a component of social consciousness, ideology greatly influences the development of science. The history of natural science has shown the important effect of ideology, especially philosophical ideology, on the process of generalizing scientific research and understanding. Although social psychology and social ideology exist at two levels and as two different modes of reflection of social consciousness, they have a dialectical relationship with each other. They have the same origin, which is social being. They both reflect social being. Social psychology can contribute to favorable conditions for class members to absorb class ideology. This can work for or against the development of class consciousness in workers. For example, a ruling class may offer benefits to an oppressed class to reduce or inhibit the development of class consciousness. If conditions deteriorate so that oppressed classes are more dissatisfied with their lives, class consciousness may develop more readily. It is also possible for agents of a ruling class to use social psychology to influence and sway an oppressed class into opposing their own class interests. For instance, the capitalist class might work to convince workers that their problems stem from other social groups or phenomena to keep them from understanding the nature of class society. False consciousness is often used to divide workers and prevent workers from resisting capitalism. The textbook philosophy of Marxism-Leninism explains how scientific consciousness which accurately reflects reality can help to develop class consciousness. Developing a close relationship between ideology and social psychology and with a lively and rich social life will help make social ideology and theory less rigid and less faulty. Similarly, social ideology and social theory increase the intellectual aspect of social psychology. Scientific ideology promotes the development of social psychology in a correct and healthy direction which is beneficial to social progress. Anti-scientific and reactionary ideology stimulates the development of more negative elements of social psychology. However, it must be understood that ideology does not stem directly from social psychology, nor is it a direct expression of social psychology. In other words, it is possible for social psychology and ideology to be at odds with each other. Workers may suffer from capitalist oppression yet still adopt ideology which constitutes false consciousness, and this may lead them to support the very system which oppresses them. Similarly, it is also possible for workers who live relatively comfortable lives to have scientific consciousness which allows them to understand the system of capitalism for what it is and to hold progressive views, up to and including class consciousness, as philosophy of Marxism-Leninism explains. Any ideology that reflects contemporary relationships also inherits previously existing social theories, ideas, and perspectives. For example, medieval religious ideology in Western Europe expressed the interests of the feudal class, but was born directly from idealist philosophical ideas from ancient times and Christian ideology from the early Christian era. The Marxist-Leninist ideology was not directly born from the social psychology of the working class, which was spontaneously fighting against the bourgeoisie at that time, but was a theoretical generalization from the totality of human knowledge, from the experiences of the class struggle of the working class, which at the same time directly inherited the socio-economic and philosophical theories of the late 18th and early 19th centuries. Thus we can see that social ideology is organically related to social psychology and is influenced by social psychology, but it is not simply a condensation of social psychology. Ho Chi Minh explained the importance of deeply understanding the social psychology of the working class in the context of building socialism, writing in Modify the Working Style. The people are very clever, very enthusiastic, very heroic. Therefore, we must learn from the people, ask the people, understand the people. Every slogan, every project, every policy must rely on the ideas and experience of the people. We must listen to the people's desires. However, this does not mean that we will follow blindly whatever the people say. Cotters must have our own ways of discerning. This means we must discern ideas carefully. We must analyze carefully all classes of the people. In a class-based society, social consciousness is also class-based, reflecting different and even opposing material living conditions and interests between classes. Each class has its own specific mental life, but the ideology that dominates society is always the ideology of the ruling class. Annotation 67. In Critique of Political Economy, Karl Marx discusses how social consciousness emerges from and is determined by material reality. The mode of production of material life conditions the general process of social, political, and intellectual life. It is not the consciousness of men that determines their existence, but their social existence that determines their consciousness. In class society, class consciousness is a form of social consciousness which reflects class struggle. Class consciousness plays an important role in the development of human society from one mode of production to the next. This is because class consciousness is a prerequisite to social revolution. As productive forces develop, they eventually clash with existing relations of production, leading to new relations of production. This reflects the law of suitability. This change in the base drives transformation in the superstructure, per the law of the base determining the superstructure of society. In order for a revolutionary class to take control of society, class consciousness must be developed to a high enough degree that social revolution can be undertaken. Eventually a new revolutionary class will emerge which is more suitable to newly formed productive forces and relations of production. In time the revolutionary class will develop its own social consciousness and awareness of itself as a class. This is referred to as class consciousness. In class society, social consciousness has a class character, meaning that different classes will think differently about society, the world, and each other. However, it must be understood that the ruling class of a given society shapes the predominant social consciousness in that society, as Marx explains in Critique of Political Economy. Just as one does not judge an individual by what he thinks about himself, so one cannot judge such a period of transformation by its consciousness, but, on the contrary, this consciousness must be explained from the contradictions of material life, from the conflict existing between the social forces of production and the relations of production. No social order is ever destroyed before all the productive forces for which it is sufficient have been developed, and new superior relations of production never replace older ones before the material conditions for their existence have matured within the framework of the old society. This is why all philosophies and ideologies must be studied in the context of the class society and material conditions from which they have emerged, and also why the study of philosophy and ideology detached from class analysis is a useless pursuit. Point 27. Class consciousness plays a special role in the development of class society because the development of class consciousness by a revolutionary class is a prerequisite to social revolution. Marx cautioned that we must not mistake the necessity for class consciousness to proceed social revolution for an idealist position. The weapon of criticism cannot, of course, replace criticism by weapons. Material force must be overthrown by material force, but theory also becomes a material force as soon as it has gripped the masses. Theory is capable of gripping the masses as soon as it demonstrates ad hominem, and it demonstrates ad hominem as soon as it becomes radical. To be radical is to grasp the root of the matter. When Marx says that theory must grip the masses ad hominem, he means that the theory must manifest in the actual life conditions and conscious activities of the masses. It is not enough for the masses to simply be aware of their own class position and their historical mission to enact social revolution. They must bring these ideas to life by building institutions capable of revolutionary struggle. Of these institutions, the most important is the state, because it allows a class to control the means of production. Point 28. In order to build a state which represents its own class interests, advanced elements of the revolutionary class must build a revolutionary institution and a corresponding revolutionary ideology. To make class consciousness a material force, revolutionary theory must serve to develop and instill class consciousness widely within the revolutionary class, and a party is necessary to allow advanced elements of the revolutionary class to struggle and enact social revolution, as Lenin explained in What Is to Be Done. Without revolutionary theory there can be no revolutionary movement. The role of the vanguard fighter can be fulfilled only by a party that is guided by the most advanced theory. If the objective economic conditions of society demand it, then eventually through the construction of revolutionary theory which is put into practice by a revolutionary party, the revolutionary class will eventually develop revolutionary theory and a revolutionary party which will guide the masses to a new stage of development. The revolutionary class will become the new ruling class. This process of development reflects the law of suitability which is discussed in annotation 33, p. 48. In a militant agreement for the uprising, Lenin explained that in our present age, a precondition for social revolution by the working class is the development of a Marxist workers' party. We see in the independent, uncompromisingly Marxist party of the revolutionary proletariat the sole pledge of socialism's victory and the road to victory that is most free from vacillations. It must also be understood that social revolution cannot be fully secured until a dictatorship of the proletariat is formed via the construction of a state which is controlled by the working class. This will give the workers a commanding position over the capitalist class, which gives workers control over the means of production. In doing so, political revolution is developed into economic revolution. This allows human society to advance to the next stage of development in accordance with the laws and principles of historical materialism and social formation theory. Bearing all this in mind, the historical mission of the working class can be summarized as follows. Advanced elements of the working class must build a revolutionary party and develop corresponding revolutionary theory. This superstructural configuration of institution and ideology must be used to develop class consciousness among the working masses and guide them to revolution. This revolution must result in the construction of a workers' state which can bring about the dictatorship of the proletariat. Only through the dictatorship of the proletariat can workers fulfill the historical mission of ending class society once and for all. Ending capitalism will require a high development of class consciousness among the working class. Until the working class develops class consciousness on a mass level, social revolution and the overthrow of the ruling class of capitalists will remain impossible, despite the fact that the material conditions have already been in place since Marx and Engels were alive. Understanding the role of social consciousness in human society and the role of revolutionary theory and the Revolutionary Party in the arena of class struggle is therefore of vital importance in the study of both historical materialism and scientific socialism. Historical materialist analysis is concerned with processes of development in both social being and social consciousness of human society, while scientific socialism is concerned with the practice of developing the working class in order to bring about social revolution and an end to capitalism. The prevailing social ideology affects the consciousness of all classes in social life. According to Marx and Engels, the class which has the means of material production at its disposal, has control at the same time over the means of mental production, so that thereby, generally speaking, the ideas of those who lack the means of mental production are subject to it. 29. Annotation 68. In the full passage from which the above quotation is taken, Marx explains in detail the process by which the ideas of the ruling class become predominant in class society. The ideas of the ruling class are in every epoch the ruling ideas, i.e. the class which is the ruling material force of society, is at the same time its ruling intellectual force. The class which has the means of material production at its disposal, has control at the same time over the means of mental production, so that thereby, generally speaking, the ideas of those who lack the means of mental production are subject to it. The ruling ideas are nothing more than the ideal expression of the dominant material relationships, the dominant material relationships grasped as ideas, hence of the relationships which make the one class the ruling one, therefore, the ideas of its dominance. The individuals composing the ruling class possess among other things consciousness, and therefore think. Insofar, therefore, as they rule as a class and determine the extent and compass of an epoch, it is self-evident that they do this in its whole range, hence among other things rule also as thinkers, as producers of ideas, and regulate the production and distribution of the ideas of their age, thus their ideas are the ruling ideas of the epoch. For instance, in an age and in a country where royal power, aristocracy, and bourgeoisie are contending for mastery and where, therefore, mastery is shared, the doctrine of the separation of powers proves to be the dominant idea and is expressed as an eternal law. In other words, the consciousness of the ruling class is rooted in the material relations of production of society and thus reflects the dominance of the ruling class. Marx goes on to explain how some individuals become dedicated ideologists tasked with systematizing the ideas of the ruling class to higher levels of theoretical consciousness. 30. The division of labor, which we already saw above as one of the chief forces of history up till now, manifests itself also in the ruling class as the division of mental and material labor, so that inside this class one part appears as the thinkers of the class, while the other's attitude to these ideas and illusions is more passive and receptive, because they are in reality the active members of this class and have less time to make up illusions and ideas about themselves. Marx then introduces the concept of revolutionary class consciousness. The existence of revolutionary ideas in a particular period presupposes the existence of a revolutionary class. Here, Marx is referring to the fact that before revolutionary ideas can be generated, material conditions for those ideas must first be present. These material conditions arise from the development of an economic class which would better suit the newly developed productive forces. This new revolutionary class will eventually develop consciousness of its own existence and its own revolutionary potential, and this class consciousness will eventually lead to social revolution in which the revolutionary class seizes control of the means of production and builds a state to enforce its rule. These revolutionary classes emerge from material development which takes place in the social being of human society. Before a revolutionary class can take power and usher in a new stage of development of class society and a new mode of production, they must first stage a social revolution. Before a social revolution can be carried out, the class consciousness of the revolutionary class must be developed to a high level. Marx's observation that revolutionary ideas stem from social being has a basis in the dialectical materialist conception of the relationship between matter and consciousness. Class consciousness, therefore, is the social consciousness of a particular class in society pertaining to itself and its relations to other classes and the means of production. As a revolutionary class comes to cement its power over class society, the class consciousness of the new ruling class becomes the predominant consciousness of all of society. This begins to shift, however, as the productive forces develop and eventually reach a point of development which makes them no longer compatible with the relations of production. At this point, a new revolutionary class emerges and class consciousness begins to develop. Next, Marx explains how each new stage of development of the mode of production and relations of production leads to dominant social consciousness which must present itself as more universal to justify the position of the new ruling class. Marx also critiques historians who do not consider the material conditions which give rise to the philosophies and ideals of any given era of human society. If now in considering the course of history we detach the ideas of the ruling class from the ruling class itself and attribute to them an independent existence, if we confine ourselves to saying that these or those ideas were dominant at a given time, without bothering ourselves about the conditions of production and the producers of these ideas, if we thus ignore the individuals and world conditions which are the source of the ideas, we can say, for instance, that during the time that the aristocracy was dominant, the concepts honor, loyalty, etc. were dominant. During the dominance of the bourgeoisie the concepts freedom, equality, etc. The ruling class itself on the whole imagines this to be so. This conception of history, which is common to all historians, particularly since the 18th century, will necessarily come up against the phenomenon that increasingly abstract ideas hold sway, i.e. ideas which increasingly take on the form of universality. For each new class which puts itself in the place of one ruling before it, is compelled, merely in order to carry through its aim, to represent its interest as the common interest of all the members of society, that is, expressed in ideal form, it has to give its ideas the form of universality, and represent them as the only rational, universally valid ones. The class making a revolution appears from the very start, if only because it is opposed to a class, not as a class but as the representative of the whole of society, it appears as the whole mass of society confronting the one ruling class. It can do this because, to start with, its interest really is more connected with the common interest of all other non-ruling classes, because under the pressure of hitherto existing conditions its interest has not yet been able to develop as the particular interest of a particular class. Its victory, therefore, benefits also many individuals of the other classes which are not winning a dominant position, but only insofar as it now puts these individuals in a position to raise themselves into the ruling class. When the French bourgeoisie overthrew the power of the aristocracy, it thereby made it possible for many proletarians to raise themselves above the proletariat, but only insofar as they become bourgeois. Finally, Marx explains how this process will eventually result in an end to class society. Once the proletarian working class is able to successfully enact social revolution and overtake the capitalist class, there will no longer be any basis for class consciousness, and social consciousness will develop along truly universal lines. Every new class, therefore, achieves its hegemony only on a broader basis than that of the class ruling previously, whereas the opposition of the non-ruling class against the new ruling class later develops all the more sharply and profoundly. Both these things determine the fact that the struggle to be waged against this new ruling class, in its turn, aims at a more decided and radical negation of the previous conditions of society than could all previous classes which sought to rule. This whole semblance, that the rule of a certain class is only the rule of certain ideas, comes to a natural end, of course, as soon as class rule in general ceases to be the form in which society is organized, that is to say, as soon as it is no longer necessary to represent a particular interest as general or the general interest as ruling. Next, Marx discusses the idealist conception of history. Historians in a class society tend to function as ideologists for the ruling class. This leads to three efforts which historians undertake to make it seem as though ideas are the driving force of history. In this way, the ruling class is better able to justify its own position by convincing the oppressed classes that the ideas of the ruling class are superior and that those ideas are what drive history. According to Marx, in order to promote such an idealist interpretation of history, the ideologists of the ruling class must accomplish the following three tasks. Separate the ideas of those ruling for empirical reasons, under empirical conditions and as empirical individuals, from these actual rulers, and thus recognize the rule of ideas or illusions in history. In other words, historians who serve the agenda of the ruling class must draw a distinction between the human beings who rule over society as a ruling class and the ideas which they conceive to justify their own position of power over society. By separating the ideas from the humans themselves, one can ignore the power they have in terms of the material relations of production. This enables ideologists to pretend that the ideas themselves rule over society and advance humanity forward when, in reality, it is the material dominance of the ruling class over the means of production which enable them to push their agenda forward through material processes. Bring an order into this rule of ideas, prove a mystical connection among the successive ruling ideas, which is managed by understanding them as acts of self-determination on the part of the concept. In other words, it is necessary to develop a theoretical system of the supposed rule of ideas over society. This system of thought must be formulated to convince the oppressed classes that the best ideas are the ones that will rise to the top and advance society forward. Once this idea of the rule of ideas is established, then the ideas of the ruling class must be mystically connected to the ideas which best serve the agenda of the ruling class. As an example, under capitalism, ideologists often refer to the free market of ideas as a theoretical system which advances society forward. These same ideologists then associate ideas which justify capitalism as winning in the free market of ideas. In this manner, workers can be convinced that capitalists rule over society not because they have the most wealth, power, and control over the means of production, but because their ideas have won in the free market of ideas. This is necessary to keep workers from realizing the true nature of the underlying material base which keeps capitalists in power and to prevent workers from developing revolutionary class consciousness which might threaten the power and position of the ruling class. To remove the mystical appearance of this self-determining concept, it is changed into a person, self-consciousness, or, to appear thoroughly materialistic, into a series of persons, who represent the concept in history, into the thinkers, the philosophers, the ideologists, who again are understood as the manufacturers of history, as the council of guardians, as the rulers. Thus, the whole body of materialistic elements has been removed from history and now full rein can be given to the speculative steed. In other words, it is necessary to make the imagined system of the rule of ideas seem less mystical and more grounded in reality. In order to make the rule of ideas and the dominance of the ideas of the ruling class seem more realistic and acceptable to the oppressed class, historians must fabricate groups of individuals who are thinkers in society. These thinkers are then described as the figures in human society who advance history forward and determine the course of development of human society. In this way, the material processes which actually determine the development of human history can be concealed and the oppressed classes can be made to believe that the ideas of the ruling class are the best ideas formulated by the best thinkers. Next, Marx sarcastically explains that historians who develop such idealist conceptions of history can't seem to accomplish the trivial insight of distinguishing between what people think of themselves and who they actually are. Whilst in ordinary life every shopkeeper is very well able to distinguish between what somebody professes to be and what he really is, our historians have not yet won even this trivial insight. They take every epoch at its word and believe that everything it says and imagines about itself is true. Finally, Marx explains that these idealist conceptions of history are only one component of the ideological program of the ruling class. This historical method, and especially the reason why, must be understood from its connection with the illusion of ideologists in general, e.g. the illusions of the jurist, politicians, from the dogmatic dreamings and distortions of these fellows. This is explained perfectly easily from their practical position in life, their job, and the division of labor. In summary, class society produces historians, politicians, and other such ideologists to develop systems of theoretical consciousness and ideologies which promote, defend, and advance the position and agenda of the ruling class. This is to conceal the fact that the ruling class only has power over society because of the material conditions and processes which give them dominance over the means of production. It is, however, possible for the oppressed class to develop a class consciousness of their own and, once this consciousness has developed to a high enough level, to enact social revolution and take control over the means of production. In terms of modern capitalism, this is very important to understand for those wishing to liberate the working class. As the working class comes to see the false consciousness which the capitalist class imposes upon society, they will begin to develop a class consciousness of their own. Once a high enough level of class consciousness develops, then the resulting social revolution over the capitalist class will eventually lead to the end of class society altogether. This will allow humans to develop social consciousness which universally reflects the will of the people in general without one class dominating and ruling over society. This makes the historical mission of the working class especially important, since only the working class can bring an end to class society. 2. The decisive role of social being in determining social consciousness. One of the great accomplishments of Marx and Engels was the development of materialism to its peak and the construction of a materialist viewpoint of history. 31 This materialist conception of history scientifically solved the problem of the formation and development of social consciousness. Marx and Engels have thus proven the following statements to be true. The mental life of society is formed and developed on the basis of material life. The source of social ideology and social psychology cannot be found within social consciousness and social psychology. The source of social consciousness and social psychology is found, not within the human mind, but in physical reality. Annotation 69. As Marx wrote in his preface to Critique of Political Economy, neither legal relations nor political forms could be comprehended whether by themselves or on the basis of a so-called general development of the human mind, but that on the contrary they originate in the material conditions of life. It is not the consciousness of men that determines their existence, but their social existence that determines their consciousness. This is the basis for the law of the relationship between the social being and social consciousness, which states that social being determines social consciousness, while it is also possible for social consciousness to impact back upon material reality and social being. This law of historical materialism has an objective basis in the dialectical materialist conception of the relationship between matter and consciousness. The law of the relationship between social being and social consciousness is further explained in the German ideology by Marx and Engels. The production of ideas, of conceptions, of consciousness, is at first directly interwoven with the material activity and the material intercourse of men, the language of real life. Conceiving, thinking, the mental intercourse of men, appear at this stage as the direct efflux of their material behavior. In other words, human ideology initially corresponds directly to physical activity which takes place in the real world. As these ideas develop, it can appear as though higher forms of consciousness are unlinked from the material world. However, consciousness is always rooted in the material world and in the physical activity of human beings, no matter how developed consciousness might become. As Marx and Engels further explain in the German ideology, the same applies to mental production as expressed in the language of politics, laws, morality, religion, metaphysics, etc., of a people. Men are the producers of their conceptions, ideas, etc. real, active men, as they are conditioned by a definite development of their productive forces and of the intercourse corresponding to these, up to its furthest forms. Consciousness can never be anything else than conscious existence, and the existence of men is their actual life process. It is crucial to understand the emphasis placed on the fact that ideas originate from real, active human beings living out actual life processes. This stands in contrast to idealist conceptions of human consciousness which seek to either separate human consciousness from the material world, or to deny the existence of the material world altogether. Marx and Engels made it clear that all consciousness is determined by the material world and material labor activities which humans undertake to survive. The German ideology continues. If in all ideology men and their circumstances appear upside down as in a camera obscura, this phenomenon arises just as much from their historical life process as the inversion of objects on the retina does from their physical life process. This statement can seem confusing as it refers to an antiquated optical device, the camera obscura. A camera obscura projects an image onto a screen, and this projected image appears upside down. Similarly, the lens of the human eye also inverts images when projecting them onto the retina at the back of the human eye. The human eye projects an upside-down image on the retina just as a camera obscura projects an upside-down on a screen. In this passage, Marx and Engels are explaining that false consciousness arises from material conditions and material life processes. In other words, since all consciousness arises from our experiences in the real world, it must also be true that false consciousness arises from our experiences in the real world. Some idealists may assert that inaccurate perceptions of reality are evidence that reality cannot be perceived with any accuracy at all. These idealists argue that human beings can only have subjective perceptions of the world and that consciousness, therefore, is not determined by reality. Here, Marx explains that misperceptions are, in and of themselves, determined by material phenomena. Just because all consciousness stems from our observations and experiences in the real world, that does not mean that consciousness always reflects reality accurately. Likewise, just because our consciousness does not always reflect reality accurately, that does not mean that consciousness is not determined by reality. It should also be noted here that Lenin's proof of the theory of reflection shows that human beings are capable of perceiving the material world with increasing accuracy over time. To summarize, if a human being believes something that is objectively false, it must be because some objective circumstances of reality are obscuring, skewing, or altering the perceptions of that human being. An example of this would be workers in a capitalist society believing that capitalism is a system which they, as workers, benefit from. This skewed perception of reality is caused by objective material conditions, namely, the capitalist relations of production and the power which capitalists have over such phenomena as education systems, media outlets, and other information sources. In short, Marx and Engels are simply saying, here, that all human consciousness, whether accurate or inaccurate, is determined by material reality. The causes of changes within an epoch of society cannot be accurately explained through the analysis of the social consciousness of that society alone. According to Marx, one cannot judge such a period of transformation by its consciousness, but, on the contrary, this consciousness must be explained from the contradictions of material life, from the conflict existing between the social forces of production and the relations of production. 32. Annotation 70. The above quotation is from the preface to Critique of Political Economy by Karl Marx. The full passage gives further insight into the development of social consciousness. In the social production of their existence, men inevitably enter into definite relations, which are independent of their will, namely relations of production appropriate to a given stage in the development of their material forces of production. Here, Marx explains that society is formed by humans coming together to produce that which is necessary to sustain human life, food, shelter, etc. This production is independent of human will because humans must carry out this social production or else they will not survive. Therefore, social production processes cannot be considered a choice which humans could willingly decide against undertaking. Material production is an objective need, on a biological level, for the continuation of the species. Next, Marx explains that The totality of these relations of production constitutes the economic structure of society, the real foundation, on which arises a legal and political superstructure and to which correspond definite forms of social consciousness. The relationships which human beings have with one another to carry out social material processes are economic relationships. This constitutes the material/economic base of human society. The material base is what primarily drives the development of humanity. A superstructure is also developed based on social consciousness which reflects the material base. Marx continues. The mode of production of material life conditions the general process of social, political, and intellectual life. It is not the consciousness of men that determines their existence, but their social existence that determines their consciousness. This is the basis of social formation theory, which is the key to understanding the relationship between the material base and the superstructure of society. Social economic production determines the superstructure of society. The superstructure can also impact back on the material base. The law of suitability between the relations of production and productive forces dictates that developments in the productive forces lead to social revolution, which in turn allows for society to move on to the next stage of development. Social revolution, according to Marx, is a process by which the superstructure undergoes a quality shift and the formerly predominant ruling class is superseded by a new ruling class. This change and development begins with material contradiction, and this determines a contradiction in social consciousness. Eventually, the newly developing social consciousness of the new ruling class develops to such a level that they undertake social revolution and overthrow the old ruling class of society. As Marx puts it in Critique of Political Economy, the changes in the economic foundation lead sooner or later to the transformation of the whole immense superstructure. This reflects the law of the base determining the superstructure of society. Thus we see that human society develops in a definite direction, with the development of productive forces driving the development of relations of production, which drives the development of the base, which drives the development of the superstructure and society at large. This reflects the dialectical materialist position that matter determines consciousness, as Marx goes on to explain. In studying such transformations, it is always necessary to distinguish between the material transformation of the economic conditions of production, which can be determined with the precision of natural science, and the legal, political, religious, artistic, or philosophic, in short, ideological forms in which men become conscious of this conflict and fight it out. Just as one does not judge an individual by what he thinks about himself, so one cannot judge such a period of transformation by its consciousness, but, on the contrary, this consciousness must be explained from the contradictions of material life, from the conflict existing between the social forces of production and the relations of production. No social order is ever destroyed before all the productive forces for which it is sufficient have been developed, and new superior relations of production never replace older ones before the material conditions for their existence have matured within the framework of the old society. This refutes idealist and metaphysical perspectives of human society and consciousness. Social consciousness does not develop in isolation, in and of itself, metaphysically distinct from the material base of society. Rather, social consciousness develops in dialectical unity with social being, reflecting the dialectical materialist conception of the relationship between matter and consciousness. The above point of view is opposed to the idealist view of society, which seeks the origin of consciousness within consciousness itself, considers consciousness to be the source of all social phenomena which determine social development, and presents history as a development process of social consciousness without consideration of social being. The historical materialist point of view completely inverts the idealist point of view by affirming that social being determines social consciousness. Social consciousness is a reflection of social being, and social consciousness is dependent on social being. Annotation 71. The idealist worldview holds that human consciousness is the primary driving force of change and development in the world. Idealism ignores or downplays the importance of material processes and material conditions in determining human consciousness. Idealist conceptions of history are further discussed in annotation 13, p. 19. Historical materialism is the application of dialectical materialist philosophy and methodology to the analysis of human society and human history. This viewpoint of history has revolutionized the way we understand the development of human society and our understanding of social consciousness and its relationship to the material world. By properly identifying the relationship between social being and social consciousness, historical materialism has transformed history into a scientific subject which can be studied on an objective and material basis. Idealism leads to fundamental misunderstandings about the development of humanity. Idealist ideology holds that philosophy can and should be studied independently of social production processes and the material being of humanity. Disseminating idealist ideology to the oppressed classes also helps to cement the power of the ruling class as explained in annotation 68, p. 119. The idealist perspective of human history holds that human ideas shape the development of human society. Historical materialism perceives human history as a process of dialectical development which is driven by the relationship between social being and social consciousness. Historical materialism allows for a much more accurate understanding of the development processes of humanity, including both social being and social consciousness. Historical materialism also serves the oppressed working class within the context of our present capitalist society because it teaches workers how to understand the relationship between the economic base and the superstructure of society, and it shows that an end to capitalism is inevitable. Armed with this knowledge and a scientific understanding of human society and history, workers can better develop class consciousness, fight false consciousness which is contrived by the ruling class, and build towards social revolution that will put workers in command of human society. This will eventually lead to a stateless, classless society which will allow humans to collectively decide our own destiny as a species once and for all. Whenever aspects of social being change, aspects of social consciousness will change accordingly. Therefore, in different historical periods, the theories, opinions, and social ideas which arise are all determined by the conditions of material life. The historical materialist viewpoint of the origin of social consciousness also asserts that social being determines consciousness not in a simple and direct way, but often through many intermediate stages. Not every thought, concept, or theory of social consciousness clearly and directly reflects the economic relations of the times, and only by seeking a comprehensive perspective can we see clearly the economic relations which are reflected in these ideas. Annotation 72. Human society is defined by an incredibly complex network of internal and external relationships. Such complexity means that social consciousness could not possibly be entirely determined by the material base. Social consciousness is determined primarily by the material/economic base, but there are countless other factors which affect social consciousness. Such factors include remnants of ideology from previous modes of production as well as emerging social consciousness related to emerging classes which might eventually become the ruling class. For example, in our current capitalist society there are still many remnants of social consciousness left over from feudal society impacting the social consciousness of today. Medieval literature is still studied, certain remnants of the feudal landlord class still exist in many nations and generate ideas which reflect their remnant class identity, and there are many workers who have already attained class consciousness and are beginning to strive towards social revolution and the overthrow of capitalism. This means that a comprehensive perspective must be sought to understand social consciousness in all its complexity, as well as a historical perspective, to understand how social consciousness is constantly changing and developing. Recognizing the complexity of social consciousness and its relationship with the material base allows historical materialist analysis to yield a much more accurate perception of reality than mechanical materialist conceptions of history. 2. The relative independence of social consciousness. The dialectical materialist viewpoint of society affirms that social being determines social consciousness, but also clarifies that social consciousness maintains relative independence from social being based on the following evidence. Social consciousness is often out of date compared to social being. Social consciousness can surpass social being. Social consciousness maintains the characteristic of inheritance in its own development. The interplay between forms of social consciousness in their development. Social consciousness can affect social being. Culture is the root of steady development. Build a healthy cultural environment for the steady development of the nation. Annotation 73. All of these points relate to the dialectical materialist conception of the relationship between matter and consciousness. Human society exists as an incredibly complicated dialectical unity between social being and social consciousness. This complexity is made exponentially greater by the fact that all of the countless internal aspects of both social being and social consciousness, in turn, also have dialectical relationships with each other. Human society is defined by an incredibly complex system of relationships between aspects of social being and aspects of social consciousness. This is why a comprehensive perspective is vital for anyone hoping to understand the nature and development of human society. We must always keep in mind when analyzing human society that development between any two things, phenomena, or ideas exists as mutual development. Anytime one aspect of human society impacts any other aspect of human society, the same is true in the opposite direction. This concept of mutual development is explained in Part 1, p. 122. This applies equally to aspects of social being and aspects of social consciousness, and because the vast system of dialectically interacting relationships between all aspects of human society is so complex, some changes can be very indirect. As an example, we can look at the development of the smartphone. This invention had far-reaching impacts into countless aspects of both social being and social consciousness in human society. In terms of social being, smartphones have changed material conditions for human beings in many ways. For instance, a great many factories, mines for raw materials, and other infrastructure must be built to sustain the global system of billions of smartphones. Entire industries of smartphone accessories, such as chargers, portable power banks, phone cases, etc., have sprung up. New jobs related to building and developing smartphones and related software have also been developed around the world. These are just some of the ways in which the invention of the smartphone has changed the economic base and social being of human society. At the same time, the invention of the smartphone has changed social consciousness in countless ways. In many countries, the majority of people spend hours every day using their smartphones. Content designed for smartphones has had far-reaching impact into art categories such as film and video, music, and literature. Apps for smartphones have changed the way many people perform their jobs, hobbies, and social activities. Nearly every aspect of human consciousness has been impacted in some way by smartphones, and all of this activity has also mutually impacted back upon smartphones themselves. As more people use smartphones for photography and video, the hardware and software has developed to include more features and capabilities. As more people use their smartphones to listen to music and videos throughout the day, technologies have developed to make wearing headphones more convenient and comfortable. The social being of smartphone technology has been impacted over time by social consciousness in terms of how humans use smartphones in our daily lives. Smartphones exist in dialectical unity with all other aspects of human society. Smartphone technology in and of itself was developed through the mutual development of various aspects of social being and social consciousness. Advancements in many scientific and technological fields had to be made before smartphones could be invented. Wireless access to high-speed internet connections, for example, were a prerequisite for smartphone technology, in addition to technologies like touch screens and small, high-capacity batteries. In addition, human social consciousness had to develop before smartphones could have ever been considered a viable technology. The internet had to become a phenomenon that was prominent in human social consciousness in order for the demand for a smartphone with its internet access capabilities to become so ubiquitous. The development of the smartphone was also impacted by such aspects of social consciousness as demand for internet content, the need for new forms of communication such as video calling, and so on. Social being has determined social consciousness as it relates to the development of smartphone technology. To put it another way, the material reality of smartphone technology determines how humans think about them. This includes the origin and development of this technology. Before the prerequisite technologies such as the internet, touchscreens, etc. were developed, it would have been nearly impossible for human beings to imagine the technology of the internet-capable smartphone and impossible to engineer such a device. This does not mean, of course, that human beings are incapable of speculating about or imagining technologies before they are developed. However, what a human being is capable of imagining is determined by the material conditions that presently exist. In the science fiction of the 1960s and 70s, for example, people could imagine and speculate about handheld communication and computer technology because similar and prerequisite technologies such as telephones and computers already existed at that time. These same ideas could not have developed in more ancient times when such related technologies did not yet exist anywhere in the social being of human society. The relationship between human beings and smartphones is just one of a virtually infinite number of relationships which define human society. Grasping the complexity and nature of the relationships between and within social being and social consciousness is vital for understanding what is and is not possible in human society. We must understand the essential relationships which define something, including its history of development, before we can consciously change it. This is why historical materialism demands that we seek a comprehensive and historical perspective in studying human society. Social consciousness often lags behind social being. The principle that social being determines social consciousness asserts that changes in social being will inevitably lead to changes in social consciousness as the old social consciousness is negated and gives rise to the new social consciousness. However, in some cases, the transformation of social being does not immediately lead to the transformation of social consciousness. On the contrary, many factors of social consciousness can persist for a very long time even if its originating social being has been negated. Not all factors of a new social consciousness will arise immediately as soon as a new social being has developed. This is because social consciousness is only a reflection of social being. In general, social consciousness only changes after social being has changed. Because of the strong, frequent, and direct impact of practical activities, changes to social being take place at such a fast speed that human consciousness cannot keep up with it. Habits, traditions, and customs as well as the backwardness and conservatism of some forms of social consciousness tend to be very strong. Social consciousness is always associated with the interests of certain groups of people and certain classes in history. Therefore, old and outdated ideas are often maintained and propagated by anti-progressive social forces to fight against progressive social forces. Annotation 74. The theory of consciousness reflection in materialist dialectics was conceived of by Marx and Engels and was later expanded and developed by Lenin and other communist theorists. This theory proposes that conscious thought is a reflection of material reality which develops and results from material life processes. These material life processes include the motions and activities of human beings in the material world as well as motion and development which occurs within the physical human being. The theory of reflection thus adheres to the dialectical materialist conception of the relationship between matter and consciousness, and the theory of reflection also extends to human society and social consciousness. Social being and social consciousness share the same relationship as individual being and consciousness. Social consciousness reflects social being and is determined by social being, and can impact back upon social being. The development of social consciousness reflects our relationships with the material world, and these reflections are incredibly complicated and dynamic. In his Conspectus of Hegel's Science of Logic, Lenin wrote that cognition is the eternal, endless approximation of thought to the object. The reflection of nature in man's thought must be understood not lifelessly, not abstractly, not devoid of movement, not without contradictions, but in the eternal process of movement, the arising of contradictions and their solution. When contradictions arise in social being, they will eventually manifest in social consciousness, but this is not necessarily an immediate response. For example, when capitalists first began to emerge as a new ruling class, their ideology did not immediately become the predominant ideology all across the world at once in an instant. In many ways, the outmoded feudal ideology remained dominant long after capitalists became the predominant class. In some cases, these outmoded feudal remnants of consciousness persist to this day. There are even some nations today which are still ruled by feudal-style monarchs despite having a capitalist-dominated economy. In those countries, feudal-era ideology still plays a large role in the superstructure of society. There are many other such examples of social consciousness lagging behind social being, such as elements of conservative culture or traditional values which stem from earlier stages of development and modes of production. Ho Chi Minh explained that one of the missions of communists is to negate reactionary, obsolete, or false consciousness from the working class while developing revolutionary class consciousness. As an example from history, under French colonization and Japanese occupation, Vietnamese culture had been heavily suppressed for several decades. As such, Vietnamese revolutionaries were trying to determine which aspects of traditional Vietnamese culture should be restored and preserved. In a speech in 1958, Ho Chi Minh discussed the manner in which Vietnamese communists should engage with traditional Vietnamese culture. When we talk about restoring old things, we mean to restore good aspects and factors of those things while removing bad aspects and bad factors. We should restore, then develop, good aspects and factors and eliminate bad ones. In an article called To Become a Good Coder, One Must Practice Self-Criticism, written in 1945, Ho Chi Minh pointed out the necessity of constantly reviewing ideology to ensure accurate reflection of reality. This is important because reality is constantly changing in accordance with the principle of development of dialectical materialism. Ho Chi Minh wrote, "We must know that the objective circumstances change every minute of every day. A policy that might be good today could become obsolete tomorrow. If we fail to willingly criticize our own actions to reject the obsolete and the erroneous, we will never be able to catch up with the circumstances. We will be left behind by agile people with sounder minds. Social consciousness which lags behind social being is considered a remnant of previous forms of human society. Social consciousness can surpass social being." In affirming the fact that social consciousness is often backwards compared with social being, historical materialism at the same time posits that, under certain conditions, human thoughts, especially those of advanced scientific ideas, can precede the development of social being and even predict the future. They can have the effect of organizing and directing human practical activities, and directing that activity to solving problems caused by the mature development of the material life of society. Ultimately, however, the ability to precede social consciousness still depends on social being. Annotation 75. Social consciousness which lags behind is considered to be a remnant of past society while progressive social consciousness surpasses social being. Scientifically gathered knowledge can often lead to forms of social consciousness which surpass social being. An example of this would be the social consciousness of climate change. Scientists who study the climate, the environment, the weather, and other such fields have been warning human society about climate change for many decades and calling for changes to productive forces which would restrain or reverse climate change. The social being of society at large, however, has lagged behind this social consciousness. The bourgeois states and corporations which have the power to work against climate change have been very slow to effect meaningful change. Some workers recognize the threat of climate change and can essentially predict the future of what will happen to the planet if climate change continues to worsen unchecked, but most of society is, conversely, lagging behind and failing to see climate change for the threat that it has been scientifically proven to be. Another example would be class consciousness under capitalism. Many human beings, including Karl Marx and Friedrich Engels, were able to identify the contradictions of capitalism and the unsustainability of the capitalist mode of production very early on. In this sense, they were able to develop social consciousness which surpassed the material base of society, which remains capitalist to this day. Some workers recognize and believe in the eventual downfall of capitalism despite the fact that capitalism is still entrenched as the predominant mode of production on Earth. Such workers surpass the current material base of society and predominant capitalist-imposed social consciousness. Such social consciousness which surpasses social being is considered progressive, as this social consciousness can lead to advancement to higher stages of development of human society. Developing the social consciousness of the working class is key to the mission of scientific socialism, which seeks to overthrow capitalism through the application of dialectical materialist and historical materialist theory and practice. Social consciousness maintains the characteristic of inheritance in its development. The historical development of social consciousness shows that the theoretical views of each era did not appear spontaneously from nothing, but are developed on a foundation of theories inherited from previous ages. This is simply a manifestation of the inheritance characteristic of development in the development processes of social consciousness. Since social consciousness has inheritance characteristics in its development, it is impossible to fully understand any given idea based only on presently existing economic relations. It is necessary to consider previous stages of development. The development history of consciousness has shown that periods of prosperity or decline in philosophy, literature, art, etc., do not always perfectly line up with periods of economic prosperity or decline. Annotation 76. Because of the principle of inheritance, social consciousness always contain elements and characteristics which are inherited from previous forms of social consciousness. Such inherited characteristics can take the form of customs, traditions, cultural practices, and so on, and can be reflected in social consciousness in countless ways. There are, for example, countless ways in which ideas from feudal society have influenced and persisted through to the modern capitalist era, i.e., the establishment of the social institution of the monarchy in a modern capitalist nation like the United Kingdom. Such an institution is clearly a remnant from the feudal era of society. The monarchy does not function in exactly the same way as it did in the feudal era, but it influences social consciousness in countless ways. Even though the bourgeoisie has been the ruling class of the United Kingdom for a very long time, the institution of monarchy and many other remnants of feudal society have been inherited by the modern capitalist society of that nation. In a class-based society, the inheritance nature of social consciousness is associated with its class character. Different classes inherit different ideas from previous eras. The progressive classes receive the legacy and progressive ideology left behind by the old society. Lenin emphasized that socialist culture needs to promote the best achievements and traditions of human culture from antiquity to the present on the basis of the Marxist worldview. In The Task of the Youth Leagues, he wrote, "Proletarian culture must be the logical development of the store of knowledge mankind has accumulated under the yoke of capitalist, landowner, and bureaucratic society." Annotation 77. The progressive classes are classes which are emerging to become new classes that will be more suitable to emerging productive forces during a transition period where one mode of production is being negated by the next. For example, when capitalism was first beginning to emerge, the progressive classes were the bourgeoisie and the proletariat. The bourgeoisie became the ruling class in the capitalist mode of production while the proletariat became the oppressed working class. Today, the proletariat is the progressive class because it will, in time, become the ruling class as the capitalist mode of production becomes negated within human society. The following is the full passage from Lenin from which the above quote was taken. In this passage, Lenin emphasizes the importance of understanding and leveraging inheritance in developing the social consciousness of communist revolutionaries. We must bear this in mind when, for example, we talk about proletarian culture. We shall be unable to solve this problem unless we clearly realize that only a precise knowledge and transformation of the culture created by the entire development of mankind will enable us to create a proletarian culture. The latter is not clutched out of thin air, it is not an invention of those who call themselves experts in proletarian culture. That is all nonsense. Proletarian culture must be the logical development of the store of knowledge mankind has accumulated under the yoke of capitalist, landowner, and bureaucratic society. All these roads have been leading, and will continue to lead up to proletarian culture, in the same way as political economy, as reshaped by Marx, has shown us what human society must arrive at, shown us the passage to the class struggle, to the beginning of the proletarian revolution. What Lenin means, here, is that proletarian culture, i.e., social consciousness of the working class, cannot be developed without a material basis as well as preceding forms of social consciousness. Rather, it must be recognized that the seeds of proletarian culture exist in the currently existing social consciousness in accordance with the inheritance principle. Building class consciousness is a prerequisite to social revolution. This means that workers must build a proletarian culture for ourselves. This culture must recognize the role and mission of the working class in ending capitalism and class society. But this proletarian culture cannot simply be dreamt up in the minds of revolutionaries and then imposed upon workers. Instead, revolutionaries must understand the relationship between social consciousness and social being as well as the processes of development in dialectical materialist and historical materialist terms. By understanding these relationships and processes of development, it becomes possible for revolutionaries to consciously affect, change, and develop a proletarian culture of class consciousness within the working class over time. As Lenin further explains, it is the role of revolutionary ideologists to develop positive aspects of social consciousness that are suitable with communism while negating aspects which are reactionary and impede the development of class consciousness. When we so often hear representatives of the youth, as well as certain advocates of a new system of education, attacking the old schools, we say to them that we must take what was good in the old schools. We must not borrow the system of encumbering young people's minds with an immense account of knowledge, 9/10 of which was useless and 1/10 distorted. This, however, does not mean that we can restrict ourselves to communist conclusions and learn only communist slogans. You will not create communism that way. You can become a communist only when you enrich your mind with the knowledge of all the treasures created by mankind. This is similar to observations made by Ho Chi Minh about developing the social consciousness of the proletariat. The Vietnamese textbook Philosophy of Marxism-Leninism explains. For example, when the bourgeoisie performed its social revolution against feudalism, advanced thinkers of the bourgeoisie restored many materialist and humanist ideas from ancient times. Likewise, the obsolete classes and their thinkers absorbed and restored the anti-progressive social ideas and theories of previous historical periods. The feudal class of medieval Western European countries during the period of feudal decline tried to exploit Plato's philosophy and idealist elements from the philosophical system of Aristotle of ancient Greece, using them as the basis of philosophy of Christian teachings. In a similar manner, during the second half of the 19th century and the beginning of the 20th century, reactionary bourgeois forces restored and developed idealist philosophical and religious movements under new names such as Neo-Kantianism and Neo-Thomism, etc., to fight against the revolutionary movement of the working class and its ideology, Marxism. The divine role of kings was a religious and political ideology that argued that kings had power bestowed upon them directly by God. This was an ancient philosophy which monarchs such as Louis XIV of France restored to justify their rule over society as monarchy and feudalism were challenged in the 18th century. Similarly, the bourgeoisie restored aspects of ancient Greek philosophy to justify their social revolution against feudalism. Examples of this from the French Revolution include Aristotle's conception of civic fraternity, which was manifested in the French revolutionary slogan of liberty, equality, fraternity. As the bourgeoisie cemented itself as the ruling class of society, bourgeois interpretations of equality and fraternity did not include equality as it pertained to relations of production, and workers were deceived into believing that fraternity meant that workers should support the power and privilege that capitalists had as it pertained to ownership of the means of production. In this manner, ancient Greek ideas were developed to suit the capitalist mode of production. In other words, the meaning of these concepts shifted to justify and uphold the class position of the newly formed ruling class of capitalists. A similar shift in the meaning of ideas within social consciousness occurred when capitalism was challenged by Marxism and communist revolutionary movements in the late 19th and early 20th centuries. As the threat of communist revolution increased, bourgeois and religious ideologists began to revive and develop older philosophies originally conceived of by figures from the feudal eras such as Immanuel Kant and Thomas Aquinas. These feudal ideas were altered to justify the established social relations of capitalism and to argue against Marxist ideology and communist revolution. This is a manifestation of the inheritance property of materialist dialectics within human society. Base-level concepts and ideas can be inherited into newer forms of social consciousness. The interplay between forms of social consciousness in their development. The interplay between forms of social consciousness is a reason why in each form of social consciousness there are aspects and properties that cannot be explained directly by examining social being. Annotation 78. This relationship is one in which social consciousness is relatively independent of, but also determined by, social being. Social consciousness is relatively independent from social being, just as consciousness in general is relatively independent from the material world in general. Relative independence is not the same as complete independence. Complete independence would imply a complete lack of connection between two subjects. Relative independence simply means that one subject has its own development, even if this development is dialectically impacted or determined by another subject. The belief that consciousness can be completely divorced from material reality is a form of idealism. Consciousness is also not completely determined by the material world. Rather, consciousness is capable of impacting back on the material through human conscious activity. The belief that consciousness is completely determined by the material world is a form of mechanical materialism. It is important to avoid both of these extreme misinterpretations of the relationship between matter and consciousness, idealism and mechanical materialism. Idealism views consciousness as completely separate from material reality, or upholds the idea that consciousness completely determines the material world. Idealism thus overstates the independence of consciousness from matter. Mechanical materialism views consciousness as completely determined by the material world and sees consciousness as an illusionary phenomenon that cannot impact back on matter. Mechanical materialism thus understates the independence of consciousness from matter. Dialectical materialism correctly interprets the relationship between matter and consciousness by viewing consciousness as relatively independent from matter. Matter and consciousness have their own internal development processes, but they also mutually develop one another. The relative independence of social consciousness from social being reflects the relative independence of consciousness from matter. Social consciousness development is determined by social being, but there are also internal relationships within social consciousness which lead to internal development of social consciousness. Specifically, social consciousness forms can interact with each other to internally develop social consciousness, but ultimately all social conscious forms are derived from and determined by material conditions. It should be noted that this includes false consciousness, which is also determined by material reality. An example of forms of social consciousness developing each other can be found in the religious traditions of Vietnam. This development reflects the relationship between matter/social being and consciousness/social consciousness. The modern religious practice of Dao Mao involves the worship of Mao, the mother goddesses of Vietnam. This religious form of social consciousness originated in and is unique to Vietnam that stretches back over thousands of years. Dao Mao has its roots in ancient Vietnamese society which was matriarchal. Vietnam's earliest religions revolved around the worship of various goddesses of nature such as goddesses of the sun and the moon as well as goddesses of rain, thunder, fire, and so on. During the ancient era in Vietnam this religion was developed to justify and reflect the power of female rulers. Whenever a powerful queen or princess died, Vietnamese religious leaders would build temples to those matriarchal rulers and venerate them as goddesses. Examples of such religious worship of rulers include the Tu Chung sisters, as well as Duong Van Na. Daoism was another important religious social consciousness form which came to Vietnam in the 2nd century. Daoism also heavily affected ancient Vietnamese religious beliefs. Specifically, Vietnamese people tended to incorporate matriarchal deist deities such as the Mother of Skies, the Mother of the World of the Dead, etc. Such female deities were synthesized into older matriarchal religious social conscious forms which had already been prevalent in Vietnam. Vietnamese people began to worship both Dao Mao and deist goddesses simultaneously. Over time, Dao Mao began to incorporate more formalized systems of worship which were more similar to deist religious practices, such as a clear system of ceremonies, rituals, costumes, and so on. This is an example of forms of social consciousness influencing each other in a manner that was relatively independent of material reality. This social consciousness was relatively independent. Examination of Vietnamese social being, in and of itself, throughout these 2,000 years of history would not be sufficient to fully understand why Dao Mao exists in its current form today. In order to understand Dao Mao, it is necessary to also examine the development of forms of social consciousness in Vietnam. It is vital to also examine the material conditions and social being of Vietnam to understand Dao Mao in its current form, since Dao Mao reflects and was in many ways determined by historical relations of production such as ancient Vietnamese society which was dominated by matriarchal monarchs, Vietnamese feudalism with its system of royal and noble families, as well as influences from foreign ruling classes such as those in China which determined the development of Daoism. A painting of the pantheon of goddesses and gods of the Vietnamese Dao Mao religion dating from the late 19th to early 20th century. Ideology is the most advanced form of social consciousness, as explained in annotation 65, p. 112. Ideologies have the highest potential to impact the social being and material base of human society through conscious practical activities. The level of impact of ideology on the development of society depends on various factors. This is discussed more on p. 147. Because ideology's development is so complex, we must differentiate the roles of progressive ideology and anti-progressive ideology as each pertains to social development. As philosophy of Marxism-Leninism explains, historical materialism holds to the principle that social consciousness is relatively independent and quite complex in its development. Historical materialism rejects all metaphysical, mechanical, and vulgar viewpoints about the relationship between social being and social consciousness. The historical development of social consciousness shows that certain forms of consciousness tend to emerge first and have a strong impact on the other forms of consciousness. This pattern of development occurs in almost every historical era and is determined by specific historical circumstances. In ancient Greece, philosophy and art played a particularly vital role in social consciousness. In medieval Western Europe, religion had a strong influence on all other forms of social consciousness: philosophy, ethics, art, politics, and the rule of law. In Western European countries in the more recent historical period, political consciousness has played a significant role, strongly influencing other forms of social consciousness. In France, from the second half of the 18th century, as in Germany at the end of the 19th century, philosophy and literature were the most important tools for the propagation of political ideas in the arena of the political struggles of the progressive classes. 33 Today, in the interplay between forms of social consciousness, political consciousness still often plays a particularly vital role. Annotation 79. Different kinds of social consciousness forms will have more prominent and influential roles in the development of different human societies and at different stages of development of those societies. In ancient Greece, philosophers such as Plato, Aristotle, and Socrates played an important role in shaping the social consciousness of the Greek people. Ancient Greek artists played a similar role in shaping social consciousness with famous works of art such as statues of Venus de Milo, Zeus at Olympia, Athena, etc. Philosophy and art of this era were determined by the material conditions and social being of ancient Greece but were also instrumental in developing the Greek worldview and making Greece one of the most highly developed societies of its era. Religion played a very important role in the feudal era of medieval Europe. The Catholic Church, as the dominant religion, greatly affected every aspect of Western European society during the feudal era. In most medieval European countries, the Catholic Church and the state had a very close relationship, and the state existed in part to defend the Church. The nature of this relationship is defined in a law issued the Catholic Church in 1825 known as Quo Graviora, which declared, Pope Leo the Great defined the role of the state as being a defender of the Church's cause and a suppressor of heresies in a letter to the Eastern Roman Emperor Leo I. You ought unhesitatingly to recognize that the royal power has been conferred to you not only for the rule of the world, but especially for the defense of the Church, so that by suppressing the heinous undertakings you may defend those statutes which are good and restore true peace to those things which have been disordered. In modern capitalist Western Europe, political social consciousness forms have played an important role in the development of social consciousness. As feudalism gave way to capitalism, many new political ideas appeared in Western Europe such as Hegelian idealism, Kant's humanism, utopianism, and Marxism-Leninism. This emerging political social consciousness also influenced literary and artistic social consciousness in Europe. For instance, European novelists wrote frequently about political aspects of European society. Such works include Les Miserables by Victor Hugo, War and Peace by Leo Tolstoy, and so on. To this day, political consciousness continues to be the most important form of consciousness in our current world, and it has become the primary battlefield between the capitalist class and the working class. Political social consciousness forms can be found everywhere, in novels, in music, in newspapers, in films, and on social media. The ruling class in the USA has spent billions of dollars producing media, information outlets, and social media platforms which produce propaganda and media which support and defend capitalist relations of production. All of these social institutions exist to defend and advance forms of social consciousness which reflect the agenda of the capitalist ruling class. An important mission of communists and the working class is to push back against such capitalist social consciousness forms and to build ideologies and social institutions which advance and defend communist social consciousness forms. Developing the social consciousness of the working class is an important prerequisite to social revolution which will lead to a dictatorship of the proletariat and, eventually, an end to capitalism and class society altogether as explained in Annotation 108. p. 203. The political consciousness of the revolutionary class orients the progressive development of other forms of consciousness. Annotation 80. Because social revolution must be fulfilled through the construction of a state which enforces the agenda of a ruling class, political struggle is one of the most important battlefields in class struggle. An objective prerequisite for social revolution is that a revolutionary class achieves class consciousness and grasps their own historical mission to build a state and become the ruling class. Therefore, political consciousness defined as awareness of the importance of controlling the state and, by extension, the means of production plays a crucial role in the progressive development of all other forms of social consciousness which are dialectically related. For example, political consciousness must orient morality consciousness. Communists must teach workers about the unethical nature of capitalist exploitation of workers, i.e., that it is unethical for capitalists to steal labor value from workers and that it is unethical for anyone to lack food, health care, etc. Political consciousness must orient legal consciousness. Communists must make it clear that the legal system must be on the side of the workers. Communists must struggle to protect workers from unjust laws and to force the government to pass laws that will improve conditions for workers. Political consciousness must orient aesthetic consciousness. Art, entertainment, and other forms of media are vital for influencing the social consciousness of the workers. Communists must, therefore, produce art and media that advances class consciousness while critiquing art and media that serves the agenda of the bourgeoisie. These are just some of the ways in which communists must use political consciousness to orient all other aspects of social consciousness. It is important to remember the principle of general relationships of dialectical materialism, which states that all things, phenomena, and ideas are dialectically related to each other and mutually develop each other. All social consciousness forms are ultimately related to political consciousness. All of these forms of social consciousness, taken together in unity, impact back on the social being of society. Social consciousness can affect social being. Historical materialism not only criticizes the idealist viewpoint, but also rejects the viewpoint of vulgar materialism or economic materialism. According to Engels, political, juridical, philosophical, religious, literary, artistic, etc., development is based on economic development. But all these react upon one another and also upon the economic base. 34. Annotation 81. Absolutization refers to holding a belief or supposition as always true in all situations and without exception. This concept is discussed more in Part 1, p. 49. Idealism is the position that consciousness determines the material. Idealism is further explained in Part 1 beginning on p. 48. Idealism absolutizes social consciousness by holding the position that human consciousness determines the material in all situations and without exception. Vulgar materialism, also known as economic materialism, is a form of mechanical materialism which holds the opposite position. It absolutizes the supposition that the material fully and completely determines consciousness without exception. The Vietnamese Student's Dictionary defines vulgar materialism as a trend in the mechanical materialist philosophical movement, appearing in Germany in the mid-19th century. Vulgar materialism is a spontaneous reaction of scientific materialism to idealist philosophy. It makes the basic principles of materialism poor and crude. Not only did they dismiss idealism and religion, but they also dismissed philosophy in general. They wanted to solve all philosophical problems in the concrete study of natural science. Dialectical materialism avoids errors of absolutization by recognizing the true relationship between matter and consciousness. Matter determines consciousness while consciousness can impact back upon matter. As Engels goes on to explain in his letter to Borgias, it is not that the economic position is the cause and alone active, while everything else only has a passive effect. There is, rather, interaction on the basis of the economic necessity, which ultimately always asserts itself. The state, for instance, exercises an influence by tariffs, free trade, good or bad fiscal system. So it is not, as people try here and there conveniently to imagine, that the economic position produces an automatic effect. Men make their history themselves, only in given surroundings which condition it and on the basis of actual relations already existing, among which the economic relations, however much they may be influenced by the other political and ideological ones, are still ultimately the decisive ones, forming the red thread which runs through them and alone leads to understanding. Men make their history themselves, but not as yet with a collective will or according to a collective plan or even in a definitely defined, given society. Their efforts clash, and for that very reason all such societies are governed by necessity, which is supplemented by and appears under the forms of accident. The necessity which here asserts itself amidst all accident is again ultimately economic necessity. The economic necessity which Engels describes here constitutes an objective need which is the primary driver of human history and the development of class society. The primary objective need is the need for suitability between relations of production and productive forces, which is the basis of the law of suitability. Objective need which arises in the material base is therefore what drives all class struggle and development of class society, and this same sort of objective need is what will lead to social revolution and the downfall of capitalism and class society. It is therefore highly important that anyone pursuing social revolution should deeply understand the relationship between material and consciousness, between social being and social consciousness, and between the base and superstructure, and how objective/economic needs drive change in human society. The degree of influence which ideology has on social development depends on many factors, including Specific historical conditions in which the ideology developed. The nature of economic relations within the social base at the time of the development of social consciousness which the ideology is derived from. The historical role of the class which carries the ideology. The accuracy with which the ideology reflects the objective mission of the class which carries the ideology. The extent of popular adoption of the ideology among the masses. Annotation 82. An ideology is simply a system of ideas which has been developed and adopted by a group of human beings. The word can also be used to collectively refer to all of the ideologies of human society, i.e., the entire system of human thought as it exists at any given time. Ideology, as a form of social consciousness, can impact the development of human society, but it cannot determine the course of development of human society. This is because only social being and the material base can determine such development. In order to understand how ideology can impact social development, one must seek a comprehensive and historical perspective. This means understanding how ideology has developed and changed over time, as well as the internal and external relationships which led to that development. In particular, this demands the analysis of the ideological factors of these aspects of human society. Historical conditions. In seeking to understand how ideology impacts human society, one must examine the historical conditions in which the ideology developed. This is because ideology, like all things, phenomena, and ideas, is constantly changing and developing over time. This change comes about through internal and external relationships which themselves occur and develop over time. Only by understanding the historical development of an ideology can one hope to understand the essence of that ideology and how it might continue to develop into the future. It is also vital to understand the economic relations within the social being at the time of the development of the social consciousness which the ideology is derived from. This is because social being determines social consciousness and thus determines how ideologies can and will manifest in any given stage of development of human society. For example, one must understand the historical conditions of the 19th century to understand how and why communism developed as it did when Marx and Engels were first formulating its founding principles. One must also understand how those conditions changed and developed in the following decades, into the 20th century, through the founding of the Soviet Union and various other socialist movements and states, the suppression of communists in capitalist imperialist nations, and so on, to understand how communism as an ideology has developed and changed as well as how it exists and is developing in our present day. Economic relations. The relations of production which exist during the development of an ideology will determine to a great extent how the ideology develops and manifests in human society. Marx and Engels held that studying ideology in and of itself, divorced from the economic conditions in which the ideology arose, was a waste of time which could never lead to complete and accurate understanding. This perspective is discussed more on p. 23. Take, for example, the development of both communist and capitalist ideology. Neither communist ideology nor capitalist ideology could have developed in earlier stages of development which preceded private capital. Both capitalist ideology and communist ideology would have been nonsensical during feudal times when the essential means of production were not privately owned by capitalists and the ruling class consisted of feudal lords. Capitalist relations of production had to first develop as a prerequisite for both communist and capitalist ideologies to develop. In this manner, the relations of production determined the existence of communist and capitalist ideology. Capitalist ideology came into being as a result of an objective need which started within the economic base of society. The historical role of class. Every ideology is developed within the context of class. In order to understand the essence of the ideology, one must first understand the essence of the class which birthed it. This includes not just how the class exists at a given point of time, but also how it developed historically, and how that development led to the development of the ideology itself. For example, in order to understand communist ideology, one must study the development of the working class. Only by studying the working class, how it originated, how it has struggled against the capitalist class, and how it has changed over time, can one come to understand communist ideology and how it has impacted human society. Similarly, in order to understand bourgeois ideologies, one must understand the role and history of the capitalist class, just as one must study the history of monarchs, noble lords, and clergy in order to understand dominant ideologies of feudal society. It is also important to understand that every class has a mission. This mission reflects the objective need a class has to pursue its own agenda and to benefit as greatly as possible from the means of production. 35 Part 4 of the volume from which this text is translated, which covers the topic of scientific socialism, defines the historical mission of the working class under capitalism. The historical mission of the working class is to lead the working people to fight and eliminate capitalism and to erase all exploitative and oppressive regimes to build a new society, namely, socialism, and then communism. In Anti-Düring, Engels defines the historical missions of the working class as 1. Becoming the ruling class by establishing a dictatorship of the proletariat. 2. Seizing the means of production from the ruling class to end class society. Engels' outline of this process is discussed more in annotation 104, p. 193. Popularity of adoption among the masses. Understanding how ideology impacts society requires one to understand the spread of its influence throughout the masses of the human population. The more popularly held an ideology is, the more impact it can have on society at large. This is one reason that capitalists spend huge amounts of resources to spread bourgeois ideologies among the working class throughout history and to our present day. Understanding how ideas are spread and promoted on the one hand, and how they are suppressed and negated on the other, is critical to understanding how ideology can impact human society. This is critical to the mission of scientific socialism, which has a goal of spreading communist ideology to the working masses in order to negate the influence of bourgeois propaganda and indoctrination and to strengthen the resolve of workers to bring about the end of capitalism as quickly as possible. This will also be discussed in Part 4. It is also necessary to distinguish the role of progressive ideology from the role of reactionary ideology as it pertains to the development of society. Annotation 83. A fundamental principle of dialectical materialism is the principle of development. This principle holds that change is inevitable. All things, phenomena, and ideas undergo processes of motion and development. Any philosophy, ideology, or strategy which attempts to restrain motion and development is doomed to failure because change can neither be halted nor restrained. Thus, our strategies and actions must align with the material reality that change is inevitable, and we must seek to change the world by impacting processes of development and motion rather than attempting to reverse, restrain, or halt such processes. Progressive ideology is ideology which accurately reflects reality by correctly interpreting the ways in which human society develops over time. In the context of our current capitalist society, progressive ideology recognizes the role and mission of the working class as the progressive class which will bring about an end to class society. Such ideology is considered progressive because it does not seek to impede or reverse the development of human society, but rather, it seeks to further the progress of humanity in moving towards communism. Reactionary ideology seeks to impede or reverse the progression and development of human society. In our current capitalist society, this most typically means preserving and furthering the power and position of the capitalist class as the ruling class of society. Such ideology is called reactionary because it exists as a reaction to the progressive forces of historical development. In the words of the Communist Manifesto, reactionaries try to roll back the wheel of history. The same ideology may be reactionary or progressive depending on its relationship to present economic conditions and class relations. During the feudal era, bourgeois ideology was progressive. In today's capitalist society, it is reactionary. There are many variations of ideology which can fall along progressive or reactionary lines. It is necessary to seek a comprehensive and historical perspective to properly identify ideology as progressive or reactionary. Some ideology may have been progressive in past eras but would be considered reactionary today. For instance, during the end of the feudal era, ideology which promoted the power and position of the bourgeoisie was progressive in the sense that it sought to move human society's development away from the feudal era. Today, those same ideas would be considered reactionary as they seek to maintain the status quo of class society. It is also possible for reactionary ideology to falsely pose as progressive ideology. There are many instances, for instance, of reactionary movements claiming to represent the interests of workers or even mixing reactionary ideology in with progressive ideology to corrupt, co-opt, and hamper movements. It is also common for ideology which is idealist, metaphysical, or otherwise flawed to infect progressive ideology. As such, great care must be taken to seek out reactionary elements and characteristics of ideology and to critique and correct them. Conclusion. Historical materialism upholds the principle of relative independence of social consciousness. This principle paints a complex portrait of the historical development of social consciousness. It rejects all metaphysical, mechanical materialist, and vulgar materialist conceptions of the relationship between social being and social consciousness. In summary, according to the Marxist materialist viewpoint, the two fundamental principles of historical materialism are the principle that social being determines social consciousness, and the principle of the relative independence of social consciousness. These principles serve as fundamental methodological foundations of cognitive and practical activities of scientific socialists. 36 Therefore, we must strive to perceive phenomena of social consciousness in the context of the social being which gave rise to it. At the same time, it is also necessary to be able to explain those same phenomena of social consciousness in the context of relative independence from social being. Annotation 84. These principles are derived from the dialectical materialist conception of the relationship between matter and consciousness which is described in Part 1, p. 88. Understanding these principles puts historical materialism on an objective and scientific basis as explained in Annotation 98, p. 176. In order to effect change in human society, it is vital to understand how development processes occur and what drives change and development in human society. Rejection of metaphysical, mechanical, and vulgar materialist conceptions of the relationship of social being and social consciousness is necessary because such conceptions stand as barriers to progress of the mission of scientific socialism. The same can be said for idealist conceptions of the relationship between social being and social consciousness. Metaphysical materialist conceptions of the relationship between social being and social consciousness view social phenomena in a static, abstract manner. Social being and social consciousness, according to this viewpoint, are broken down into fixed categories which do not change over time. For instance, aspects of human nature might be seen as unchanging and unalterable characteristics, and metaphysical materialists tend to define humanity by such innate and unchanging characteristics. Mechanical materialist conceptions of the relationship between social being and social consciousness view all things, phenomena, and ideas as machines which simply carry out predictable and purely physical processes. Such views see as a giant mechanical machine composed of parts which are all essentially isolated from each other and static and unchangeable, simply carrying out material processes which human beings cannot fundamentally alter through conscious activity. Mechanical materialism is therefore a form of vulgar materialism and metaphysical materialism. Vulgar materialist conceptions of the relationship between social being and social consciousness essentially deny the role of human consciousness and the ability of consciousness to impact on the material world. Metaphysical, mechanical, and vulgar materialist viewpoints are all barriers to effective practical activities because they deny the ability for human beings to develop social consciousness and to impact back on social being through conscious activity. Such misconceptions about the nature of reality will invariably hamper and derail efforts to achieve the mission of scientific socialism and liberate humanity from the oppression of class society. Idealist conceptions of the relationship between social being and social consciousness hold that social consciousness determines the development of social being, and that human consciousness is the primary driver and motivating force of human history. Such conceptions deny the objective nature of human history and the principles of development which govern and regulate the development of human society. According to the idealist perspective of human history, development of social consciousness is all that is required to effect change in human society. Ignoring the determining role which social being plays in the development of humanity impedes practical activities by placing too much emphasis on human thought and mental activity while denying the importance of material activity and development. A common idealist deviation of socialist thought is utopianism, which holds that a perfect society can be conceived of through thought alone, and that socialism can be achieved simply by developing such theoretical models of a utopian society in the mind. Engels rebuked idealist and utopian socialism in Socialism, Utopian and Scientific. Socialism is the expression of absolute truth, reason, and justice, and has only to be discovered to conquer all the world by virtue of its own power. And as an absolute truth is independent of time, space, and of the historical development of man, it is a mere accident when and where it is discovered. With all this, absolute truth, reason, and justice are different with the founder of each different school. And as each one's special kind of absolute truth, reason, and justice is again conditioned by his subjective understanding, his conditions of existence, the measure of his knowledge and his intellectual training, there is no other ending possible in this conflict of absolute truths than that they shall be mutually exclusive of one another. Hence, from this nothing could come but a kind of eclectic, average socialism, which, as a matter of fact, has up to the present time dominated the minds of most of the socialist workers in France and England. Hence, a mishmash allowing of the most manifold shades of opinion, a mishmash of such critical statements, economic theories, pictures of future society by the founders of different sects, as excite a minimum of opposition, a mishmash which is the more easily brewed the more definite sharp edges of the individual constituents are rubbed down in the stream of debate, like rounded pebbles in a brook. To make a science of socialism, it had first to be placed upon a real basis. Historical materialism avoids the limitations of metaphysical materialism, mechanical materialism, vulgar materialism, and idealism by properly identifying the relationship between social being and social consciousness and by recognizing that human beings can impact social being through socially conscious activity, which is the basis for scientific socialist theory and practice. Scientific socialism is the application of dialectical materialist philosophy and historical materialist theory in the mission of overthrowing capitalism and building towards the stateless, classless society of communism. Human history is an important subject of study for scientific socialists because it is necessary to achieve a historical and comprehensive perspective of humanity and its development in order to effect change in human society. Therefore, in practice, the revolutionary construction of a new society needs to be carried out along the following lines. Revolution must be carried out simultaneously in the realms of both social being and social consciousness. Changing the old social being is the foundation for changing the old social consciousness. Changes in social being lead to profound changes in social consciousness, and also, conversely, the effects of social consciousness, in certain conditions, can also create drastic and profound changes in social being. Annotation 85. Revolution can be carried out in the realm of social being by developing a material basis for social revolution. This requires the construction of social institutions such as workers' unions and political parties which can impact back upon the economic base of human society. The most important achievement which workers must strive for is building a state which can function as a dictatorship of the proletariat. This gives workers the greatest ability to impact the material base through conscious activity, and will allow for workers to eventually overcome and negate capitalism once and for all. Revolution can be carried out in the realm of social consciousness by developing the social consciousness of the working class. This requires developing a dialectical materialist worldview in workers, eradicating false consciousness in workers, and fighting against bourgeois and reactionary ideology which is imposed upon workers by the ruling class. The most effective way to impact and develop social consciousness is to build social institutions which can drive ideological progress through theoretical development and practical activity. This reflects the dialectical unity of theory and practice which is discussed in detail in Part 1, Chapter 3, beginning on p. 204. Revolutionary activities in the realms of social being and social consciousness are dialectically related to one another. For example, improving material conditions for workers will make it easier for workers to develop class consciousness since they might have more free time and resources for education. At the same time, improving class consciousness will lead to workers struggling and fighting for better material conditions, up to and including the development of social revolution and the establishment of working class control of the state. It is, therefore, vital for workers to understand and leverage a historical materialist understanding of human society and the relationship between social consciousness and social being in order to successfully carry out social revolution which will lead to the overthrow of capitalism and class society. As philosophy of Marxism-Leninism explains, social being and social consciousness are two dialectically unified aspects of social life. Therefore, the work of reforming the old society and building a new society must be carried out simultaneously through both social existence and social consciousness. It must be understood that changing social existence is the most basic condition for changing social consciousness. It must be further understood that change must also be sought in the other direction, just as changes in social existence inevitably lead to great changes in the social consciousness of society. Social consciousness can also, under certain conditions, create strong and profound changes in social existence. Engels explained the way in which social consciousness can lead to changes in social being in a letter to Joseph Bloch in 1890. The economic situation is the basis, but the various elements of the superstructure political forms of the class struggle and its results, to wit, constitutions established by the victorious class after a successful battle, etc., juridical forms, and even the reflexes of all these actual struggles in the brains of the participants, political, juristic, philosophical theories, religious views and their further development into systems of dogmas also exercise their influence upon the course of the historical struggles and in many cases preponderate in determining their form. There is an interaction of all these elements in which, amid all the endless host of accidents, the economic movement finally asserts itself as necessary. Otherwise the application of the theory to any period of history would be easier than the solution of a simple equation of the first degree. In What is to be Done, Lenin explains the role of social consciousness in waging social revolution. Without revolutionary theory, there can be no revolutionary movement. The role of vanguard fighter can be fulfilled only by a party that is guided by the most advanced theory. To thoroughly grasp this methodological principle in the cause of the socialist revolution in our country we must, on the one hand, grasp the importance of the cultural ideological revolution and promote the positive impact of social consciousness on the economic development and industrialization and modernization of the country. On the other hand, we must avoid repeating the mistake of voluntarism in building culture and building a new society. Voluntarism is a philosophical position and methodological practice of placing subjective will as the primary determinator of decisions and activities. Subjective will includes the goals, desires, and intentions of individual humans and/or groups of human beings. Voluntarism, therefore, is a form of idealism, since it overemphasizes the subjective consciousness of human beings while ignoring the role of matter in determining consciousness. Lt. Col. Dang Kong Tan defined the philosophical error of voluntarism in the article Voluntarism is a Dangerous Disease That Needs to Be Avoided, published in 2020 in Zhang newspaper. Willpower is one of the factors that make up a person's character and courage. However, if we only rely on personal willpower without following objective laws, or consider willpower as a universal key to solving all problems without starting from a basis of real life, it is voluntarism, one of the manifestations of the disease of communist arrogance that can easily cause revolutionaries to fail and deteriorate. Voluntarists often have in common the characteristic of examining, perceiving, and evaluating things and phenomena based on subjective feelings. They consider their opinions to be always correct, even solely correct. Voluntarism used to be one of the mistakes of a segment of communists in the world. These communists considered human will as the primary determinant for reforming and changing the world. This perspective denied the objective laws of nature and society. Voluntarists have hasty thoughts and excessive optimism. They want to quickly achieve results and goals without careful consideration, objective, comprehensive, and thorough evaluation of all issues and aspects. They easily succumb to illusions about subjective strength without anticipating all the difficulties and obstacles caused by both objective and subjective factors. A number of cadres and party members in the past, when looking ahead, often used rose-tinted glasses, so they more or less stumbled and made mistakes on the revolutionary path and in practical activities. This was partly due to a lack of scientific information, and partly due to a lack of thorough understanding of the tortuous complexity of the process of building a new social regime. Voluntarism manifests itself in many aspects that are difficult to detect at first, but once we become aware of the nature of voluntarism, it becomes much easier to identify. For example, one common cause of voluntarism is the failure by a group of decision-makers to carefully study the actual situation. This leads to inappropriate decisions being made. Another common cause of voluntarism arises from the phenomenon of new officials, new policies. 37 Many cadres 38 in the early stages of holding leadership positions always appear eager and overly concerned with social approval. Such cadres often wish to quickly create their own mark, so they feel they must put forward programs, plans, proposals, and projects with positive and brilliant goals. They set unrealistic targets for beautiful but unfeasible numbers. Ultimately, these ambitious measures cause more harm than good. What is more alarming is that many times voluntarism does not necessarily originate from immature thinking, immature awareness, or hasty thoughts, but rather it originates from very sophisticated group interests. They act in the name of the organization to issue programs and policies that benefit a minority of individuals with power and authority. This leads to many consequences and can even lead to unpredictable socio-economic consequences for the community and the country. The need to be humble and to learn and listen to opposing opinions. Speaking about the harmful effects of voluntarism that existed during his lifetime, Vladimir Lenin once said, "For a proletarian political party, there is no more dangerous mistake than to set its strategy according to subjective will. For cadres and party members, voluntarism and the attitude of imposing personal subjective opinions on the collective are not only prominent manifestations of selfish, narrow-minded, authoritarian, and patriarchal individualism, but also cause suspicion and internal disunity, leading to a loss of fighting power of party committees and organizations. This hinders the healthy development of agencies, units, localities, and, more broadly, the whole society." So, how do we prevent, combat, stop, and push back the disease of voluntarism which exists in segments of cadres and party members, especially those in positions of power today? Finding a satisfactory answer to this problem is not easy if a segment of cadres does not truly have progressive thinking, a spirit of inquiry, a spirit of integrity, and a true sense of service to the country, to the people, and to the common interests of the community and the collective. Cadres and party members must have progressive thinking to prevent and eliminate backward remnants in thoughts, in attitudes, and in actions that affect the laws and positive development trends of organizations, agencies, units, and localities. We must have a spirit of learning to humbly receive and accept healthy contributions and criticisms from subordinates, from our fellow cadres, and from others with good professional qualifications. We must have a spirit of integrity to not be influenced by material interests or personal interests in the promulgation of collective policies and decisions. It is necessary to pay more attention to regularly doing a good job of inspection, supervision, and strengthening control over the personal power of leaders and those with the authority to issue decisions on policies, mechanisms, and policies, promptly detecting and resolutely and strictly handling manifestations of voluntarism and imposition of personal opinions that harm the common interests. This issue has been raised for many years, but in reality, the inspection and supervision work at many party committees and organizations has not been maintained strictly and effectively. Many places have shown signs of laxity and signs of inadequate inspection and supervision. This has led to a situation where a number of leaders, especially top leaders, still do not properly resolve and harmoniously handle the relationship between the collective leadership role and the responsibility of the individual in charge. Philosophy of Marxism-Leninism describes how voluntarism led to problems in the post-revolutionary historical period of Vietnam, which took place just after the end of the war with the USA in 1975. During this period, known as the subsidizing period, Vietnamese communists tried to immediately move Vietnamese society to a stateless, classless society very rapidly. This was attempted at a time when the productive forces of Vietnam were very undeveloped, especially because of the devastation and destruction caused by the war to the infrastructure and productive capacity of the nation. At the end of the war period, most Vietnamese people were small-scale farmers with very primitive tools and material resources. It should be seen that it is only possible to truly create the social consciousness of a socialist society on the basis of thoroughly renovating the traditional small-scale farmers' material way of life and establishing and developing a new method of production on the basis of successfully implementing the cause of industrialization and modernization. Voluntarism led Vietnamese communists to overemphasize the subjective desire to quickly achieve communism while ignoring the objective material conditions of the era. In objective reality, the productive forces were simply not developed enough to realistically achieve such a rapid transition to a stateless, classless society. These issues of voluntarism as they pertain to the post-war period are discussed more in Annotation 4 of Appendix G, p. 260. Closely related to the error of voluntarism are the errors of commandism and tailism. These are mistakes which are made in revolutionary leadership which result whenever revolutionaries do not understand the process and nature of social revolution. Commandism occurs when revolutionaries do not listen to the people, and instead attempt to unilaterally command the people through force of will. This is a form of voluntarism because it reflects a mistaken belief that the subjective will of the revolutionary individual or party can impose its will unilaterally on the masses. It fails to account for the dialectical relationship which exists between more advanced elements of the revolutionary class and the masses at large. Tailism occurs when revolutionaries follow reactionary opinions, attitudes, and false consciousness of the masses blindly. It is, in essence, a failure to utilize proper dialectical materialist and historical materialist analysis and methodology in theory and practice. As Lenin wrote, "Surely, it is not function to drag at the tail of the movement. At best, this would be of no service to the movement, at worst, it would be exceedingly harmful." 39. The errors of tailism and commandism were further defined by Ho Chi Minh in modifying the working style. We must always converse with the masses and make sure that we are understood by the masses. This means we must show the masses that we are accountable. If we have bureaucratic manners, if we only command the masses, that means we are not accountable to the masses. In making this mistake, we turn our commands into a wall that separates the party and the government from the masses, and the policies of the party and the government become detached from the needs of the people. Therefore, we must ask for the masses' opinions in everything. We must always converse with the masses and make sure that we are understood by the masses. But we should also not just blindly do whatever the masses say. Compare different opinions carefully and analyze the class conditions that lead to those opinions. Find the contradictions in those differing opinions to see what is right and what is wrong. Select the right opinions, present them to the people for discussion, and then repeat this process, to gradually raise the people's awareness. We absolutely should not follow the tail of masses. But we must gather the opinions of the masses and utilize them in our leadership. We must take the people's way of comparing, considering, and solving problems, and turn it into a way of leading the people. 23C Part 1, p. 13. 24 Karl Marx, v. I. Lenin, 1914. 25 This objective need is explained in detail in annotation 50, p. 90. 26 See Part 1, p. 210. 27 For further critique of idealist conceptions of history, see annotation 13, p. 19. 28 See annotation 49, p. 88. 29 Karl Marx and Friedrich Engels, The German Ideology, 1846. 30 Ideologists are discussed more in annotation 102, p. 185. 31 See Part 1, p. 37. 32 Karl Marx, Preface to a Contribution to the Critique of Political Economy, 1859. 33 CP 138. 34 Letter from Engels to Borgias, 1894. 35 This struggle between economic classes is the basis for political struggle in society. This is explained more in annotation 107, p. 200. 36 Scientific socialism is a body of theory focused on the practical pursuit of changing the world to bring about socialism and, eventually, communism. This will be the subject of Part 4 of this series. 37 This is a Vietnamese expression that describes the tendency for new leaders to enact changes in order to prove themselves. 38 A person or group with a leadership position in a political organization, usually a communist party. 39 What is to be done? V. I. Lenin, 1901. Chapter 4. Category of social economic formation and the natural historical process of the development of different social economic formations. I. Category of social economic formation. Society is the extraordinarily complex sum total of countless social relationships. Marx, Engels, and Lenin used dialectical materialism to analyze social life in order to formulate scientific theories of human social relations. To be able to develop such scientific theories of human social relations, the relations of production had to be isolated as a subject of study. The examination of these objective economic relations outside of human consciousness allowed the study of human history and society to be placed on an objective basis. Formulating a scientific understanding of human society also required the study of the dialectical relationship between the relations of production and the productive forces. Annotation 86. At the foundation of historical materialism is social economic formation theory. This theory holds that every human society exists as a formation which includes an economic base and a social superstructure. The dialectical relationship between the base and superstructure is what defines human society. We can, therefore, use the term social economic formation as a synonym for human society. Within the relationship between the base and superstructure, the base determines the superstructure while the superstructure can impact back upon the base. This reflects the dialectical materialist conception of the relationship between matter and consciousness. Matter determines consciousness, and consciousness can impact back upon the material world. Social economic formation theory arises from the application of dialectical materialist philosophy and materialist dialectical analysis in studying human society. The proper understanding of the material basis of the development of human society is the basis for the objective analysis of human history. This is what distinguishes historical materialism from all previous methods of analyzing human history and society. As Engels wrote in Socialism, Utopian and Scientific. The materialist conception of history starts from the proposition that the production of the means to support human life and, next to production, the exchange of things produced, is the basis of all social structure, that in every society that has appeared in history, the manner in which wealth is distributed and society divided into classes or orders is dependent upon what is produced, how it is produced, and how the products are exchanged. From this point of view, the final causes of all social changes and political revolutions are to be sought, not in men's brains, not in men's better insights into eternal truth and justice, but in changes in the modes of production and exchange. They are to be sought, not in the philosophy, but in the economics of each particular epoch. As Engels goes on to explain, placing our understanding of history on an objective basis is more than a mere philosophical breakthrough. Historical materialism also has political importance, as it creates a basis for the oppressed workers of the world to understand the nature of their own oppression, and such an understanding is a necessary prerequisite for social revolution and liberation from class society. The growing perception that existing social institutions are unreasonable and unjust, that reason has become unreason, and right wrong, is only proof that in the modes of production and exchange changes have silently taken place with which the social order, adapted to earlier economic conditions, is no longer in keeping. From this it also follows that the means of getting rid of the incongruities that have been brought to light must also be present, in a more or less developed condition, within the changed modes of production themselves. Finally, Engels explains that the principles of historical materialism are not to be deduced through reason alone, but must be discovered through material analysis of the economic base of human society. These means are not to be invented by deduction from fundamental principles, but are to be discovered in the stubborn facts of the existing system of production. Social economic formation theory is further explained from p. 159. They analyzed those economic relations and how they, in turn, related with all other social relations, which led to the clear conclusion that society is a structural system with certain fundamental constituent aspects. These fundamental aspects of society are productive forces, relations of production, the superstructure of society. Annotation 87. The fundamental aspects of society are those aspects which drive the internal development of society. All other aspects of society are phenomena of those fundamental aspects. The relationship between productive forces and relations of production constitute the material base of human society, whereas the superstructure of society's internal relationships consists of countless social consciousness forms and their corresponding socio-political institutions. This is the subject of Chapter 1, Section 2, starting on p. 42. All of these relationships follow the principles and laws of dialectical materialism and materialist dialectics, so that productive forces determine the relations of production, whereas relations of production impact back on productive forces, and the material base of society determines the superstructure, whereas the superstructure impacts back on the material base. The productive forces, relations of production, and superstructure are considered to be the fundamental aspects of society because they are the elements which determine the development of human society in essence. This relates to the universal category pair of essence and phenomena. The productive forces, relations of production, and superstructure of society are considered essential because they are the internal relations which determine development and change within human society. Any other aspects of human society that fall outside of the bounds of these fundamental aspects are phenomena. This means that they are externally observable aspects which derive from the fundamental aspects of society. The relations of production exist both as the economic form which corresponds to the content of the productive forces, and as a constituent aspect of the economic base of society upon which a superstructure is built. In the philosophical theory of historical materialism, this dialectical system, which includes the economic base and superstructure, is called the social economic formation. Annotation 88. The relationship between content and form is discussed in detail on p. 147 of Part 1. The nature of the content/form relationship between productive forces and relations of production are explained in Annotation 39 on p. 63. The relationship between the base and superstructure is explained more in Chapter 1, Section 2, starting on p. 42. As a basic category of historical materialism, the category of social economic formation has the following definition. Society within a certain historical period, composed of a relationship between the predominant relations of production of that society and the corresponding superstructure of that society. Annotation 89. Social economic formation simply refers to a human society as it exists in a certain time and place. The relationship which defines a social economic formation is the relationship between the base and superstructure. In dialectical materialism, a category is defined as the most general grouping of aspects, attributes, and relations of things, phenomena, and ideas. In historical materialism, a social economic formation can therefore be defined as the most general grouping of aspects, attributes, and relations of human society in a particular stage of development. The development of human society is driven primarily by the development of productive forces. As the productive forces develop, new relations of production emerge in order to become suitable with the productive forces, and the cycle begins again. Eventually, the productive forces will develop once more to such an extent that they become unsuitable to the new relations of production. This leads society to move from one mode of production to another. In terms of materialist dialectics, each shift from one mode of production to the next can be considered a quality shift, which is the result of extended and gradual shifts in quantity of the means of production over time. Quantity and quality are explained more in Part 1, p. 163. The relations of production can only change through social revolution, a process which is described in Chapter 5, Section 2, starting on p. 207. The superstructure of society is determined by the material base of society as explained in Chapter 2, Section 2, starting on p. 90, and reflects and protects the relations of production as explained in Annotation 50, p. 90. This scientific conception of society as a formation of base and superstructure has provided a scientific methodology for the study of the basic structure of society, allowing us to analyze the extremely complex life of a given society in order to point out the dialectical relationships between its fundamental aspects. This analytical methodology asserts that the motion and development of society is a natural historical process. This scientific methodology, which allows us to analyze social life and its history of motion and development, is one of the great discoveries of Marxism-Leninism. Annotation 90. The scientific conception of society as a configuration of a base and superstructure is described in Chapter 2 starting on p. 73. The discovery by Marx and Engels of the objective dialectical development of human society and the formulation of the base/superstructure model of human society is what allows human history to be studied on a scientific basis. Historical materialism is the term we use to refer to scientific analysis of human history through the framework of dialectical materialist analysis. As Lenin wrote in The Economic Content of Narodism, applied to social science that objective, general scientific criterion of repetition which the subjectivists declared could not be applied to sociology. They argued, in fact, that owing to the tremendous complexity and variety of social phenomena they could not be studied without separating the important from the unimportant, and that such a separation could be made only from the viewpoint of critically thinking and morally developed individuals. And they thus happily succeeded in transforming social science into a series of sermons on petty bourgeois morality. Philosophized about the inexpediency of history and about a path directed by the light of science. It was these arguments that Marx's theory severed at the very root. The distinction between the important and the unimportant was replaced by the distinction between the economic structure of society, as the content, and the political and ideological form. A natural historical process is a process which arises from nature and is governed by objective laws of nature and which takes place over time. Humanity has a natural aspect, humanity from nature, and is a component of nature and is regulated by objective natural laws. This natural aspect of humanity is explained in more detail in Chapter 6 starting on p. 212. Furthermore, the development of human society is rooted in objective material processes, namely, the development of the economic base of human society, which is composed of productive forces and relations of production. The development of human society occurs independently of human will, although human will and conscious activity can impact back on the base of society as explained in Annotation 49, p. 88. Understanding the nature of the relationship between the base and superstructure of society and the ways in which human beings can consciously impact human society is key to the mission of scientific socialism. 2. The natural historical process of the development of social economic formations. By applying the theory of social economic formation to the study of the development of human history, Marx concluded that the evolution of the economic formation of society is viewed as a process of natural history. The natural historical nature of the development process of the social economic formation is proven by the following evidence. First, the motion and development of society does not follow the subjective will of humans but follows objective laws. These are the laws of the social economic formation structure itself. These laws include the system of social laws in the fields of economy, politics, culture, science, and so on, but the laws that determine the development of society most fundamentally are the law of suitability between the relations of production and the productive forces, the law of the base determining the superstructure of society. Annotation 91. The law of suitability between the relations of production and the productive forces is defined and explained in Chapter 1, Section 2, starting on p. 42. The law of the base determining the superstructure of society is a closely related law which was first formulated by Marx in a contribution to the critique of political economy. At a certain stage of development, the material productive forces of society come into conflict with the existing relations of production, or this merely expresses the same thing in legal terms with the property relations within the framework of which they have operated hitherto. From forms of development of the productive forces these relations turn into their fetters. Then begins an era of social revolution. With the change of the economic foundation, the entire immense superstructure is more or less rapidly transformed. The objective need for the relations of production to suit the productive forces leads to developments in the base. Eventually these developments in the base of society will lead to developments in the superstructure of society. As Marx explains in The Poverty of Philosophy, it is development of the economic base drives constant change in society. Social relations are closely bound up with productive forces. In acquiring new productive forces, men change their mode of production, and in changing their mode of production, in changing the way of earning their living, they change all their social relations. The hand mill gives you society with the feudal lord, the steam mill society with the industrial capitalist. The same men who establish their social relations in conformity with the material productivity, produce also principles, ideas, and categories, in conformity with their social relations. There is a continual movement of growth in productive forces, of destruction in social relations, of formation in ideas. The law of suitability between relations of production and productive forces is closely linked to the law of the base determining the superstructure of society. Together, these laws govern the development pattern of the fundamental aspects of human society. Whenever productive forces develop to a point that they are no longer suitable with relations of production, human society suffers because progress and development of human society is severely restrained. Human society has an objective need for stability and suitable relations of production which will allow productive forces to resume stable and unrestrained development. Because the base determines the superstructure, changes in the base will lead to changes in the superstructure. This reflects the dialectical materialist conception of the relationship between matter and consciousness, which holds that the material determines consciousness while consciousness impacts back upon the material. The base is the material aspect of society while the superstructure is the aspect of social consciousness. Furthermore, the superstructure exists in large part to protect the material base of human society. Within the superstructure of society there are many social institutions which serve this protective role, but the most important social institution of the superstructure in this regard is the state. The state exists to enforce the agenda of the ruling class and to stabilize class relations so that productive forces are allowed to develop efficiently continuously. The state serves this function by enforcing the relations of production through coercive violence. Once social revolution transpires and a new ruling class seizes control of the means of production and develops a state to protect and advance its own class interests, the superstructure of society is more or less rapidly transformed to reflect and protect the material base and the newly established relations of production. This includes the rapid development of a state which is controlled by and serves the new ruling class and countless other social institutions which otherwise protect and stabilize society's newly formed relations of production. Understanding both the law of suitability between relations of production and productive forces and the law of the base determining the superstructure, we can see the pattern of development of human society. Productive forces develop to such a point that they are no longer suitable with relations of production. This unsuitability restrains the development of the productive forces. This creates an objective need for relations of production to change. The relations of production eventually change to suit productive forces. Once the material base advances to a new mode of production, the superstructure will rapidly change as well, as the base determines the superstructure. Second, the origin of all motion and development of society, of human history, and of all social economic fields are ultimately caused either directly or by the development of the productive forces of society. Lenin once emphasized, only the reduction of social relations to relations of production and of the latter to the level of the productive forces, provided a firm basis for the conception that the development of formations of society is a process of natural history. 40. Annotation 92. The productive forces are the origin of all motion within human society as an internal component of human society and as the material basis of development in human society. This is consistent with fundamental principles of dialectical materialist philosophy, including the dialectical materialist conception of the relationship between matter and consciousness. This conception holds that the material determines consciousness and consciousness can impact back upon matter. The principle of development of materialist dialectics. This principle holds that all motion, change, and development originates from internal relations with a thing, phenomenon, or idea. Third, the development process of social economic formation, i.e., the replacement of different social economic formations throughout human history, as well as the development of human social history can be impacted by many subjective factors, but the decisive factor is always the impact of objective laws. Annotation 93. Subjective factors are factors which can vary across time and place and which can vary from one location to another even within the same social formation of human society. Subjective factors are defined in more detail in Annotation 95, below. Objective laws are the laws of materialist dialectics which apply to all things, phenomena, and ideas in the universe. These laws are listed and detailed in Part 1, p. 248, and the application of these laws to human society are detailed in Annotation 37, p. 55 of this book. Objective laws govern, determine, and restrain subjective factors including the ability of human beings to act in the world and to change the world. Subjective factors, therefore, are limited by the objective laws of reality. Subjectivity and objectivity are explained in detail in Appendix E, p. 244. Under the influence of objective laws, human history is a process of sequential replacement of social economic formations, i.e., from original society to slave society to feudalism to capitalism, with the future certainly belong to the communist social economic formation. Annotation 94. The principles of development explained in Chapter 2 of Part 1 apply to human society as they do to all other things, phenomena, and ideas. This means that human society develops through processes of contradiction and negation in accordance with the objective laws of reality. This means that the development of human society can be analyzed and studied like any other natural phenomenon and that certain conclusions and predictions can be drawn from the application and understanding of these laws. Marx and Engels have proven that communism is inevitably the stage of development that will follow capitalism through careful objective analysis of the political economy of capitalism. Their thorough analysis, in particular the analysis of Marx in Capital, show that the productive forces of capitalism are not suitable with the relations of production and that capitalism contains internal contradictions which are unstable and which will lead to the eventual collapse of the capitalist social formation. Once this occurs, the proletariat will eventually negate the capitalist class and this will be the end of class society and class struggle. While affirming the natural historical characteristic of social change and development, Marxism-Leninism also affirms the role of subjective factors in the development process of human history in general and the history of each specific human community in particular. Such subjective factors include geographical conditions, political power levels of different classes, cultural traditions, the international situation. Annotation 95. Distinguishing the difference between objectivity and subjectivity is crucial for deeper understanding of dialectical materialist and historical materialist philosophy. The philosophy of Marxism-Leninism Department of Vietnam's Foreign Trade University gives the following explanation of objectivity and subjectivity. Objectivity refers to everything that exists independently and outside of an active subject and does not depend on the active subject. Objective factors includes objective conditions, possibilities, and laws. In processes of development, objective laws always play the most important role. Objectivity can also be understood as the inherent nature of things, phenomena. In other words, the objectivity category is used to refer to all that exists independently of a determined subject, constitutes a practical situation, and regularly affects the determination of the goals, tasks, and methods of activity of that subject. Subjectivity includes everything that constitutes and reflects the level of development of the qualities and capacities of a certain subject. To talk about subjectivity is to talk about the actual internal strength of the subject. Subjectivity is also understood as all the qualitative components and capacities of the subject in the activity of perceiving and transforming the object. Subjective factors are internal to the subject being considered and drive its own internal development. Objective factors are external and govern, control, and impact its development. A subject is a thing, phenomenon, or idea which exists and develops in the world. This requires the subject to have a certain form. A form is a set of relatively stable relationships which allow the subject to exist and develop over time. According to the principle of development, a subject changes and develops over time as a result of internal relationships and contradictions. Subjectivity relates to and describes these internal relationships and contradictions and the internal development of a subject. Objective factors relate to the external factors, relationships, contradictions, and contradictions in which a subject exists and develops. Of these countless external factors relating to any given subject, the most important are the objective laws which relate to all things, phenomena, and ideas. These include the two basic principles of dialectical materialism as well as the three universal laws of materialist dialectics. 41. Both objective and subjective factors play vital roles in development processes, and both must be understood and considered in our analysis of the world. Both subjective and objective factors play important roles in the development of a subject. Objective factors are important because they can greatly impact and even determine how a subject develops. Objective factors include objective laws, which govern the development of the subject. All subjects must follow objective laws in the course of their existence and development. Material conditions, which determine the development of subjects. Other subjects, which can impact back upon the subject in various ways. Subjective factors are important because motion and development of a subject is driven by internal relations. This has basis in both the principle of development of dialectical materialism and the law of unification and contradiction between opposites of materialist dialectics. As former General Secretary of the Communist Party of Vietnam, Nguyen Phu Trong, wrote, "Any event or phenomenon has its objective and subjective causes, but in the end, it is the subjective causes that decide it." This reflects the law of unification and contradiction between opposites of materialist dialectics, which Lenin summarized as the fundamental, originating, and universal driving force of all motion and development processes is the inherent and objective contradiction which exists in all things, phenomena, and ideas. 42. In the context of human society and social formation theory, subjective factors are factors which exist as internal relationships and contradictions within a specific social-economic form. The subjective factors of a society in one time and place will be different from the subjective factors of a society in another time and place. These factors also vary from one place to another even within the same social formation. Objective factors of human society relate to factors which exist externally to the social economic form as a subject. Objective factors include not just the laws and principles of dialectical materialism but also the objective laws and principles of historical materialism. Unlike subjective factors, which can vary significantly from one society to another, the objective laws and principles of historical materialism apply universally to all human societies in all times and places. See Appendix E, p. 244 for a full overview of subjectivity and objectivity. Subjective factors relate to randomness from the materialist dialectical category pair of obviousness and randomness. This category pair relates to the predictability of development as determined by whether such development arises from internal relationships or external relationships. Obviousness refers to factors which have to develop in a certain way based on internal relationships. Randomness refers to factors which are much less predictable because they are caused by external relationships. When examining human society and its development, we can identify obvious factors which are relatively predictable and which stem from internal material relationships. Within class society, these obvious factors are primarily related to class struggle, internal struggle related to the material processes which are primarily responsible for the development of class society. Random factors which are relatively unpredictable and caused by relationships which are external to those obvious material factors. Within class society, these are subjective factors which externally relate to class struggle and impact back on class struggle. Thus, we can define subjective factors as the relatively random factors which impact a given social group of human beings which exist at a certain stage of development of class society. These factors are considered to be subjective because they relate to internal relationships which impact a specific group of human beings in a specific time and place. Here are some ways in which subjective factors can manifest and vary within a given social formation. Geographical conditions can change the ways in which human society manifests and develops in countless ways. For instance, geographical isolation can prevent some groups of human beings from transitioning to the next stage of development of the mode of production along with the rest of the global population. Even today there are some isolated populations which never developed class society at all, though these are extremely rare in our modern day and age. Geographical factors can also impact the rate of development of productive forces and interactions between different groups of human beings in countless ways. For instance, having access to rivers and ports may make transportation of goods, labor, and resource more efficient, and this may speed up development of productive forces. The presence or absence of good farmland and other natural resources in a region can also significantly impact the rate of development and other aspects of the development of human society within a region. Political power levels of different classes can fluctuate over time and vary from one place to another within a social formation. For example, under feudalism there were some nations where peasants had more rights and privileges than other nations. Even within the same nation, one region or town may have different levels of power for different classes. Some cities might generally have stronger labor unions and more benefits for workers, for instance, while others might be more oppressive to workers. This also varies over time as workers strive for more power through processes of class struggle. Cultural traditions can significantly impact the ways in which human society develops from one region to the next. Sometimes culture can speed up or slow down the development of productive forces or impede or hasten the development of new relations of production. Cultural traditions can also cause remnant class elements to linger longer in some places than in others. For example, some nations still have cultural practices which include legacy classes from feudal times such as monarchs and nobility, whereas other nations have no such remnant classes present. The international situation can drastically affect the development and conditions of a social formation. Relationships between nations can vary from peaceful trade and mutual development arrangements which can increase the rate of development of productive forces considerably to more harmful relations such as war, colonization, and competition for markets. Human society can go through periods of general peace and stability or general tension and conflict, and these conditions can have significant impact on the development of social formations. Subjective factors impact each and every human community in countless different ways, allowing for each human community to develop on its own unique path. Thus, subjective factors are the foundation of the richness and diversity of human history. We call this the richness and diversity characteristic of social development. This richness and diversity characteristic allows for certain social economic formations to bypass certain steps in development. Certain objective and subjective conditions must be met in order for such a bypass to take place. Annotation 96. Subjective factors account for the fact that human society does not develop mechanically in a perfectly predictable manner. In a letter to Conrad Schmidt, Engels criticizes contemporary thinkers whose analysis of history is purely mechanical and fails to account for subjective factors. What all these gentlemen lack is dialectics. All they ever see is cause here, effect there. They do not at all see that this is a bare abstraction, that in the real world such metaphysical polar opposites exist only in crises, that the whole great process develops itself in the form of reciprocal action, to be sure of very unequal forces, in which the economic movement is far and away the strongest, most primary, and decisive. They do not see that here nothing is absolute and everything relative. The richness and diversity of humanity stems from all of the countless subjective factors which can impact humans in different times and places. Subjective factors can have such profound impact as to hinder and delay the transition of a society from one stage of development to the next, or to allow it to bypass a stage of development altogether. The passage below comes from an article published by the Cotter Training Political Center of Ben Tre Province in Vietnam and explains how subjective factors can lead to the bypassing of a stage of development of a social formation. Because human society is a natural historical process, the movement of all social economic formations happens objectively. However, the development of human society is still attached to the material conditions of the economy and society of each particular nation and each particular people. Because of those subjective factors, each nation will differ in terms of development of their respective social economic forms. A nation might develop gradually from lower formation to higher formation, or a nation might bypass one or a few formations in the development process. Famous examples include Australia and some Latin American countries which bypassed the social economic formation of feudalism in the history of their development. Such bypassing does not mainly depend on the subjective will of the people, it is mainly decided by the objective historical conditions. Such differences can manifest even within societies that differ greatly despite existing in the same mode of production. For instance, in Europe during the feudal era, power was held in the hands of many different classes, but in Asia it was more common for nearly all of the power to belong to the king. It is clear that the bypassing of stages of development of social economic formations is not just random, but must obey objective laws. We have provided more information on Vietnam's ongoing efforts to bypass capitalism in building socialism in the form of several articles and excerpts by Vietnamese communists which can be found in Appendix H, p. 269. We hope that this might give readers more insight into the application of historical materialist analysis and methodology in the material world. The objective laws which human society must follow in bypassing, hastening, or delaying development from one stage of development of social formation to the next are the same objective laws which all things, phenomena, and ideas must follow. These are the laws of dialectical materialism and materialist dialectics which are outlined in Part 1, p. 248. In summary, the history of humanity in general, and of each human community in particular, obey certain objective social laws and are also influenced by numerous other subjective factors. Therefore, the development history of society manifests the characteristic of unity in diversity and diversity in unity. Annotation 97. Unity in diversity and diversity in unity refers to the principle of general relationships of materialist dialectics which explains the nature of the internal relationships which define all things, phenomena, and ideas. This principle is explained in detail in Annotation 107 on page 110 of Part 1. To briefly summarize, all things, phenomena, and ideas contain countless internal relationships. These relationships are diverse and varied, but they define subjects which exist in unity. Unity in diversity and diversity in unity describes an important aspect of the principle of general relationships of materialist dialectics. Like all other things, phenomena, and ideas, humanity adheres to the principle of general relationships and therefore possesses the characteristic of unity in diversity and diversity in unity. Understanding the role of subjective factors in the history, development, and existence of humanity is key to understanding the principle of general development as it pertains to human society. Humanity as a whole is composed of countless diverse groups, and every group of human beings has subjective factors which distinguishes it from all other groups. All these diverse groups of human beings, considered together, define humanity as a whole. All groups of human beings adhere to the principles and laws of historical materialism, which reflects unity in diversity. At the same time, each society develops in a unique manner due to subjective factors, reflecting diversity in unity. Unity in diversity and diversity in unity is reflected in human society. All human societies throughout history must obey objective laws, reflecting unity in diversity. Meanwhile, any given human society is impacted by countless subjective factors, reflecting diversity in unity. As an example, geography is a subjective factor which impacts different societies in different ways. Some groups of human beings have been isolated for longer periods of time than most, which will delay or otherwise change the ways in which they transition from one stage of development to the next. Other societies may have cultural or political aspects which either speed up or slow down development relative to the rest of humanity. However, all human societies must adhere to the objective laws of dialectical and historical materialism, and humanity itself is essentially defined by this diversity in subjective factors and social development. 3. Scientific value of the theory of social economic formation. Continuously struggle. Rise up in strength. Before Marx, idealism played a dominant role in social science. The advent of historical materialism, the core of which is the theory of social economic formation, has provided a truly scientific methodology for the study of human society. The following 3 rules must be observed in the historical materialist analysis of human society in order to avoid falling into idealism and to ensure that a scientific and material-based methodology is practiced. First, the theory of social economic formation states that material production is the basis of social life and that the mode of production determines the level of development of society, and thus, material production is also the factor which determines the development level of society and the general course of human history. Therefore, we must strictly avoid basing our study of the development of human society primarily on the subjective thoughts, ideas, and will of humans. We must, instead, focus on the development level of social production in general and the mode of production in particular, with the key is the development level of the productive forces when studying the historical development of any particular human community. Second, the theory of social economic formation also holds that society is not a random, mechanical combination of individuals, but a living organism. Aspects of society exist in a closely unified structural system which interact with each other. Within this system, the relations of production play the fundamental role, determining other social relations. It is an objective criterion which can be used to distinguish different social regimes. Therefore, to accurately explain society, it is necessary to use the scientific abstraction methodology, that is, it is necessary to start from the material relations of production of a society in order to analyze various other aspects of that society and the mutual relationships between those other aspects. Third, social economic formation theory also holds that the motion and development of society is a natural historical process. That is to say, social development is a process that takes place according to objective laws, and not according to human subjective will. Therefore, in order to properly understand and effectively solve social problems, it is necessary to study deeply the laws of motion and development of society. Lenin once emphasized that What Marx and Engels called the dialectical method as against the metaphysical is nothing else than the scientific method in sociology, which consists in regarding society as a living organism in a state of constant development, an organism the study of which requires an objective analysis of the relations of production that constitute the given social formation and an investigation of its laws of functioning and development. Point 43. The three rules above, which are rooted in social economic formation theory, together constitute the historical materialist methodology, which is the most general methodology in studying society, human history, and human communities. Annotation 98. The theory of social economic formation is so named because it is a theory which describes truths about how human societies form and develop over time. Social formation theory is the core of historical materialism as it reflects the foundational role of dialectical materialist philosophy in historical materialism. Social formation theory is the core of historical materialism, which is the application of dialectical materialism to the analysis of human society. Each rule of historical materialist methodology is derived from a principle of social economic formation theory. Each of these principles, in turn, reflects a foundational aspect of the dialectical materialist philosophy. In order to ensure that historical materialist analysis is consistent with the underlying philosophical precepts of dialectical materialism and the principles of social formation theory, these rules must be closely followed. The table below shows the relationships between dialectical materialist philosophy, the principles of social formation theory, and the rules of the methodology of historical materialism. Note that each rule of historical materialist methodology reflects a principle of social formation theory and that each of these principles, in turn, is grounded in a foundational aspect of dialectical materialist philosophy. Following is an explanation of each principle of social formation theory, its basis in dialectical materialism, and its corresponding rule of historical materialism. Principle 1. Matter determines consciousness in human society. This principle of social formation theory is rooted in the dialectical materialist conception of the relationship between matter and consciousness, which holds that matter determines consciousness while consciousness can impact back upon matter. Since matter determines consciousness, it must follow that social being determines social consciousness and that the material base determines the superstructure of society. As Marx wrote in his preface to a contribution to the Critique of Political Economy, the mode of production of material life conditions the general process of social, political, and intellectual life. It is not the consciousness of men that determines their existence, but their social existence that determines their consciousness. This is the basis of the first rule of historical materialist methodology, which states: we must strictly avoid basing our study of the development of human society primarily on the subjective thoughts, ideas, and will of humans. We must, instead, focus on the development level of social production in general and the mode of production in particular when studying the historical development of human society. Principle 2. Society is an organism. This principle of social formation theory is rooted in the principle of general relations of dialectical materialism, which holds that all things, phenomena, and ideas exist in mutual relationship with each other, regulate each other, and transform each other, and that nothing exists in complete isolation. Human society can therefore be understood to be defined by internal and external relationships. In the economic content of Narodism, Lenin explains how human society is thus formed as an organism of relations. According to Marx's theory, each such system of production relations is a specific social organism, whose inception, functioning, and transition to a higher form, conversion into another social organism, are governed by specific laws. This is the basis of the second rule of historical materialist methodology, which states: to accurately explain society, it is necessary to use the scientific abstraction methodology, that is, it is necessary to start from the material relations of production of a society in order to analyze various other aspects of that society. Principle 3. Society is a natural historical process of social development governed by objective laws. This principle of social formation theory is rooted in the dialectical materialist principle of development, which states, development is a process that comes from within the thing in itself. The process of development is inevitable, objective, and occurs without dependence on human will. As Engels wrote in Dialectics of Nature, motion in the most general sense, conceived as the mode of existence, the inherent attribute of matter, comprehends all changes and processes occurring in the universe, from mere change of place right up to thinking. The whole of nature accessible to us forms a system, an interconnected totality of bodies, and by bodies we understand here all material existence extending from stars to atoms, indeed right to ether particles, in so far as one grants the existence of the last named. In the fact that these bodies are interconnected is already included that they react on one another, and it is precisely this mutual reaction that constitutes motion. It therefore follows that human society, like all other things, phenomena, and ideas, exists in a constant state of development which stems from objective internal and external relationships. This leads to the principle of social formation, which states that the motion and development of society is a natural historical process. That is to say, social development is a process that takes place according to objective laws, and not according to human subjective will. This is the basis of the third rule of historical materialist methodology, which states, in order to properly understand and effectively solve social problems, it is necessary to study deeply the laws of motion and development of society. Application of the methodology of historical materialism. Following the rules outlined above constitutes the methodology of historical materialism. In order to properly practice this methodology in the analysis of human society, it is critical to thoroughly and deeply understand the principles of social economic formation theory and their basis in dialectical materialist philosophy. When we adhere to the rules of historical materialism and the principles of social formation theory, we can be assured that our analysis of human society can be placed upon a scientific basis which aligns with the philosophical worldview and methodology of dialectical materialism. A solid understanding of social economic formation theory is also an important prerequisite to the studying and pursuing the program of scientific socialism, which serves as the basis for an organized political process of bringing about social revolution. It must be pointed out that the historical materialist methodology cannot replace more specific methods used in the study of each specific field of society. Lenin once taught that, materialism in history has never claimed to explain everything, but merely to indicate the only scientific method of explaining history. 44. Annotation 99. Dialectical materialism is a universal philosophy. This means that dialectical materialism can be used to study and analyze all things, phenomena, and ideas in existence. Historical materialism is the application of dialectical materialist philosophy and methodology specifically to the study and analysis of human society. Other scientific fields may be analyzed and interpreted through the application of dialectical materialist philosophy, but historical materialism is solely focused on the study of the development and existence of humanity. The three principles of social formation theory and the three rules of historical materialist analysis are derived from the universal principles of dialectical materialism as applied to the specific study of human society and its development and history. Social formation theory is useful for understanding the objective laws which govern the development of humanity, and the three rules of historical materialist methodology are useful in the application of historical materialism to specific inquiries into human society and its historical development. Together, social formation theory and the methodology of historical materialism enable socialists to accurately study and understand all of humanity as well as specific groups of human beings within society, both in our modern contemporary times and throughout history. 40. What the Friends of the People Are and How They Fight the Social Democrats, v.I. Lenin, 1894. 41. See Part 1, Appendix B, p. 247 and Appendix C, p. 248. 42. Summary of Dialectics, Vladimir Ilyich Lenin, 1914. 43. What the Friends of the People Are and How They Fight the Social Democrats, v.I. Lenin, 1894. 44 What the Friends of the People Are and How They Fight the Social Democrats, v.I. Lenin, 1894. Chapter 5. The Role of Class Struggle and Social Revolution in the Motion and Development of Class Society. Class and the Role of Class Struggle in the Development of Class Society. 1. Definition of class. In A Great Beginning, Lenin gave his definition of class. Classes are large groups of people differing from each other by the place they occupy in a historically determined system of social production, by their relation to the means of production, by their role in the social organization of labor, and, consequently, by the dimensions of the share of social wealth of which they dispose and the mode of acquiring it. According to the above definition, division of people in a social community into different and opposing classes is essentially caused by difference in status of different groups within a certain system of social production and opposition between those groups within that system. These differences in status and oppositions inevitably lead to one class being able to appropriate the labor of another. 45. Thus, Lenin asserted, classes are groups of people, one of which can appropriate the labor of another, owing to the different places they occupy in a definite system of social economy. The essence of class division in a society is the division of people in a social community into the exploiters and the exploited. The reality of human history over the past few millennia has proven that division into opposing classes constitutes exploitation through appropriation of labor throughout history. Slave owners exploited slaves in ancient history, landlords exploited serfs in the medieval period, and the bourgeoisie exploits the proletariat during our modern times. History has also proven that the class which holds the means of production within society occupies the position of mastery of political power and state power. This class will objectively become the dominant class of society, and will appropriate the labor of other classes. Through this domination of political and state power, this ruling class is able to maintain a relatively stable society in the context of class antagonism. Annotation 100. The state is the social institution which allows a ruling class to exploit and appropriate the labor of oppressed classes through violence and coercion. The state is also the social institution that has the greatest impact on the base. By constructing and controlling the state, the ruling class is able to maintain and stabilize its position of domination over the rest of human society and control of the means of production. Throughout history, the only way a ruling class has fallen out of power is through the process of social revolution. In the process of social revolution, an emerging progressive class overtakes the previously ruling class and ultimately establishes a new state which it controls. Social revolution thus constitutes the development of a new social economic formation which has its own class structure. The historic mission of the working class is to end class society through social revolution. In order for workers to end capitalism, a dictatorship of the proletariat must be established through social revolution. This means establishing a workers' state which exists to further the agenda of the working class and to give workers control over the means of production. Once this process of social revolution is complete and all remnants of the capitalist base and superstructure have been negated, there will remain only one class, the united global proletariat. At this point all the humans of the world will collectively control the means of production as a united whole. This will constitute the end of class society altogether, and there will no longer be any need for a state to exist. As Lenin wrote in The State and Revolution, the state is a special coercive force. And from it follows that the special coercive force for the suppression of the proletariat by the bourgeoisie, of millions of working people by handfuls of the rich, must be replaced by a special coercive force for the suppression of the bourgeoisie by the proletariat. This is precisely what is meant by abolition of the state as state. This is precisely the act of taking possession of the means of production in the name of society. This is the mission of the working class, to build class consciousness, to enact social revolution, to build a workers' state and dictatorship of the proletariat, and to eventually bring about an end to not just capitalism but class society altogether and the development of a stateless, classless society. The pursuit of this mission is the principal pursuit of scientific socialism. According to this definition, class is not merely a concern of political science alone, but also reflects the objective relationships of the political and economic fields of society, based on the following characteristics. Class reflects the objective relationship between the politics and economy of a society. Class also reflects the political-economic relationship between groups of human beings in certain historical conditions. Class shows not just the differences but also the oppositions of human groups in terms of politics and economics. Therefore, the analysis of problems of political structure needs to be associated with the analysis of the economic structure of society from a historical point of view. Annotation 101. In dialectical materialism, all things, phenomena, and ideas are defined in terms of internal and external relationships. Class, therefore, is defined by various internal and external relationships. The three primary relationships which define class include the relationship between politics and economy of a society. Politics encompass aspects of society's superstructure related to control over and benefit from the state. Economics include processes and phenomena which are concerned with securing, providing, and distributing the material needs of life in human society. Class and class society emerge from a dialectical relationship between politics and economy in human society. Historically, whenever one group of human beings came to exploit the labor of others, class society began. The state and political consciousness arose from the objective need to stabilize society and to secure the position of ruling classes over oppressed classes through violence and coercion. In class society, politics and economy exist in dialectical unity. Economy encompasses the material production process while politics encompasses class struggle. Political economic relationships between groups of human beings. The most important relationships between groups of human beings within class society have to do with the means of production. Such political economic relationships include the relationship which a group of human beings has with the means of production. Some classes own the means of production while other groups labor and operate the means of production. The relationship which one group of human beings has with another group as it pertains to means of production. Within a class society, some groups of human beings appropriate the labor of other groups of human beings and force them to operate the means of production while withholding ownership and control over the means of production. Under feudalism, some classes owned land. At this time, land was the most important means of production. These feudal landlords forced peasants to work on the land. This was the primary political economic relationship of the feudal era. Under capitalism, the primary political economic relationship is between the capitalist class and the working class. Capitalists own the means of production while workers must operate the means of production in order to survive. Capitalists profit from this relationship and enforce these class relations through the control of the state. Oppositional relationships between groups of human beings. Liberal and metaphysical interpretations of class might define classes based on different characteristics such as levels of income, wealth, and so on. Historical materialism, as an application of dialectical materialism, demands that we define economic classes of human beings by identifying the dialectical contradictions which exist between them. In class society, different classes compete, struggle, and oppose each other to benefit from the means of production. This process of contradiction and development leads, over time, to processes of negation whereby new classes develop and overtake old classes. We call this contradiction and opposition between classes class struggle. Historical perspective of politics and economics. Dialectical materialism demands that we seek a comprehensive and historical perspective in the analysis of all things, phenomena, and ideas. In the analysis of class society, this means understanding the political oppositions which exist between all classes within a society as well as the development which led to those conditions. For example, in order to understand the political structure of capitalism, one must understand feudalism which preceded it. One must understand not just the nature of the capitalist-controlled state of modern society, but also the manner in which the bourgeois state emerged from feudal society. The more deeply we understand the political relationships and the class struggle which underlies political struggle, the more accurate our understanding will be and the more effective our activities which are based upon this understanding.